I get a phone call.
Morning, top of the morning. I'm just setting some stuff up.
Brother,
What's going on, man?
Feeling good.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. What's good, Mike? Yeah, I shot you a DM. Mike, check it out real quick. Yeah, I mean, we are on watch for the rest of the day today that this isn't just a retracement and we still put in another high, but honestly, it's starting to feel like that was it. We'll see what happens. We have had Mondays where we got another high, right? So that's not out of the question just yet. We just got to play this by momentum. So far, so good, though. CME imbalances being taken out. We cleared all that liquidity. Bulls failed to hold our support we were looking at yesterday. That bull flag didn't play out, right? Fell apart. So far, so good. We know how this goes. Stopping volume candle into these 100x liquidations, and then we run a little play.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Is there someone here who has been reading about the new project Trump signed, the Genesis or something like that?
Yeah,
Not, I don't not fully remember what it's called
yeah, it's Genesis bill.
because I talked to I talked to my friends who also trade a lot and they live off it, and they said that it's not so very good team for the crypto and for the market at all to correct it. So maybe someone of you know. I didn't have time to read about it. And the Coinbase was listed on the S&P 500, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't have so much time to talk with them, but I will meet them. I asked them, but they told me you should read about it because now as Coinbase is listed on the S&P 500 because of the new I don't know, is it a law or what is it called that he signed the project or what? Um, a new bill, and they're saying that the S&P 500 because of that will also fall.
I don't.
But yeah, they said to me I should research it by myself
It's
because
it's
maybe
basically
I,
the bill about officially legalize the stable coins as trusted payment tools. I mean that encourage banks to on different firms to issue stable coin potentially spending cross-border payments and linking more directly to traditional finance.
yeah, that I read, but I don't know how it is connected with the crypto market falling. Not only the crypto market, the S&P 500 and everything. Maybe it's just speculations. Of course, no one knows, but
Yeah, it's just a speculation.
they
Yo, were they speculating because Coinbase got listed, the S&P will fall? Is that what you said?
S&P
yeah.
went all
So
time high.
I had a
Yeah,
brief.
that doesn't make any sense, bro.
Yeah, I had like a brief talks with them, and they said because of the new Genesis or what it's called, that's was
Genesis.
assigned,
It's the Genesis Act. That was a
and
bill. But
yeah,
what are you saying is gonna fall though? What did they say is
y-
gonna fall? That's what I
yeah.
don't.
Yeah, so it's not me saying, it's just some friends of mine that said told me that I should look into it because it's much deeper than many people think. First of all, the crypto market, like many thousand% it's raised since it started, and or not many thousand, like
Like the
a lot.
Coinbase. Hold on,
And
man. One sec. Coinbase got listed on the S&P like months ago, so I think that has nothing to do with the Genius bill being passed or anything like that. And I don't think that has anything to do with
no, so
the S&P going down. So like
the thing is
maybe there's some
that
confusion there. And then the Genius Act, yeah,
yeah,
you should definitely like
maybe
it's pretty detailed, but overall it was bullish for crypto, not bearish. But again, it's a very detailed bill, and I don't even think some experts really fully understand the bill yet, especially since it just was passed. But overall, the gist was it was bullish for crypto. It could
yeah.
have been
Yeah,
bearish because it's a
that's why
stable
I'm
coin.
asking. Like,
Hold on, my bad, dude. It's a stable coin um, regulatory bill, right? So that I think the bearish part would have been is if the Federal Reserve or the government was able to issue and control the stable coins, which is not what's happening, right? That would have been bearish. That's why it took like, I think it took like 20 hours or 12, 15 hours for the bill to actually pass because they were fighting to avoid putting that in the bill where the other party was trying to get that in the bill. So I think that was avoided, which would have been bearish for crypto, but that wasn't put in
yeah.
to my knowledge.
So how I understood, he explained it to me. Yeah. So how I understood, he explained it to me. That because of Coinbase got listed, it will drag down the S&P 500 because if crypto drops, it will drop a lot, and it will take not like this is just speculations. This is not. I'm not saying that this is going to happen or at all. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but their viewpoint that S&P will also fall with crypto, like a good part because of the new bill, but they told me I should read about it myself. So I just wanted to come on and ask you guys for your opinion. What do you think?
Yeah,
I'll be
I
on.
gave you the
I will
I
come
gave you
back in
like
5 minutes.
the gist about the bill, but I don't think the S&P would fall if Coinbase goes down. S&P is pretty big,
I'm
and
back, y'all.
Coinbase is pretty small compared to like the rest of the companies that are in the S&P. So even if Coinbase does go down, it's not going to bring down the S&P.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be weighted heavy in the S&P anyways. There's a lot of companies that don't do anything in the S&P that go to shit. Right, the top 7 companies are the ones that keep the S&P afloat, while everything else is kind of just. And to be
Yep.
fair, legacy goes down when crypto goes down, anyways. Right, we're all tied to the same 4-year global liquidity cycle. So I mean, I guess if you can make an argument that it would be down by a bigger percentage than normal just because of what's weighted off of Coinbase coming down or something like that, you could say that. But then you would have to agree that during bull runs that S&P is also going to be stronger because of Coinbase. So that argument doesn't really, you get what I mean? Like, if you don't think the S&P is going to pump, I mean, if you don't think the S&P is going to pump because Coinbase is in it, then you can't expect it to dump because Coinbase is in it. And I don't think the S&P is just going to start pumping because we add Coinbase when we're in a bull run and Coinbase is doing well. I don't think it's going to affect the price of the S&P that much. It'll get averaged in, right? So I have to assume that the same thing would be for the way down. And it works in both directions. Now, if we start loading the S&P, you know, if it gets to the point where half of the S&P is Bitcoin treasury companies and miners, and then you can start to maybe do some math and see, okay, how is this going to affect? But one company won't make the difference. I did buy some base though. I bought some base and I bought some hood. I think that the inclusion is a net positive for Coinbase though. Right? It obviously helps Coinbase a lot more than Coinbase helps the S&P. Because what you have are funds now automatically buying Coinbase every month. Indirectly, right? Because they're buying the S&P, so. Interesting. Oh. No, CME gap isn't completely closed till we get to 117.6. We're just getting some mean reversion back to the 50 and some vector recovery here on the hourly. Twitter's crazy, bro. People were on there all day yesterday on Twitter saying there's no way that CME gap fills. There's too much bullishness, and the same people today are like, CME gap's filling. Thanks for the uncertainty. That helps a lot.
Just a matter of time, right?
We playing by the book, bro.
124 Bitcoin delta neutral buy is crazy. We've got some liquidity. You can buy 120 Bitcoin without pushing the delta. There's definitely some liquidity in the market right now. That's 4 consecutive 10 Bitcoin buys. 5 consecutive 10 Bitcoin buys. The same person. It's almost the same exact order. Not a rug, bro. We dropped like 1.5%. Just the market filling imbalances. Get this liquidity though. Excuse me. Right back down to the range that we sort of coiled up in before we took off. This is now, what, the 3rd weekend trap in the same range? Literally the same range. This shit is bullish. Bullish. Weekend trap. False move up. Only time we've come out of the range has been the false moves. Weekend trap, false move up. Or actually false move down. Sorry, that was the deviation.
Why not?
Another one. Super chat. Appreciate you, Mattis. But what's cooking here with these lower highs, right, and lower deviations out of the bottom? Nice bullish channel. Little bullish channel.
Yo, Dbloc,
Yeah.
do you ever chart Bybit by any chance?
That shit annoys the hell out of me. I'm not gonna lie. I can't stand charting the ETFs. I mean, I will if somebody looks at it, but I'd rather chart like the underlying asset.
Yeah.
That shit is annoying. $133, 132 would be the measured move if we get this break. Just remember, we can still come all the way down to 114, 113 and be inside of this. It could come all the way back down to double bottom off of that target 2 like we were talking about. I think, in my opinion, you want to know what my opinion is. I think market maker is building a level higher than the support than our macro, right? Our macro support where we should retest is here on the weekly. Support. Right. So hear me out real quick. So this is a support that we want to test on the weekly, right? Just to make sure that we meant to be above and hold and all that. And there's significant resistance there, right? That we want to turn into support. But when you compare it to the range that we're putting in up here, it's nothing. Like this is way more, right? Way more resistance, way more support. So as long as we can just deviate out of this range, I know this is messy, but just rock with me for a second. I'll make it make sense. Forget about all that price action in there. None of that matters. So if we can take this support right here, which is basically solid at this point, we can deviate out of the range, but just a deviation, not a breakout, then I think we can avoid having to come down to 112. Because once we get above, this will be what catches us. The reason to come down to 112 is to solidify that as support so that when we take off, if we come back down from like 130 or something, we don't have to worry about breaking 112 again. Right? But if we just take our weekend traps here and put them in that solid blue box, that's our last 3 weekend traps. Like this thing basically at this point is a floor. Not that we're not coming in and out of it right now, but once we pop up to like 125, 130, 140, coming back down and breaking this is not going to be an easy job. Right? So it's basically like what they did was take this support and move it up here. Now, none of that, excuse me, none of that matters as long as we're underneath this blue box. Once we get underneath this blue box, then you need this bottom of this bull flag to hold, this 200 EMA to hold, and you need to get back up into that range. If we lose the flag, then you're going to come back to that original support. But this to me seems like an obvious effort to create a higher level of support for the next push up. I'll give you an example of when we did it before. This range right here. Chart looks crazy. I know we chart on the 5-minute on this and we're on the 4-hour right now, so it's going to look crazy. But look at this. So you had weekend trap, weekend trap, weekend trap, weekend trap, weekend trap. And then look at what happened, right? So it was the same thing. We popped up, had a big expansive move, and our retest should have been about these ranges here. But instead we popped up, market maker built us support. We had one sweep of it, right? But we reclaimed that range. So this was just a deviation out of this range. And then we popped. right? Never had to come back and test it. So it's sort of the same thing that's going on now. Right? We've got 3 of those. I don't think it goes for as long as this did. We were in this consolidation for a stupid long time. But I do think that it is the same. It looks like the same playbook to me. So we just looked and we saw that there was a big sweep out of the bottom though, right? But this have been that big sweep maybe. Maybe that was the liquidity sweep on the bottom of the range. We don't have to do it again. But if we break down underneath, in my opinion, if we break down underneath this 50% line, right? Then chances are we're going to come back and double bottom 114.8. If we hold, we pop. Following?
Could you explain it just a little bit more, like if we don't know all the, like a lot of the code words?
Which part didn't you understand? I really don't even.
I'm just not familiar with a lot of the word, like the when you say certain things, they kind of just like go through one ear and out the other, and then I'm just kind of like, okay, so I know that that thing exists. Like I hear it sometimes, but I don't really know what they are and what they mean.
It's cool to stop and ask. That's fine. If I ever say something you don't understand, you can just ask in real time what that means.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Mainly what I'm saying is I'm looking at 2 levels. I'm looking at about 116.4 for us to hold. That's the furthest that I want to go down on this push down that we're in right now to remain bullish. That gives us a chance to just pop out on the next move up. If that doesn't hold, I think we come down to 14.6. So we'll do bull case, bear case, base case. Right? The bullish case for me would be coming to this level, coming down to 1, right? 1608. The base case, meaning the most probable, would be double bottom at 114. And then my bear case would be us having to come down all the way down to 111. What I was saying earlier was that I think that market makers building a floor for us, so this move to 111 isn't necessary. 111.19, that retest. But there's no way to tell until we actually try to make that move down.
Well, I followed you with all that you said. I think you said it well.
No problem either, guys. If anybody has any questions, don't ever hesitate. There's no stupid questions. There's probably 12 other people that are thinking the same thing. They're just not going to ask.
Maybe it'll make sense if you show the VRVP for support.
I do try to simplify, though, for sure. When I'm doing the TA, I try to keep it in mind that people are at different levels. Sean, we can. It's still Monday. We've seen it happen before. Right? It wouldn't be outside of what we've seen This week we had the false move down on Sunday, pushed up, and then late Monday we put in another bottom. Late Monday, and that's after getting back under the weekend trap, right? So let's reverse this. Right? We went down further than we are now, right? We only came down to the middle of the weekend trap right now. This week we came down further and still popped up and put in that new high. So yeah, there's still a chance and a reason to be careful, depending on what side of the trade you're on. Same thing on this weekend, right? Popped up, came all the way back down to the weekend trap, and then put in that high. So I said I'm just trading momentum right now. We'll see it flip if that's what's gonna happen, but so far it looks like it's doing what it's supposed to do. What's going on, Pavel? We'll flip the chart real quick just to check our bias. To me, this would still continue up. If I wasn't a long in this, I would hold. Inverted.
You got a downtrend line in there?
Yeah, we're pretty far away from it though. We've already sort of pulled off. You know, these moves that we like to see, when we're in longs, right? We'll jump in a long and then we'll come and we'll draw our trend line. And then it gets to the point where price just pulls away from your trend. And you're like, okay, let's go. But yeah, in reverse, that's break a structure. You don't have to worry about this trend line for a long time. Could pull this one if you wanted to. But even that we've pulled away from. Right now it's just this this imbalance in the order book that was left by CME gap, small vector gap underneath it, and this little bag of money that's sitting here waiting for him. Take a quick quick glance at the alts. Individual TA on alts isn't gonna matter right now. I'm just trying to see what got hit the hardest. Look at launch coin. If it fails, man, doesn't matter the weather. It's either at the top or at the bottom. Alright, so what stands out? ZBCN, Ray. Still moving. Font. Hype. Alright, what got slaughtered? Not that bad. This shit is still viable. There's this flag all screwed up though. Alright. Bitcoin. Man, I hope everybody's paying attention to the alts that they want. Because I think this week is going to give us some pretty good entries. I mean, almost everything's coming back to a retest. Or a rejection. Launch coins at the top. Gavin. 9%. Let's take a look at total real quick. Yeah, we're good, man. We're good. This is just going to be some interweek sort of slowdown, in my opinion, but and dominance is starting to pop up too, right? So we're taking care of some of that obligation. When I tell you guys that I'm taking 20 to 40% off of my alts and I'm putting it into Bitcoin, this is why. Right? Even if it's just a 1 or 2 day thing, you know, 20% profit on something like Pengu to be able to put it back in on a 10% dip, like that's plenty of brand new coin that you just compounded. And it's like, I don't care that Bitcoin is going down. It's like, well, you took profit in the Bitcoin. Like, yeah, but I don't care that it's going down because the alt Bitcoin pairs are also going down. So yeah, I could have it in USD. I could have it in USDT and that doesn't move. And then buy a 10% dip on the coin. That's cool. That's cool to compound that way. But putting it into Bitcoin, even though Bitcoin goes down 2%, if the alt Bitcoin pair goes down 4% and then the USD pair goes down 5%, you get what I'm saying? Like, when you switch that Bitcoin back into the alt, you're getting more than you would have if you just sat it in USD, because you're trading into the Bitcoin value of it. Now that obviously depends. It has to be something that's losing against Bitcoin, right? You don't want to do that with something that's still strong against Bitcoin. Yeah, let's pull the CME box down. We deserve it. All this hard work. We don't need to be looking at this big ass box anymore. Yeah, baby. Let's get it. That's gonna depend on your exchange. Just depends on what's cheaper for you on fees. You could just sell and buy. It doesn't matter. It's fine. All you're doing is you're bringing your value back into Bitcoin, right? If I move one Bitcoin out of my Bitcoin stash, when I take profit, it better be more than one Bitcoin, right? Like, so it's all about getting that Bitcoin back into the bag. You move out one Bitcoin and you're moving back in 1.2 Bitcoin. Or whatever, you know, you're turning a quarter of a Bitcoin into a third. At 5 o'clock, Rajesh. Eastern. Double bottom popped up, rejected off of the 200 and the 50 on the 5-minute. $2,000 CME gap closed in less than 12 hours. Yeah, I think it will, MC. Yeah, you could still put in a W pattern here. Right, just because we rejected. Sometimes that first rejection off a mean reversion is what gives you that rejection for your higher low. Right? But even then, in my opinion, you'd be coming up to, yeah. Right, so even if that did play, like let's say you put in a small W pattern here, just some seller exhaustion, right? A lot of Bitcoin was sold there. Let's just assume this pops back up. Right, then that measured move literally just takes you to your next mean reversion. And it will take you to test that 50 EMA. Or get rejected off that 50 EMA. Excuse me. What I look for is, are there any motivations, right? Did market maker leave vectors unrecovered on the way down? Right, this vector consumed itself. This vector got consumed by the next candle. This vector right here, we already took back right now, which was the motivation to pop up, in my opinion. And this vector we left up here will probably just be left for later. Way up there. Right, that one. This piece of the vector here was recovered by that wick. Not tons of liquidations. And if we look at the volume, right, we got diminished volume, declining volume. Just cheaper, right? It's like how I say, like, what's cheaper? Right? There's a job to do down here. They get paid to clear these imbalances. Your psychological low is a mean reversion. And there's a vector gap underneath that's full of liquidations. Versus pushing up against the current to break the 200, break the 50, to grab what, $3 or $4 million liquidations there, to have to then break the 200 to get all the way up here to your next motivation, which is that vector and all of it and all of this liquidity. Right? Instead, what they do is they bring it down, grab what they need to grab, and every one of these moves up here that fails gets more and more shorts. Okay, so now the shorts start coming in on every one of these moves. Okay. And now when you get down here and all of these motivations are taken care of, all you have is that liquidity to the top side. And then price will revert. There are all these liquidations.
Next few days, too late.
What was that, brother? Your mic broke up. Rajesh, what I do is just check the maps, right? Check the heat maps, look at the liquidity, look at the buy orders, and just do a little quick math in your head. Yeah, let's take a look at liquidity. What do you mean can't open? Oh, okay.
It looks like it's bounce from down there.
Yeah, nice amount of buy orders underneath us to catch once we clear the gap. And 117.6 is the bottom. There's 262, 403 Bitcoin, 374 Bitcoin. Let me see. 342. These are meant to be they're trying to stop price, right? Just to catch price. Everybody's defending longs. 119.9. That's not familiar. Alright, alright. Let me find give me a second. Let's look at liquidation. Yep. So remember I told you whenever you're pinned between those hotspots, they're gonna sweep, right? They'll sweep both. This top hotspot will end up getting taken, but it looks like we've got gas all the way down to like 117.2. Most of this shit is just stuff that's left behind inside the CME gap. Yeah. 117.2. 14 million at 117.5. Another 14 million at 117.22. 9 million at 16.9. And then above, obviously, we've got wanted to get an overview. These guys, imagine, bro. $21 million position. And you're sitting at 89, just comfortable. You're about to have an amazing bull run. Yeah, definitely, guys. If you could hit that like button, it helps get it out to more people. And I think more people
You're a
can do with
lifesaver.
not getting freaked out right now. What's going on, bro?
I just said you were a lifesaver. Like you helped me so much and helped me learn so much with everything that you're teaching. And I'm like shocked because in November I've been here for a year. Like in November I've lost everything, like 5, 10K down, and like I was like, this is a scam. Everything is a scam. It's just for rich people. And when I
Yeah.
started learning and like researching everything you were saying, right now when we're ready to go another pop, I'm like ready for that. And I told you I hedged everything and I'm not stressed at all. Like I'm really grateful for you.
Nah, I love to hear that, bro. I love to hear that. Everybody feels that way in the beginning. You feel like the market's out to get you. But getting to the point where you can take trades and not be freaked out, not be stressed, you can actually walk away from the screen and do shit sometimes. Great.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
appreciate
exactly.
that, bro.
Like in the beginning, I've been stressed all day. I would like watch the crypto at 4 a.m. and I had to go to college or to the job in the morning, and I was like a zombie. Everyone in my family was telling me, "Bro, you gotta stop. It's not okay for you." And you know,
Yeah.
Dbloc, what is SUI price retracement to look for entry since BTC dominance will increase as well?
how long have you been doing this?
Uh, dabbling like over 13 years now.
Oh
But
wow.
actually feeling like I know what I'm doing, like, you know, not just like blindly bumping into walls and making dumb mistakes. Say like 9 or 10 years. I still feel like I made dumb mistakes in the beginning, but just comparison, right? Compared to now. But yeah, my first bull market was just like everybody else's. I didn't even know that there was a bull market or a bear market. I had no idea why the shit went down 80%, and I had no idea it was coming back up. I just thought it was a scam. I think I
Imagine
was probably
knowing
just
this.
desperate enough and stupid enough to risk it, and it just happened to, you know what I mean? Like the cycle just
Yeah, yeah,
happened to come back. But I didn't have anybody telling me, like, you know, this is just a bear market. You know, this only lasts for about this long. This is a cycle. It's happened before. It happens all the time. Like, I didn't have any of that shit.
yeah, exactly.
I had a bunch of guys that traded legacy telling me whenever you have 20% quarter after quarter, it's a bear market. And they kept, you know, it's like things work different in crypto. And to be fair, nobody understood it, right? It was early. There were no crypto experts. Like, we were just fumbling around trying to figure this shit out.
Have you ever tried to short in the like at the top of the bull market and when it's getting ready to like, you know, go down 80%? Have you tried to catch that move?
Yeah, yeah. I played leverage heavy in my first and my halfway through my first and my second year. And then I got wrecked just like everybody else. And then I finally figured it out. But I was flying too reckless with leverage. What made me stop trading leverage, one was exchanges started to get a lot dirtier. Having to go hide on these bullshit exchanges that you're not supposed to be on anyways has given them the sort of leeway to just do crazy shit, right? Like miss your stop losses, not fill your orders. Because what are you gonna do? If you complain too much, they're gonna ask you to KYC and you're gonna kick you off the platform. So what are you gonna do? You're not gonna do shit, basically.
What
And
do
I
you
saw
think about
people
Maxi?
around me that taught, yeah, yeah. I saw people around me that taught me to trade leverage, that were had way more money than I did, set themselves back 3-4 years. But you get to the point where you have to protect the capital, right? In the beginning, you're trying to make as much as you can. Then you start to see the pitfalls, and you start to look around and be like, okay, what's brought people down? Because it's not making it. Making it is easy here. I promise you. Making the money here is easy. Keeping it is the hard part. So you're gonna learn more lessons from watching somebody lose it and be like, what did they do? Like, how did they lose it all? Like, what risk were they taking? What, you know, and not doing that. Than just chasing the money making strategies when you're already making money. Right?
What do you think about Maxi? Like as an exchange? I have like
Where are you
10K
from?
lying around there. Romania.
Okay, then you should be good. It's Americans, right? If you're not supposed to use a platform and you can only use it with a VPN, then you open yourself up for things going wrong and you not being able to have any recourse. Right? I talk about it all the time. You make $100,000 on a trade and you go to transfer your funds, and then you get that email from Mexi or from KuCoin or, you know, insert whatever here that says, we have questions about your region, or we have questions about your location.
Yeah, I've
What do
seen
you
reviews like
do?
that.
You know what I mean? You literally cannot do anything. You're not supposed to be trading there. You can't go to the authorities. You get what I mean?
And they just like keep your money, or let's say
Yeah,
you
yeah.
made like 50K.
Basically,
Wow.
basically, because what they'll do is they'll settle it, right? They'll close your trade, they'll settle it. But remember, it's on exchange, right? So they have your funds. It's a co-signature wallet. So they don't have to send it to you if you can't prove that you're supposed to be there. They'll literally keep that shit.
Have you ever tried to like evade a crypto tax? Because in my country it's like 20% for anything under over $100.
Have I ever
And
tried to evade crypto tax?
yeah.
1000% no.
Oh.
IRS is listening. I pay all my taxes happily and willingly, and everybody else should. Now, have I lost a
How
couple
much
cold
in
wallets in a
is it?
boating accident early on? I mean, it happens, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cold wallet fell off the side of the yacht. Oops, like, oh man. But no, you can't. We're past. Listen, there was a time where you could get away with that type of shit. You were still responsible, but there were literally no questions on the tax form for crypto. Like you had to just tell them yourselves. Now it's completely different, guys. Don't play those games.
I was thinking about like in Romania at least, there's an opportunity to like you can make a firm and you can like add to its capital like an object, you know, a car, something. And I was wondering if I could like add a cold wallet with all the money, you know. But the thing is that maybe the people that are gonna review it are gonna be like, "What the fuck is a cold
Talk to
wallet?"
a tax
Because
guy, man. Language. Talk to a tax guy, though.
sorry, sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got you, man. On my bad, bro. SUI retracement. Look for
Yeah.
entry. SUI. Yeah, let's see. Let's take a look at SUI. River, you got an open mic, brother.
Got it.
SUI. Where's SUI? There we go.
Yo, real quick. In Romania, Binance is probably your best bet, in my opinion, on financial advice.
What's good, Drew?
What up? What up? Just popped up to say what's up. Overheard some Romanian action.
Hi there.
So we're looking for on SUI, we're looking for the retrace to the breakout, right? We broke out, we haven't retested it. So I would be looking for right about $4 would be the clean retest. Right? And then if you come back into the range, I don't want to come down underneath the 800 EMA, which would be 3.6. That's what I'm looking at for SUI. I took some SUI money out, so I do need to put some of that back in. I kind of needed to do this for myself too.
Yo, and Coinbase was good in Romania for. I haven't been there in a little bit, but I was able to do Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and I forget there's one more. I think was it Bitcoin Cash or something. But I don't know. Is Coinbase still operating in Romania? That's an option too, I think.
Yeah, it is, but I mean I didn't use Binance because they tricked me with a reward and I was very fed up with it and I moved to Bybit and then I heard about Mexi with zero fees and when I moved to Mexi I like fell in love with zero fees. I've been trading like a madman and now I'm thinking about how do I get my money out.
Be careful with zero fee platforms. Or is everything's not zero fee on Mexi though, is it?
No. Like there are promotions like on Solana or I don't know some meme coins on Whiff. There's zero
Uh-huh.
fees, and I saved like
Okay.
$1,200 of fees.
Um, if I was in that situation, I would just pull money out slowly if it's a large amount, just so that you don't trigger any sort of maybe automatic flags, in the system.
Can I like move one? Let's say if I have 10%, if I move 10% every week, is it okay?
I mean, it depends what that 10% is. I don't think it doesn't matter if it's the whole account. I just feel like there's a certain dollar amount that triggers reviews, you know, and they do it because they know that people are using their platform that aren't supposed to use their platform. They know damn well they get away with it for as long as they can, and then eventually you get that letter that says Mexi is no longer available in your area, remove your funds, blah 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 blah. But once you get that message, right, like for a long time the US didn't have that, and then they gave that message and they said, okay, get your funds off of Mexi, you can't use Mexi in that region. Anything that happens from that point forward is on you. You've already been told, right? So be careful. Yeah, KuCoin. I mean, there's a long list of them. You know, Dragonfly. We've seen like 5 or 6 of these things come and go. Right now, it's, you know, Mexi, WeX era. And soon those emails will go out. And somebody else will pop up. Somebody sent me a DM from WeX, but I ignored that. I told y'all I'm not doing exchange referrals here. I don't care how much the little sponsorship is. I like Hyperliquid. Hyperliquid is like probably the closest thing to at least feeling like a centralized exchange for a DEX. The UI is dope.
Speaking of Hyperliquid, their coin is doing surprisingly well during this dip.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been doing really well, actually. I mean, they've had tons of free advertisement when you think about it. Think of all these whale wars that we've seen, whether it's Win or the guy that came before him, and it's always Hyperliquid. To the point where now they're like, Hyperliquid whale does this, Hyperliquid whale does that. It's like part of the marketing. Shit, this whole thing might have been a huge marketing campaign for all we know. Something wrong with my mic? Mic check, mic check.
Sorry.
No, I'm just checking because somebody said my mic was messed up. You were saying?
Nah, it's okay. I was wondering, do you think that Hyperliquid can go on like a ridiculous run like how Solana did?
I mean, it's possible, right? It's the first year for Hyper. What I like about new cycle coins is that they have no overhead, right? There's no underwater holders. Hold on, I'll pull it up. So if we look at this thing on the macro, I mean, we're price discovery, right? I mean, there's nobody up here that's waiting to get back to their, you know, to their entry so they can take profit. Like we literally all we have is fib extensions and market cap, obviously, right? We can't forget about that. So let's go take a look at market cap. What place is hype in? Damn, it's just gonna be a top 10 coin. That's insane, bro. $15 billion, right? So we're gonna compare it against other successful L1s. Let's see. Circulating supply sucks. The thing about the tokenomics is that they don't have any, their circulating supply is absolutely ass. But they don't start releasing funds until January of next year, right? Until 2026. So you're basically running on a low float, which is why it's pushing so hard, right? So market cap is 15 bill, but there's only, what's fully diluted? Yeah, fully diluted is already at 45 bill. But you're only running on a 15 bill market cap. After this, once these tokens start to unlock, this thing is going to take a nasty, this is probably going to be a really good buy during a bear market, right? Looking at these tokenomics, by the time we get down to the bottom of the bear market, the dilution, this should have probably go down 90%, yo, during the bear market. Mark my words, at least. But that being said, the amount of time that there's left to trade, right? There's no new tokens coming out. So it's easy to push price, which is obviously why we've seen the chart sort of do what it does. Like, let's compare it to, because everybody's trying to compare it to Sol. So, like, let's compare it to Sol. I mean, you know,
Wow.
just in the last year, or let's go to the last month, and Sol's picking up a little bit. I do have a big Sol position. Sol, when Sol takes off, it's gonna go.
Where do you think it will stop?
Hype?
Hype and Soul.
I don't know, man. With hype, I mean, this thing has already done so much. It's at 15. I mean, I could see it getting to its fully, I can see it getting to its fully diluted market cap from here, right? It's just 45 bill. So you're talking
That's still a 4x.
three, it's like a
3x, no?
3x. Yeah, like a 3x. I'd really worry about anything more than that just because of how hard this shit is run already. And it's like, I'm not saying I would take everything out. That would take us to about 142, 140. 100% would be a 3x from here.
It's good.
Yeah, so you would blow out your fib extension. Let me pull a new fib extension real quick and see if we have any confluence. Right between your 2618, 3618. Don't I wouldn't listen to any of the people that say this still has a 10x in it, but I think if you're rational about your expectations, you can still get some money off of that. Nah, that's a different one. Hype and Hyper are two different coins, MX. I know it's confusing. Hype is Hyperliquid. Hyper is something else. Oh, Sol. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's go to Solana. Current move would bring us up to 280. I'm looking for like 3618. Honestly, I'd be happy with anything I get above. But once we get into price discovery, I'm looking at like a $500 Solana, bro, honestly. A lot of it's gonna depend on the ETFs. Yeah, so that would be like 2.5. I mean, you'll hear people talking about $1,000 SOL, right? Which would be a 5x from here. But I don't think I'm willing to run it to $1,000, guys. I have to be honest with you. It's gonna depend on if they get a rebrand of some sort, right? But if it's still just meme traffic that's running this, yeah, I mean it's possible. Don't get me wrong. You know, these targets are just where I plan on taking profit, right? If things are still looking good at that point, because remember, my shit is timing more than anything. Right? So when I'm looking at where these tops are, I'm looking at how far can it get before October. Now, if we happen to extend and go past that, then we can reevaluate, right? But for me, time-wise, like this is the time that we have left. Just in my opinion, just so we're clear.
Man, I'll be happy with 320 if we get to 320 by then.
Yeah.
Same.
So like that's the time that we have left, right? And yeah, you're right. These things are explosive, and we will be in price discovery. So that's the reason why my soul bag is so big. It does have the potential, but I'm more than happy with the $500, $600 soul.
Yeah, so it's been kind of a sleeper lately, but now there's a lot of more activity on chain since everyone's competing with these new like launch pads because they got the bonk fund right now,
Yeah.
pump fund, a new one that just popped up that's getting a lot of traction. So they're pumping a lot of Solana coins right now.
So look, if you put my 4-year cycle indicator on it, you can sort of see what I mean, right? Like this is how much time we have left time-wise. So we have to be realistic about how high we can get in that period of time. Remember, this isn't a new cycle coin. New cycle coins could 1000% just 10x in that amount of time. So, I mean, what are we sitting at right now? Market cap wise. $100 billion market cap. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, fully diluted. 113 bill. This circulating supply is wrong. Why is this circulating supply wrong? Oh, it's self-reported. So yeah, like
Yeah, do you think
what
they'll
are
ever
we
see
saying? It goes to 500 billion? Like if you want a 5x from here, you get what I mean? I don't know. For me, I think $300 billion total market cap for Sol.
Can you ever see a Sol coin or ETH coin going past the market cap of Sol or ETH in the next 5 years? Probably not ETH, but
Probably
maybe.
not. I mean, let's see what's the closest. So let's go look. So you have Sol at 6. And the closest Solana coin is at...
Yeah, Sol probably has a better chance than ETH of doing something like that.
Anybody sees a Sol coin, let me know, because I still don't... How could it be bonk? Right, so Sol is 6th, bonk is 40th. At 2.7 bill. So that's a pretty long jog.
What's Ondo on? Is Ondo its own chain?
Ondo is, what is Ondo on?
Yeah, Ondo looks like it's on Ethereum. Yeah, it's contract OX.
Yeah, but Ethereum is 2, and then Ondo is at what?
3.19 billion. It's got a long way yet.
Yeah, they've got a long way, bro. They've got a long way. The closest thing, I mean, would have to be like a meme.
Well, yeah, Pepe's closer than Ondo. Pepe's 28.
Yeah. The problem is that the way that it works right now, anyways, is these top market cap memes. They'll get like 5 to 10x the liquidity that comes in the chain, go through them, but it all just ends up back into ETH or back into Sol. You know.
That'd be so. Pepe's the top contender right now to do that, I guess.
Yeah.
That's
SHIB for a
wild.
minute was close. Like when it was doing its thing, right? It got really close.
Oh no, Uniswap is actually closer than Pepe. Uniswap's 23, and that's on Ethereum as well. Oh, SHIB is 21 actually right now. SHIB moved up a little bit, so SHIB's the closest.
I'll be right back, yeah.
What a beautiful bear flag did Bitcoin just create?
I'm always getting these CME gaps wrong, but am I right in saying that if we have we filled half of the CME gap, does that mean we could move up from this, or do we still have to fill that full CME gap? If anyone's there, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it happens so many times, but from my point of view, there's a lot of liquidity down, and the buy walls are like a bit underneath from where we are. So I think we're gonna go a bit down, like a bit more down, not so much, like not in a terrifying way, you know?
Yeah, I get you.
I think we're going to go up in a terrifying way.
Depends when, now or
Right now, baby, lock and load. It's
Like as soon
happening.
as we
You
fill
guys are
it?
sleeping. It's time to lock in. Wake up. You guys sound like you're asleep, soldiers. It's time to go to war.
Hey, Drew,
Yo.
I'm up good on that pump. Remember when I bought it the other day?
Yeah, it held that bottom, man. Nice. I'm still holding. I've been accumulating. It's holding that bottom. Hopefully it holds, man.
This is it.
There's some updates coming out. They're doing a new incentive program, and there's going to be a bonding curve happening for 30 days. That's supposed to be pretty interesting. The contract got updated, but there's no official announcement yet. But yeah, I'm thinking Bitcoin might keep pushing. You know, bulls are in the arena. They haven't left. They're still chilling. They still got energy. These bears, they just been kicked around, tossed and turned. Got Bitcoin still hanging close to 120K. 100K is the norm. We got trillions of dollars waiting on the sideline right now, and people are thinking about shorts. In my opinion, it ain't gonna happen too well for the bears.
Oh no, I'm not thinking about shorting at all. I'm just thinking about, we've so
Oh,
much.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about you.
yeah.
I'm looking at the Twitter timeline. I'm just seeing there's a lot of bearishness accumulating up on Bitcoin. But I guess, it comes with territory. People are scared of Bitcoin dominance right now. They want the alts to pump. But Bitcoin's got to do what Bitcoin's got to do first, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I completely get that as well. I still see Bitcoin hasn't topped for sure, in my opinion. But I do see that shift coming. But even if Bitcoin goes to 130, 140 in the next, month or two, and then we top, and then we start moving into the more like the alt season, and then that tops, Ethereum tops, boom, and then we obviously go into the bear. But I still see, even with Bitcoin going to 140, 150, alts are going to do 3-4x's, so depends on the alts obviously, but that wouldn't be.
I think Ethereum's going to hit at least 7K, in my opinion, on financial advice this run.
ETH? Yeah, no. I see. I'm still in a long from 1,000, 1.4, around 1.4. Haven't checked it in a minute, but
Nice.
not
Yeah, I'm
closing
saying,
nothing. Yeah.
even to me, 5-6K sounds pretty conservative. It's like it has.
Oh,
potential
5-6K is 5-6K is very conservative. I personally think what you were saying, Drew, around the 7 to 8 mark is like a decent number to start taking like a very big chunk of the profits off, and then I'll keep like 5-10% for that, psychological 10K. If we get there, I'll drop the rest there, but let's see.
You got some pretty nice buys coming in on Binance right now. So $3 million, $1.7 million, bunch of millions.
We haven't even seen like a real alt move yet. I know we've seen XRP getting the all-time high. We've seen BNB getting, but I'm talking about where that real FOMO starts to kick in. I don't know. I don't know. People are yesterday in the chat were talking about starting to get scared already about, are we getting close to the top? Like, we have not seen that real euphoric move or that euphoric like feeling, in my opinion, anyway. I don't know. That's just me though.
I mean, I think we felt it when we broke 100K. In my opinion, that was celebration time. And I had my guard up. A lot of people took the profit. We saw we hung out at 100 and ranged there for a while when we first broke it. So I was like, all right, this thing is legit. We're hanging out. We might go more. I was hating on Bitcoin until we hit 100K, and I was like, all right, I can't hate anymore.
Yeah, no, totally. But I still a lot of alts. I'm talking like a hell of a lot, and I think a lot of people are still down, or like alts are still down below what they were back in November last year, right? Like November, October, December, like around that time last year, alts are still way down from those numbers, and
Oh yeah.
from what I see anyway. So we just haven't seen any real big move yet on alts, and I think we're still waiting, I guess, for that dominance. But yeah,
I think we have felt it in fragments, like the Q3 and Q4 of last year. Like memes were hitting insane valuations. Like, so we definitely did hit a big euphoria phase in that regard, as far as I'm concerned. And then like as for this time around, it's definitely very possible. I mean, at the same time, I think it's maybe fair for people to say be careful, just because of the fact that last last cycle we had QE pushing us. We had like a bunch of factors that maybe aren't happening this time. And while we can still see a bunch of the newer tokens and a bunch of tokens in general hitting high valuations again, or pushing towards all-time highs, it's no guarantee that all of them are going to be doing a repeat of what happened last time. Do you know?
yeah, no, I totally get your point, but we didn't have QE last November, October, December either, right? So like,
Yeah, we didn't, and a lot of them went into memes, right? There was a retail wave that came through and just
yeah, and I'm still
bought
expecting that,
memes.
in my opinion. Like, we're still expecting that retail wave. We're still expecting ETH to get back above 4K. We're still expecting Bitcoin dominance to get below, 58, 57%. And then we'll
Mm.
see that big alt push. We'll see alt doing, like, I'm talking stuff also, a lot of the stuff below 500-600 million market cap will be doing 2-3x's like in a day, like crazy stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm not talking about specifically a 500 mil token doing a 3x, but I'm talking about, the 100 mils, 200 mils, 50 mils doing 3-4x's in a day, and all stuff going crazy and whatever. Like, we're still haven't gone to that euphoric stage yet, in my opinion. We're still a month or two off, probably 2 months off. But I mean, anything could switch if we get an announcement on Wednesday, or interest rates cut or whatever. I don't know. Anything can happen.
So on the one hand, I think I worry that time when retail came in, got absolutely wiped out, but also had like a slew of bad press in regards to Trump coin and the memes, and everyone saying, oh, it's a scam, and they're like, you see, I told you it's a scam, and they're doing documentaries on how people got rugged up to that stuff actually really does worry me. But on the other hand, if there's one thing that's a good motivator for retail, it's price action. So to me, I'm somewhere in the middle of that, and I don't know which side I necessarily lean on. I mean, obviously, I still think there's more upside, but that definitely worried me before, when like everyone came through and they got absolutely smoked. But yeah, like in the end, if stuff goes up, if XRP goes up, retail will come through. Now it's just a question of like how much of the share will most of these tokens get, right? And that's the decisions we got to make in terms of, that's how we have to prepare. So I guess we'll see. Either way, it's only maybe another quarter left, right? Something like that in terms of time.
Yeah, no, totally. Let's see what
Yeah,
happens. I'm waiting,
yeah,
and honestly, I have I've been converting a lot of my Bitcoin into a few more alts now and stuff. So like, now all this
nice.
Bitcoin movement is, and I know people can say, oh, like, we're gonna go up, we're gonna go to 140, 150. I totally get that, but I think we're at a stage where dominance is like kind of getting there, where I'm comfortable with moving a bit of my
Right.
position of Bitcoin into alts, just because there's definitely more gains to be made there, in my opinion. Again, not financial advice, but that's just in my opinion. There's more gains to be made there now, getting in at these prices. So
No,
now
for
I'm kind of
sure.
waiting there, I'm waiting, waiting for
That's what
dominance to drop, waiting for ETH to start pumping and going crazy. Which, by the way, I'm not saying ETH hasn't pumped yet, because if you look at that daily chart, oh yeah, we've been pumping. But I'm talking about breaking that 4K and really start ripping, like really start ripping.
Yeah,
But anyway,
yeah. And then if it hits price discovery, then we don't even know, like, in terms of how
oh,
fast it'll move.
and we will hit price discovery soon enough. But
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a crazy, crazy time to be alive in those few weeks for sure. Like I can't wait. I'm excited. You know, I think the next 3-4 months are exciting for everyone. I think everyone is excited. You know, I think we're all sitting here, and I think this is the best place to be, by the way. And like anyone that's watching, like you're lucky because like you're in a great space where you learn so much, and you'll be able to come in here every day and like be like people will be able to tell you, okay, guys, you know, we're kind of in a zone now where you should be thinking about taking some profits, you know, and don't think, oh, we're going to 400k Bitcoin, like, you know, just chill out and, you know, listen to people. And because there is some definite, I can definitely call them experts in here that have great advice. And I've taken a lot of advice from people in here as well. I think it's a really good space. So like, I'm very lucky, and I think everyone else should be too.
100%. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't have put it better. So it's a great place. Absolutely great place. Best place I've been to.
Oh yeah, and I wish I was here a bit sooner. I think I got in, I think it was February, and man, the profit I would have taken if I was in here and I would have been told, yeah, take some profits now, guys. You know, then damn, because
Yeah.
I thought we were gonna stay up in those prices, and then we. Oh my god, some of my alts, I'm still holding some of them, just because they are conviction plays, you know. So I don't really mind, and I know that in my mind, because it's a conviction play, I'm like, oh, I will get back to those numbers, and I think it will. They're great teams, and they have great back end utility. And I'm not going to get into the projects. That's not what I'm here for. But you know, I would have definitely taken some more profits if I was in here and knew like some things.
You know what? I agree. I agree with you. But the reality that I've realized is that yeah, if I was in here earlier, I would have made far less mistakes and just kept like a lot more money. But it's the mistakes that actually push you to these types of places. When everyone's doing well, no one wants to hear anything about anything, right? It's all going up. So like, sure, you might sort of, and this isn't me speaking for everybody, but like just in a general sense, one might want to look at certain content that sort of refines where their targets are going and the thing that's going up, how far is it going to go up? But no one's really paying attention to the hey, this is when it might pull back. This is when it might this is a potential bottom. This is a, do you know what I mean, to start compounding. I mean, most people don't even bother with sort of compounding. Do you know what I mean? It's mostly get in early and sell when you need to sell. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I got in here like I said when things were dropping quite heavily, and I was like, oh damn, my bag just went down by 70%. What do I do? You know? So like I was looking around for some streams, and obviously you get all these like scammy Bitcoin live streams, all these stuff, and then I found this one and I heard these guys talking, and I was like, oh, this is interesting, you know, and I was listening in, and then I was like, oh, there's a Discord, let me join the Discord, and I got to like know some people and everything, and it's just like it's a cool space, and I've learned a lot. Like I said, it's just and again, like you said, if anything, I can complain and say, oh, I wish I was in this space, but then at the same time, it's like, you know, yeah, like you said, at least I'm here now, you know, like at least I'm here now, and now I know for the real run, you know. Imagine I was here in 7 months' time when I didn't take my profits at the real top, you know, I would have been even more pissed, if you know what I mean. So I'm lucky that I'm here now for the end of this 4-year cycle, and I'm grateful for that, you know. So
yeah, 100%, man. Like that's the thing about the market. It actually does throw you multiple bones. Even though when the market giveth, the market taketh away, but it also does at times give you chances to give it, you know what I mean, to get another chance, another shot at it. So, and that's sometimes what the mid-cycle corrections do, right? It lets you reassess like what the hell's going on and what you're in it for and what to,
no,
you know what I mean,
100%.
what mistakes not to make now.
100%.
Yeah. And we've got a nice cast of characters here as well. You come for Dbloc and you stay for the community.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Yeah. Hopefully this day can get a bit more exciting though. It's been a bit boring so far, but let's see.
Yeah, it's yeah, potentially we're sort of certain alts are trying to recover, but in reality, yeah, it probably might be a thing where we go swipe the rest of the CME or the vector. Got liquidation quite close down there. And then the sort of 3-day, I mean, this is the false move day, right? So the 3 days 3 days direction has to happen soon. Usually that's what, like by the end of, we've got something like another 12 hours or so, or I can't remember the exact time. And then after that, we're going to probably choose a direction and start moving. So if Monday we had the false move up, then I guess we're going down. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. Sure, Dbloc can shed some better light on it.
Or we just get that quick drop down to like 17.1, 17, 17 around 117, 117.1.
And just go back up.
And then, yeah, and then start going up. But we'll see.
Very possible. It's very possible.
I mean, I'd rather a quick move down, grab all those liquidations, grab all that, and then just go start moving up than sit around here and do it super slow, you know?
Yeah. But to be honest with you, ever since Asia logged on, they were slow bleeding. They were they slow bled and then they sort of pumped and then they went back to slow bleeding. So it was a weird one.
Yeah, we normally start to see a bit more action around in the next like 2 hours from the US. You know, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? It's martini time.
Yo.
What time is martini time? Where you are?
The big news, of course, was Trump admitting that we don't have a deal with China yet. His market was really looking green. And then as soon as it opened, boom.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, last night I came in at midnight and had predicted we'd break. Yesterday I predicted we'd break 19. We did. I thought we would break 19. I don't ever predict. I'm generally 90% wrong. So if you short it's not financial advice, but if you short everything I say, you'll make money.
Not taking any shorts in this market, I'm afraid. I'm too scared for that.
No. The EU was the big thing Friday, which held over the weekend. The China thing was on. He met with Powell. There's no chance. I mean, there's a few people that say there will be a rate cut. Most of them wear straight jackets and mumble phrases and appear in one flew over the cuckoo's nest. Powell's been a blessing to all of this. A great kind of balance with Trump. Your long-term investors are doing exactly the same thing. Now, I have no doubt by the end of the year, Bitcoin will be 130. It'll hit close or over 130. And that's not that big a move. I'm waiting 2 years for ETH. My goal is when BlackRock, currently the ratio of Bitcoin to ETH for BlackRock is 20 to 1. When it reaches 10 to 1, then I will buy ETH. And yes, I will pay more.
Hey, Dbloc, isn't this a bear flag?
I'm sorry?
I see Dbloc moving around, and right now this move looks like a bear pennant or bear flag right
It's a
now.
bearish channel,
As we're
yeah.
breaking now.
Yeah. I can be patient. I've gone sometimes 3 years without making a single trade. Just like my 5 ex-wives, they're very happy doing nothing for me.
It's that perfect, literally perfect.
Yeah, it'll take us through the majority of the liquidations and the majority of these buy walls. Yeah, we're talking another $1,000 if it makes the full measured move. Hands up, go we.
Play the elevator music.
Going down.
You still at that launch coin sample? That shit is funny, bro. That coin is something else.
What's the deal with Launchcoin? Like, what was the story behind it?
Launch coin is part of the Believe app. Believe app, think of like a pump.fund, but instead of meme coins, people launch their real world ideas, business ideas, and try to get crowdfunding for them. Right? So you might have something you want to do, can't get bank loans or whatever. And then you buy the coin and you invest in the company and you get yield back for your investment, and then the company owner gets the the funds to be able to actually launch his product. It's like crowdfunding VC. Pretty cool idea.
What was the name of it?
Believe, the app is Believe, but the coin is Launch Coin.
Oh, it's part of launch.
Yeah, it's the thing that's been flying, like, but literally
Right,
flying,
up and
like
down,
it,
up and down.
yeah, just up and down, up and down, up and down, massive swings. A little bit over a minute for this to close. We're at a triple bottom right now, and it looks like it wants to close as a stopping volume candle on the 5-minute. I don't need this move to be fast. In my opinion, we already had our move up, and we're on our 3-day swing. So, and I don't want to go much further than this anyways. So let's take it easy. then have maybe a good rebound day in between, right? Have Tuesday be a up day, and then Wednesday be a retracement again. Is retesting that. Like copper's getting bought back up. No, after the 3-day retracement comes a midweek reversal, Eddie. Remember, it looks like this. Trap longs, trap shorts, weekend trap, false move, 3-day retracement. Whoa. Midweek reversal. Trap shorts, trap longs, weekend trap. And that's your basic cycle. Obviously, this could be reversed, right? It could be a trap short. I mean, a false move down, whatever. Three minutes to see if we invalidate that stopping volume candle there. Let's go US. Let's put this CME gap behind this. We made short work of this thing though. Yeah, I know, right, Neve? Yeah, Ed. Yeah. There's times where it even happens like Saturday night, but it confirms on Monday, right? Your top or your bottom will end up coming in on Monday. No, Rajesh, it's just on the weekend specifically because of the CME gap. You had a missed call from me. Uh-oh. One of my scammer doppelgangers. Damn, they're reaching out on voice now. That'd have been crazy. That'd have been funny as hell. I almost wish you picked up the call to see what the guy sounded like. Can you imagine? Some dude with like a super thick, like Indian or African accent or something. Trying to be me.
I mean, there are AI tools that can
That's
clone your
true.
voice.
That's true too. Or if he had like a soundboard like Neve was saying. Nah, that's scary, bro. I've always said, give me the money. Like you can keep the fame, you know.
Them being able to clone your voice doesn't that get you paranoid? Because I can't lie, whenever I think scam calls or even like calls I don't recognize, like I answer the phone sometimes and I don't even speak. I just wait to see who it is first because I'm like, the more I talk, doesn't this like, potentially build a whatever the model is that's trying to like clone voices, if it's even that. I mean, maybe I'm just not even that important, right?
I
But
mean, at
it's
that
always a
point, we're
possibility.
screwed because we've got hours and hours and hours and hours of audio. You know.
You need 10
100%.
minutes of somebody's voice to clone it like very well.
You even need to do it well though sometimes, right? Like if it's like
Just
a
good enough.
you call up.
Yeah, just good enough,
Yeah.
man. You know, the thing about these scams is the reason it works is because the person wants the copy trade. They want it to be true, right? They might even have an inkling that maybe it's a scam, but what the benefit that they're offering you makes you overlook your sort of common sense sometimes, right? So even having a voice that halfway sounds like me could be enough. Only thing that makes me feel better is that literally anybody that has a YouTube channel is dealing with the same shit.
Triple bottom.
Yeah, we invalidated that stopping volume candle, but we are still holding.
I hate trading New York sessions, man.
Gobble it up. Dave Log with the big 3-month membership. Appreciate your support, family.
Was that a subliminal buy the dip message?
Nah, not yet. Just all in the elevator staring at the roof, trying not to make eye contact, waiting for the shit to land on the ground floor so we can get out.
T-Bet, well, what CME gap are you looking for? I got 117 on Binance. Right?
Yeah, 117.6. Okay. Yeah, almost done. We've already taken this whole thing back. Told you guys yesterday that Asia will come in and try to put a dent in this shit. UK came, followed up. Let's follow our market maker sort of session that I tell you about. So this is Asian session right here. The top of Asian session to the bottom of Asia, which was here. All right, so this is our Asian box. Okay, let me move CME gap. Well, it doesn't matter. So remember I tell you guys, you draw your Asian box. Right? That's your Asian temperature check zone. And then you take your fib and you draw from the bottom of the fib, from the bottom of the zone to the top of the zone to find your 50% mark. So this is Asia's 50. Anytime now, right? So that's Asia's 50. Asia's 50 on their line, UK has to hold. If UK doesn't take back Asia's 50 and loses the bottom of Asia's range, then they tend to trend down for the entire session. Which is why I say UK is the best session to trade, because once they pick a direction, for the most part, it's a nice long sort of steady, trade. And then US came in and just finished cleaning up the mess. But the sign was the collapse of Asia's 50 here. Right, as soon as we got in the dead gap zone between Asia and UK, we lost Asia's 50 really hard.
It's a beautiful thing.
The gap
Let's
is
go.
closed.
Dbloc's Monday special always works, man. Always hits it.
I'm just mad it wasn't
always hits it.
Just
Crazy.
mad it wasn't from the bottom. I would have loved to long into that.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Huge gap, and still we ate it. Amazing.
I hear that lighter.
Celebratory medicines.
I get to go back to the gym now.
Yeah, I got some gym to make up for it, bro. I'm gonna have to go like 2-hour session or something today.
Binance has it at 17 flat CME for me.
Binance, what I did is I took the average of Binance perps and CME itself, and then took the lowest. But I only look at perps and futures. From my experience, the algo seems to respect the CME close on perps more than anything. It's usually where we trap at, and it's usually where the CME gap sort of run ends. Excuse me. I would imagine it's because there's more money flowing around on the weekend on perps, so they control it on perps. What would make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm on Binance perps too. Unless my indicator, I'm using that indicator in TradingView that just shows you the BTC Friday close.
Oh no, just get into the, because it's not closed, right? Just get into the habit of when 5 o'clock hits on Sunday, dropping a line on your chart where the candle is. That's the best way to do it, in my opinion. Like I usually have a vertical line on the chart that says CME close, right? And wherever the price is when we hit that line, that's where I drop my CME close line. But we've got a vector gap underneath and plenty of liquidity. Yeah, guys, just because we close CME gap doesn't mean throw money at this thing, right? We know how to catch falling knives. This is not a bottom. This doesn't look like a bottom. We don't have any of the signs of this being a bottom yet. Go down to the 1 minute and start looking for structure.
Kind of a stupid question, but if this thing picks back up, dominance will continue to rise with it, right? Most likely.
Yeah.
With Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of thinking. I'm thinking that we've already made that move. We broke out of our bullish channel, and we're going to at least come back to 382. The speed of it's going to depend on if Bitcoin keeps dropping or what. This is the reset, in my opinion, that we need. What is Extreme greed? Damn, there's no way that we're sitting right at the edge of extreme greed. Really?
Still, jeez.
Hold on. We are. Holy shit.
Oh my god. I think went up higher, man.
That's crazy, bro. I don't like that. Market does have a habit of flushing that greed out. And it's not even about a drop. The problem is if we can't flush that greed out with drops, they'll flush it out with a time-based capitulation, and nobody wants that. There's not enough time left in the game to be bullshitting sideways for a month just to get, just to shake sentiment.
And I just looked at your bubble chart. Those alts are all red for the most part.
I'm sure.
So, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Super is super and AVAX. But this is why I took 20 to 40% off of my alts. Exactly why. Especially when you come in and you look. Oh, it is on. Okay, so I have it set to BTC value. So you see what I mean? Against BTC, you lost 5% on ENS, 6% on Syrup, 7% on Andy. Let me see what the USD values are.
Yeah, it's a massacre.
Way worse. At least a couple percentage worse.
Now throw a whole ride up with dominance. Oof.
Let's see what yeah, exactly. So the yellow ones are the ones that I'm holding personally. They're all freaking red. OP. This is in USD value. SPX. About it. Yeah, this is the top 100. This is ugly. Radium, Hype, SPX, OP. Pulsex. It's possible, MC. It's possible. That 112 with a wick down to 109 on the weekly isn't out of the question yet. I just hope that we can sort of avoid that. That would do it though. That would drop sentiment into fear. Kel, for me it was dominance, Kelly. When dominance came down and it took that sharp move and it hadn't had a dead cat bounce yet, I decided to take off of my alt so that I wouldn't have to suffer. For me it is, Yushan. These are long-term plays for me, right? These are buys that we got at super lows. So for me, 20 to 40%, taking profits 20 to 40% into Bitcoin as something drops 5 to 10%, and maybe even like 12 to 15% against Bitcoin. Once that's compounded back into that alt, that's a good compound. For me, it's just about coin accumulation. I don't really worry about the USD price. Yeah, the problem is what happens if you're wrong, Yushan. Right? You have to hedge against that. So we're at a time right now where any news story can come out and send this thing flying. Right? You saw how pushed up against greed we are, right? People are not in the mood to sell their Bitcoin right now. They're looking for reasons to buy. So to hedge against that risk, I personally only take percentages. Once you concentrate on your coin count, I think it becomes a little clearer. And no, I don't sell red candles, right? So even if I expected this to come down further and I had the intention on taking more off the table, it would be on a dead cat bounce, not at the bottom of a dip. I sell green candles, right? Buy red ones. If we want to avoid going to some of the lower numbers, then there has to be some relief at some point, right? Which means you don't want your 3-day down just in one direction, right? You'd want to come down and maybe pop up, test that resistance, and then come down, right? That way, the chances of holding on that double bottom are way bigger than it just falling through, right? So me personally, I'm thinking they come get this liquidity, and then we'll come down to the bottom of our weekend trap. Then we'll have some sort of relief. And then a continuation. But today's goal has been met, right? CME is clean. Algos are going to be happy. Market makers happy. Yeah, no, I understand that, Yushan. If you bought high, I definitely understand you wanting to take some off of the table. Just, it's the taking the profit isn't the hard part. It's remembering to get back in. Like, you don't want to be too greedy with your reentries, right? The goal is to end up with more coins than you sold. Sometimes it's a lot more, sometimes it's a little, but the goal is more. You don't want to end up buying higher. And some people will take too much and either lose track of the chart or hesitate when it comes to buy back in. And then you end up having to buy higher than you sold and you end up with less coins, right? So it's like hustling backwards. Yeah, I always stick to that rule, Yushan. I don't sell out of panic. I'll sell when a support breaks, right? At the most, when it comes to bearish signals, like if a support breaks or a bearish pattern breaks, I'll sell. But I don't sell into the bottom of dips, right? There, you get seller exhaustion, and you guys know you've done it before. As soon as you sell, price goes up, and then it convinces you to buy back in, and then as soon as you buy back in, price goes back down and finishes the move off. Nice stopping volume candle on the 15-minute.
Yep, we got some action.
The 5 isn't as clean. The stopping volume candle on the 15 minutes nice, but the 5 didn't really give you nothing to bite into there. Now we see if this was a deviation, right, or a breakout.
Now is the moment to be ready to buy for scalpers. I'm waiting for a good candle, and I think I will enter.
From this point on the 15, just to show you how I sort of look at these things, your main motivation is mean reversion to the 50 EMA. Your second motivation is mean reversion to the 200. Your psychological high. And your 13 EMA. Right? As far as mean reversion goes, those are your moves. The problem is that none of those mean reversions right now have any dollar amount attached to them. There's no vector to fill. There's no liquidations. It fulfills the need to revert to the mean, but market maker makes no money off of it. Right? Look at the direction that he decided to go, right? Towards the bag of money. So, yeah, when I do find that stopping volume candle that I want, to play, I will be playing towards these mean reversions. But right now, I think the money and the motivation is still down.
Okay.
And all of that goes.
Yeah, the
All of
thing is
that.
that there's so many
Go ahead.
liquidations underneath because the weekend trap or the Friday move, it was a very good move for market maker because everyone who saw this in the weekend, not everyone is sitting like us every day. They think, oh, nice bottom, I will put some money in, and now they're going to go down and take them out and maybe make a move up.
Yeah.
But that is just a guess. Need confirmation.
And for me, just like I said, when I look at it, I just do a quick cost benefit analysis before anything else. Right. And then I use that to sort of guide the
Well, you are
chances
the
of
king of
getting into
analysis.
So when you say cost benefit analysis, so like you're thinking like the market maker, right? Like
Yeah.
even though I'm at a great location for a bounce, even though I close some gaps, but I don't see a reason to go up because there's nothing built yet up there. I look for more liquidity to the downside.
I simplify it to one person, right? I'm at a
Okay.
desk in the market maker office. It's 1:34. There's
Alright.
2.5 hours left in a day. What do I do? right? Do I come down, clear these liquidations, and add another 250 mil to my quota for the week? Or do I do the thankless job of mean reversion that makes no money, but somebody might pat me on the back and be like, attaboy for providing balance? What gets me the corner office? Right?
Gotcha.
What gets me that
Another good
invite to
move
the boss's
for
house for dinner?
analysis. Another good analysis I like to see is you see the market maker is using a lot of money to push up because the market doesn't follow up like the retail buyers, but when it pushes down, everyone is selling, so you can see that they make a big push and it's just sold off automatically uh, by the market. And as you see before, for me personally, I see that they push up, but the price still goes down. So I don't think it's ready yet for a big move up.
Yeah,
So a
you
follow-up
can see
question.
it. You can see it here. It's the party that I talk about, right? They start the party and then they
Yeah,
stop providing liquidity. And if retail
no one is
continues,
following
then
up.
they'll
Yeah,
add. But they didn't. They sold off. And then they did it again, and then retail sold off.
yeah.
And then again, he gave him an opportunity, and again, they sold off. And again, he gave him an opportunity, and finally, he was like, okay, you guys want to go down? Here's your liquidity. You want to go down again? Cool, here's your liquidity.
Yeah, that's what I like. That's for me personally. This was a game changer when I came to the Discord, and I was watching on YouTube for a while before I entered the Discord. Is the vector candles, man? They are so very informative.
Yeah, very strong.
They are very nice. Yeah, and they always get filled. No matter if it goes up, it still gets filled.
Yeah, with
You
rare
you will see.
exceptions.
I think maybe Wednesday or Thursday will be a good move. Because now retail doesn't follow up any moves. They tried again with the vector, but you see the sell-off. But maybe it turns around when it fills it up.
Yeah. Eddie,
Why
what
do
you
you
want
think
to do
retail's
is you
playing
want
this
to go
game?
to the liquidation maps and just look, right? Remember I showed you guys how we were trapped between those two bright spots? Right? So you know that those are the targets. And then you just have to watch directionality. Right? They'll show their hand that
And
they're
which is
going for
closer,
one
yeah.
side or the other.
But on Friday you explained how you set your stop loss. Could you please with API? Could you please explain one more time if it's not hard for you? Because I didn't. I had to go away from my computer, so I missed half of your explanation.
With the ATR, you mean?
Yeah, API, sorry.
Yeah. So like, let's say you wanted to short. Right? Let's say you were taking a short. The second time that market maker tried to get over and couldn't get above that line, you decided I wanted to short it here. So
Yep.
your wick would be at 119.8. So you'd come down and you'd look at your ATR. Your ATR is at $258.05. Right? So you would come up and you'd go to set your short. And let's say you were targeting CME gap. Then you would set your stop loss. You go up $200 would take you up to 120. That would be one ATR, roughly. Right?
Yep.
So you're one ATR away from where you think your stop loss should be. Right? Everybody else has got their stop loss right at this wick, or they'll do something like, oh, well, I'll put it there. They just like move it up a little bit, but there's no rhyme or reason to where they're moving it. They're just like, I know it shouldn't be right there because I'm gonna get hunted, so I'm gonna just move it up a little bit. But your ATR gives you a way to quantify how much you're moving it up, right? Some people like 2 ATRs, some people like 1 ATR. Right? So 1 ATR here would have been a 9-to-1 risk reward just to come down and clear CME gap. right? Which you would have gotten here, no risk of getting liquidated. I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had any risk at all to get liquidated, period, anyways, because it never went up higher. But just as an example. Or here, if you did it here, if you decided to long here at this line and you set your stop loss right at that top, it would have wicked you out, took your stop loss, and then made the move. But instead, you're 1 ATR above and you're safe. Now, if I go to set my stop loss and I see that my 1 ATR is like in a bunch of liquidity, I might bump it up to 2 ATR into a dead space. Right?
No, yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice approach.
It's better than just
I'm going to
sort of
research
moving
that
your
a
stop loss
little
by
bit.
eye and just thinking, because most people do that. I used to do that all the time. I knew I shouldn't put it right at the wick, so I would just move it up a little bit, but I didn't have any sort of standardized way to decide where I was going to put it exactly,
Yeah, but I like for me, I put the stop loss like because I scalp, so I have a goal of earning every day and a goal, or not a goal, but if I lose like let's say 1%, then I'm out. So I usually set my loss like 1% over the wick, like if I have this approach. But I do of course analysis of the point like liquidations as well and the movement. So if I see that the movement is turning around, usually jumping out before it gets to my stop loss. That's my like philosophy, and I'll better enter once more, but when I see a new signal.
For me, I sort of set it and forget it, right? It's all about the risk reward. So 1 ATR would have given me a 9 to 1, right? I'll risk 1 to make 9 all day.
Yeah, of course. That's a very good
Yeah.
very good
If I get stopped, I get stopped,
risk ratio, yeah. Yeah, I have still have problems with my like philosophy because I usually get a little bit shaken up because the market movement the last few weeks is really good to the upside. So I don't want to go against the trend, so I close my trade before because it's when the big moves is coming, I just cut the losses because every time it almost hits my stop loss and down. But yeah, I still make a good portion of my income from. I want to research your approach because I'm of course going to backtest it.
Yeah, of course.
And
It
see
works. I've done it.
how it works. Yeah, because
Saves me.
yeah. No, I know, but for someone it works. For someone, no, it
The
doesn't
best
work.
the best thing to
Because
do with the
we all
ATR
see
thing
different
is
parts.
just go back to the last times that you've been stopped out. Your last like 3 or 4 trades that you've been stopped at, and just see. You know what I mean? Add an ATR to that stop loss and see if you would have still got hit.
Yeah, I will definitely do so.
This is the part Beetlejuice jumps in.
Oh,
Spooky. Nah, but it helps. It helps a lot. Since he told me about that, I've saved a lot of stop losses. Do you mind zooming in just a little bit on that Dom chart? Because that's like my life and savior right there. I love how you had that. Look at that. That's crazy. Bull flag right up.
Let's see, we got to get above this support resistance.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Dbloc's been warning us about that Dom for the past week.
Nah, bro. This guy's his chart for the Dom is like between the circles and graphing it out. It's scarier than his freaking charting on, on the actual Bitcoin. It's
And I've
crazy.
been
He
so
called it
obsessed
out
with
last week. I
Dom
was
this
like,
year.
oh my god. Like when you
Yeah, I
called it
figured,
out,
I
I was like,
usually like when I turn on my PC and I
Let's
do
not
my
cut each
analysis
other off,
before
guys. One at a
sorry.
time.
Yeah, so usually what I do, I wake up in the morning, I take a cup of coffee, and I just look at your chart, Dbloc, and then I make my analysis for my plan for the day.
Yeah, coffee is important. All right, so Sui, we're down to our first retrace target here. The 50 retest of this bull flag that we broke out. Our second target would be that 200 EMA on the 4-hour. This could be it though. Come down, hold the 50, maybe wick down, retest the top of that bull flag. But like I said, man, right now we really got to focus on Bitcoin. The alts aren't going to do much with down pumping like this. So it's more important to figure out, are they going to bleed because Bitcoin's going down while this happens, or what? Give me a second. I'll be right back while this plays out.
Yo.
Yo, is anyone around?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Eh,
sir.
We're all here again.
I thought the chat would be lit up because of the correction. I only
Ah,
just woke up. It's like
yeah,
4:40.
everybody's just waiting. I made myself a drink.
Yeah.
We're all here. We're just waiting.
1
What do
minute
you think?
upside trend break.
Ah, Ocean, what's up, dude?
Just working,
Yeah,
buddy.
I ain't falling. I ain't falling for any of these candles. Biddy's got to show me a full confirmation before I say yes.
I just need bullish change of character on the 1 minute here above 117.8 and then a higher low, and then I'll go in.
Copy that. I'm watching the 5. Well, I'm watching the 15. I'm not too happy with the 5 yet.
Agreed.
$15 looks good anyway.
So you guys thinking we put in that second high?
What time frame you talking?
Well, we're supposed to
I'm
have what?
bullish anyway.
A 3-day down, right?
Supposed to?
Yeah. Isn't it false move up, 3 days down?
I don't know, man. Could be.
Unless we put in that higher high that we've been doing for the past couple weekends. I think Dbloc was saying.
I think Rick's just giving you a very honest answer.
We've been
that's
going.
fine.
We've been going up and up, like lately. July's been incredible. July's been incredible for the bulls. So even this isn't like that severe of a pullback, to be honest. We're still way up.
If you want an agent perspective, August is what we call ghost month. So in Asian tradition, we don't make any big financial decisions during this month. So a lot of people go on vacation, or you're not supposed to open a business. You're not supposed to make a big financial decision in the month of August.
That's cool. I never heard of that before. You said it's called Ghost Month?
Yeah, we call it ghost month.
Is there like like a traditional story behind it, or just
No, it's just been the Asian tradition, Asian Chinese
That's cool.
tradition. Even if I'm in the Philippines, I have never opened a business in August. That's why we were hurrying, like me and my girl were hurrying, looking at like these new lots and making some plans by July so that we can make the purchase by September.
That's cool. Congrats on that, by the way.
But yeah, August is always a slow month. Yo, who was I talking to a while ago? Check out general chat. I pasted something there.
General chat.
Yeah, check. It's a quick rundown on Ghost Month and how we treat it. So that's Asia, like here in Asia, all of Asia. So it's just a lower volume, decrease. So no major decisions.
In auspicious time. This can lead to lower trading. This is interesting, man. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. So,
Mhm.
I mean, I'm assuming you still make trades, but just like
Mhm.
small percentages, basically.
Yeah, nothing major. When you say major, like you shouldn't open a business.
Big financial decisions. I got you.
Yeah,
Big
big
time.
financial decision.
And this goes off the lunar
Yeah,
calendar.
Yeah.
I respect the traditions, but I love the last part. Other may see
Even in
this
the
as an
Middle East,
opportunity
right?
to
They
buy.
respect that in the Middle East, right? In August, like everything kind of slows down.
Yeah.
Yeah, even in yeah. So it's all of Asia.
Imagine like opportunity for buyers. Sign me up.
Yeah. That's what I say. I
Yeah, that
respect the
last part,
traditions, but I love the last
I
part.
I I, I included the last part because that's how we trade. That's how we are as traders, right? When it's lackluster and the chart's going down, that's when we buy.
Yeah. But going back to what Rick was kind of pointing at earlier, we are running out of time though.
But we are.
We are running out of time. So interested to
And
see how that plays out.
we've been running hot, like really hot, for a whole month or more on Bitcoin. Like it started back in June, the
Yeah.
recent like pivot low
Oh yeah,
on the day.
for
So
sure.
yeah, I mean, what today was what like a what correction was this on the daily for Bitcoin so far? Only a 1.4%. 1.4. The alts though, the alts are freaking out. Like they're like, you know,
Yeah, they're bleeding
Yeah.
hard. If
which
Bitcoin
is
goes
typical.
1% down, all goes at
Yeah.
least 4%, 5%. And imagine if the Bitcoin goes 5% down, it's gonna be a hard time for all.
It's crazy to see that, we spent the whole weekend practically, right? Building up that right above the weekend trap. And then what, in the past few hours? No, probably a little longer. Just coming right back down.
Yeah. The corrections are fast. Like when you're so elevated, you know, like everything's sort of lifted up on leverage and hot air, you know.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
That's my mentor was saying that like 25% of our rise from 100K is leverage.
Yeah.
Like a huge
So
part
it's all
of
just
our
like,
run is just hot air and just like us
yeah, it's
slamming on the
credit.
books.
Yeah.
A
And
lot
it
of
can
a
get
lot of
wiped pretty fast.
there was we did a round table just like I think yesterday we did a round table for 2 hours, just my mentors and a couple of friends, and we were talking that before when you say retail, they would come in to an exchange and buy something in spot because they believed in the coin, correct? That's how 2021 was, right? That was the run.
Mm.
Now, what's happening to retail is retail comes in and the first thing they see is 100, 200, 300x on leverage. Because when retail comes in, I remember when I first came in, I only had like my testing wallet, my testing bag was what, $100, $200, right? That's how you want to do it first, right? You want to like see how this goes and what to do with it.
Yeah.
And when you have that small bag and you realize what 100 or 200x does,
Yeah.
it you kind of lose that $100 that quick, and it becomes
Oh,
more of
yeah.
a casino rather than an opportunity to trade and invest.
Exactly.
So we got to get rid of all of that fat. We got to trim the fat. So whatever
Mhm.
Bitcoin's doing right now by looking for all that liquidation, it's trimming the fat.
Yep. And when they give you like a month and a half of just optimistic price movement, you almost forget what it's like to retrace or to pull back, you know. So it would catch a lot of people off guard, I think. Even me, like, dude, I get complacent, you know. But this is what our stop losses are for, and proper risk management, so that you don't like undo all your hard work, you know. And the beautiful thing is if you're like if you're good at pivoting and trading in either direction, you know, provided the conditions, you're good. You're like you've made money on the way down too, so it's no stress. But yeah, the investors though, they'd be a little bit frustrated over this. It's just like another delay in the progress upward. But hey, July's been incredible though. Either way. I would imagine, not that I've looked too deeply at it, but the stock market session today was somewhat corrective, perhaps. A little bit of a bump backwards. Well, this is fantastic for the people that have been waiting patiently for entries when they missed, you know, a lot of the upside here. They're like, oh, well, get another shot at it soon when the pivot comes in.
I mean,
Remember,
even for
careful.
those, yeah, even for those who didn't miss, you know, whoever was able to get in early and take profits when they should have taken profits, they get to double dip now, so they get rewarded twice.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
think
it.
this is a bottoming structure or a bearish retest?
That bearish retest. Right now it's
Mm.
hammering on the 382 of the entire trend. So the 382 of the entire trend is 117,870, and that's what we're hitting right now. As you can see, like you have the 13 EMA on the 15, right? If we can't
Mhm.
have any strength passing the 13, which is supposedly like easy work, if you can't pass the 13, then there's no strength. Like we have, I'd really wait for some strength over the 13, like really hold. Look how many times we faked out on the 13. Go above it. As soon as we have a retest candle, we break. So right now, this is the kind of chase where we shouldn't be catching a falling knife. We should really wait for confirmation.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping for more downside. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm also looking at that because like we just passed through the 382. The 0.5 is right below us, and we have the 618 at 116,675. And I mean, like 116K, that's still very bullish. I mean, if 116K is your 618, then we're still okay.
Yeah. Sort of, it's a testament to how hard we've pushed
Yeah.
in the last month, you know.
Because my
And that's,
start of the
yeah.
trade is at 14680. So like yeah, we're just going through the rounds. So careful with this. Careful with this green candle. It might look like some. Remember, the
Mm.
candle before it did not close as an engulfing candle. You had that red candle and you had this green candle, right? It looked like it wanted to be an engulfing candle, but it closed. It closed. It wasn't an engulfing candle. So don't get faked out. Don't wreck your bag. Remember, we have to get in at the right time so that your bag is whole when you start growing it. You don't want to do the old mistake of like when we reach the bottom, you just have 1/4 of your bag left.
Mm.
Oh man, I'm laughing because I remember how I used to do that. I would make so much money, and on the downtrend, I keep looking for entries, not knowing when to enter. And by the time I find the right entry, I have half of the bag left.
Yeah. It's like directional bias.
Yeah. So right now, I just wait for real confirmation. I'm looking at the big caps. The big caps, like they're underneath their 800s on the 15, and that's not a good sign. And the 50s, the 50 EMAs on the big caps, they're about to cross their 200. It's not good.
From a scalpy
Yeah, from a
kind of
scalping
chart, like
point.
from a scalping like chart or time frame, like the 5 minute or the 15 minute, this relief bounce might produce the next short entry. Like, because in a
Yes.
downtrend, you've got corrective moves and then tiny little rallies that go up, which are what we call knives or dead cats. And
It's so
you
hard to
short those
represent
essentially.
those
It's hard to yeah.
Hey, look at those wicks. If you came in
I mean,
even at like and you want to keep your stop loss tight, like even
mhm.
Bitcoin would start licking your stop loss every other candle.
If I invert every chart here too, this is the 15 minute. Beautiful uptrend. And we're used to buying pullbacks,
Yeah. I'd
Oh,
really wait for the
there's
13.
that sound.
What it does on the 13 if it wants, and we just hit if that is stopping volume, we should do a retest, right? A retest first. not just like a sudden move up. That's why a retest is important. That's when you enter. You don't enter right away on the falling knife. Or you could do a 25% entry there, then wait for the retest and wait for it to succeed.
Sounds like you have alerts going off, Rick.
Yeah, look at this candle right here, right? Like you're just hammering on that 382. As soon as it hits the 382, it rejects again.
What was that, Kel?
Sounds like you have alerts going off.
Yeah, I had a high range and a low range alert on XRP, and it just hit the low range from below. I've already crashed through it, like, if that makes sense. Like, it already fell through, and now it's like coming up from below. So it's triggering that same alert. I think you can go into the alerts and specify which direction you want the alert to trigger. Like if you want it to be a down alert or an up alert, you know? Let me just check that. I think, yeah, this one. So down conditions. So at the moment, I've just got crossing, but you can say cross down, cross up, greater than or less than. So if I have it set to crossing down only, it'll only tell me when the price is falling through it, not coming back up into it. That shouldn't be too bad. I'm just going to leave it as crossing. So either way, because I'm only getting it once per bar on the 1 hour chart, which means I'm only going to get one alert per hour. Should be anyway. But yeah, I mean, there could be a bounce trade coming up. I don't know how high it's going to bounce, but there could be some kind of little sneaky trade. Just got to be careful because it's been kind of volatile, you know.
I hope.
Whoa! Did you see that?
I
That's
have
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
buying right now in Bitcoin.
I wish ETH would go down to at least like 3,600.
Mm.
Yeah, the tape is lighting up. Yeah, I'm curious to see what how dominance takes effect. Even if Bitcoin, shoots back up from here and puts in another high.
235 Bitcoin buy. That was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
There you go. There's Drew.
Could be a bounce. What happened?
Still here. Bulls are still here. We have not given up just yet.
Maybe I'm going to adjust my low alert to be a bit more. Let's use the local low. How about that? And then the high. Oh, the high can stay where it is because that's sort of picking out this area. This pivot.
Guys ready for Bitcoin 147K?
147.
Oh
Yeah, dude, I'm ready.
yeah.
Straight up there in slow motion.
Gains.
Gains,
I'm ready
gains.
for that. $1 Doge and a $10 XRP.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Well, no, I mean $1 XR, $10 XRP, $1 Doge is much farther and unrealistic than Bitcoin 147. Even though I love XRP and Doge much more than I love Bitcoin. At least like local, like I don't think I think Bitcoin's going to get to 147K before XRP gets to $10 or Doge gets to $1.
Watch dominance. Dominance just got rejected.
Nice.
That ceiling. Let's wait. Looking for that retest. Ooh, look at that candle.
This could end up being one of them V shapes, huh?
See?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see about that.
We
No guarantees.
got time. We got time. We got space. I mean,
Mm.
I mean, every day I'm reading another company buying, whether it's 10 million, $100 million worth of Bitcoin or Ethereum. Every day you see a new company digging their heels in deeper. So they're not waiting for a retrace. They're just like, guys, we need to be exposed. Do we have the money yet? Oh, we got the money. Let's go.
Get in.
got
What
over
is
the
the
13.
SPY?
Going to be a retest of the 13.
Yeah, the SPY's been crap ever since pre-market opened. It's just been falling. But you can see where we've come from. It's just been a marching on upward since April, But this is nothing out of the ordinary for this run, so to speak. Like we've had like pullbacks along the way. Because the fear of being so high up is like that every start of a pullback feels like the top, like everyone's paranoid of the top being in.
Paranoia will destroy you.
Paranoia. Yeah. Paranoid. That Ozzy Osbourne song. Or Black Sabbath.
Black Sabbath was George Bush's favorite band.
Oh, nice.
George Bush Jr.
Yeah.
Skull and Bones.
33.
Yeah, careful of shorting.
He's not dead yet. Oh, you think the bottom?
No. Yeah. That's a problem with a correction, is that every time there's some kind of reaction, it can like draw you in, and you can flip because the relief be like, yeah, let's get in, let's go long. Same with like the inverse of that, like when you're pumping and any kind of pullback starts, it's like, oh shit, it's gonna crash, let's go short, and it ends up just being a pullback, and then before you know it, you stopped out. all the games that are
Yeah, the game is to get your money.
I guess
That's
the
right.
low lev longers win in the long run.
Yeah, or just the people that are just hanging in there long term that don't care about even a bad month, you know, like a drawdown month. That's nothing. They just hanging
Ride
on
it
in
out.
there.
You gotta ride it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Riders
Thank
on
you,
the
Jack.
storm.
So is there any kind of event happening today, like in the calendar?
Yeah,
I have
there's
to
$10
catch up on that.
trillion coming in today. So no, I don't know about it's coming in today, but it's in the pipeline. Then we got another 10 trillion. Then we got another 10 trillion, another 10 trillion, another 10 trillion, another 10 trillion. We got 10 trillions coming in.
Damn.
Dude, everything is going to get tokenized. Our underwear is going to get tokenized. Everything. I'm saying, like, we're entering a whole new realm. Heads don't get it. Like, say goodbye to yesterday.
Yeah.
Tell him, Drew.
Bring it on, man.
And
Tokenize the world.
some people are scared.
What is GBP? What country is that? Germany?
DBP.
Great
Britain.
British pound. That's currency.
England.
Did you
Mm,
say
they had
GBP or
yeah,
DBP? Oh,
G. And they
D.
had
Yeah.
CBI today.
Oh, do they? Yeah.
They had CBI at 5 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
And then later today they have BRC shop price index.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw some footage of Anchorage the other day, and pretty gangster there. I didn't know it was so gangster. People shooting each other up in front of the bars there. I'm like, yeah, what's going on here? This is Anchorage?
Like, when was it from?
They were fighting
Like
over salmon.
2 nights ago, there was like, I forget the name of the bar. In front of some bar, it was like a shootout, and there was footage of it. I think it was a night ago or 2 nights ago. And it was in Anchorage, Alaska. And I'm like, what? This is Anchorage? This looks more like New York City.
Don't sleep on Alaska.
There's not usually shootings, but that's unusual. Wow,
Yeah, I've never heard of any trouble in Alaska before.
it's happened, but I think there's been a long.
Wildlife trouble.
There's a lot
Yeah.
more. There's a lot of wildlife trouble. A lot.
Yeah, I bet.
There's a lot of bear. We have so many bears. It's been a long time since there was a bar shooting, like years. That's crazy. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, it just happened.
Oh, really? Just like recent? Okay.
Someone in chat mentioned Haynes briefs being tokenized. I was like, I haven't heard Haynes since Jordan was playing.
Fruit of the Loom, baby. Fruit of the Loom.
Haynes, baby, Haynes.
Dude, I was Fruit of the Loom all day.
The Haynes gains. The Haynes trains.
What time is it in Australia? Is it? Are
It's
you up late?
5:15.
Are you up late or
Yeah,
up
this
early?
morning. I'm up super early. I'm like Googling if my cafe's even open right now so I can go get a coffee.
Dang, you get up at
Don't worry,
5.
this Bitcoin God candle's going to wake you guys up.
Oh yeah, 310 Bitcoin this
Yeah.
morning.
The springy candle. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Keep buying it up. Come on. Yeah,
There you go.
Who's buying
You get
these
up at 5 in the
holy
morning?
crap. They open
Yeah,
at 4:30 a.m. That's crazy.
You
4:30.
just like wake up, set an alarm.
What's that?
You just like wake up, set in a 4:30 a.m. alarm.
No, my trading view woke me up because it hit that low range alert, and I was like, "Oh shit,
Shit,
gotta wake up."
XRP.
Yeah, gotta wake up and see if there's any buying opportunity.
Whoa, Rick, check it out. Dominance just came back out of nowhere.
Oh shit.
Remember that theory about 3 p.m.? Yeah,
Oh
I'm gonna put it
yeah.
to
Shit.
yeah.
Is
Wait
that
for it.
happening?
Dominance. Look at dominance. Look at dominance. It's crazy.
All right.
I thought
Let's
we were
have a
gonna
look.
reject. It just came back up. That's
Oh
crazy.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Out of nowhere. Look at that.
Bitcoin still hanging out in an ugly bull flag on the 6 hour.
Mm.
No, we hella bullish, Drew. Look at this price. I mean, like we're at 118. Crazy.
I mean, if you look at the 6 hour, 12 hour, it's kind of, it looks like, you know, this is pretty compressed right here. It's very, let's say, I don't like using the word manipulated. Let's say it's very directed. And the bulls, they know where they got to push this and where they got to keep this. In my opinion, the meat of the bone, anything above 117,335, that just shows that the bulls are in control. Yeah, we got a few like wicks that went below there, but all the price action really is above 117,300. So as long as it stays pretty much above 117,300, I think it shows that the bulls are just going to keep this support.
Let's see. The tape's kind of quiet. Look at that tape. It's kind of quiet.
Yeah, I like it when it gets quiet. It's quiet before the storm. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
We always saw how volume always comes out of nowhere, you know, and
Yeah,
even if
that's
you look
true.
at the volume metrics, you see it always tapers down into an apex and then pops up.
I
Yeah,
feel like
even
this
though
was
he's
like
not
a
making any
bearish
phone calls as
retest,
well.
but I don't know. It's not going down.
Are you waiting for BTC to go down?
I'm waiting for it, but it's not going
Oh,
down.
hell no, I'm in long.
You're long?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm just hoping, but it's not happening.
I'm waiting for a proper retest.
It's going to
I wouldn't
retest on the
trust the chart
50.
if it just goes straight up from here. Has to do a retest somewhere.
See, I agree
It's
with
gonna,
you. The proper retest would have been 110,900. That's the proper retest. You can tell we're way past one. No, I'm serious. We got that gap.
Yeah.
That's the retest. And because we're so goddamn bullish and there's so goddamn much money about to come in here, we're not going to do it. I'm telling you, in my opinion, non financial advice, we're not going to retest that 110. That's the proper retest of previous resistance that is long gone. Right now, it is like everything that we've been waiting for is slowly accumulating. People aren't selling it. This isn't the same cycle that it was last cycle when we had everything going against us. The wind was blowing against our sales. Right now, the wind is blowing with the sales. So the retracements are going to be nothing like last time. It's going to get so insane. People are not going to go, no, this is go crazy. I'm going crazy. I'm overinvested. Yes. Because I'm super bullish.
Yeah, dude. I was telling Dbloc I'm slowly moving into my spot. It's like I'm slowly moving the spot because I've reached a point where even though we're dipping, I'm very much in profit in my spot bags already. So now is the time for me to just like buy these bottoms.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, bro.
But for real though, it's like you can see if we were in a normal market, we would have retested that 110 by now. We're hanging out in this bull flag way longer than expected, you know, or let's say 112 at least. You know, even that 112 kind of previous resistance we had back in May, like middle
I
May.
agree with you. The problem with that though is if we take too much time creating this bull flag, it's gonna fail. You know what I mean?
Not necessarily, because you can create a lot of price actional support there, and it's not even going to be a bull flag anymore. It's too extended because the flag already is longer than the post. So technically, we're not even a bull flag. That's why I said it's an ugly ass bull flag. But we're in a
So we're just
plateau. It's either going to be a stair step or a Bart Simpson, you know. And I think we're going to stair step.
Some say ugly, some say atrocious.
This is nice. Imagine every Wednesday we're gonna get a digital asset report from the White House. Like it. I love seeing these new like improvements in the world. Like the world suddenly kind of focused on creating reports about crypto. That's nice.
Am I the only one cringing at that statement that we're gonna get a report on crypto
Your
from the
mic's a
White
little
House
low,
on
bro.
Wednesday? Sorry, I said, am I the only one cringing at that statement that we're gonna get reports every Wednesday? I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
I want to see it. I'm not bullish about it, but I want to see how they write it. Because see, we're used to a certain language, correct? Let's see if the White House has learned how to speak our language, or they're gonna call it out like
Man, the White House got so many bags of crypto. They're going to do exactly what we want. They're going to pump our goddamn bags. That's what's going to happen because he got bags. If they got bags, we got bags. We all got bags. They're going to pump our bags because they're going to try to pump their bags. So we got to support their pumpage. It's going to be a lot of pumpage in this. That's what I'm saying. I mean, 2 billion just scratching the surface right now. What Trump media has, they got more than 2 billion. That was just like the last kind of, last filing they had was 2 billion. There's some previous before that, so they're over $2 billion right now in crypto. This is just Trump media. Right now, we got the government holding a lot of crypto, and they don't want to sell it. UK wants to sell their crypto because they need some money. But obviously, right now, it seems like the US are like, we don't care. We don't need some money. We need some crypto. And they're going to keep on accumulating for 3 years. And I think watch out that 4th year because that's when the correction's coming, in my opinion. But for 3 years.
These are brokies.
Yeah, exactly. No offense to the UK fellas on the chat, but yeah.
No, absolutely not. Government wise.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. I left something in the chat here. I don't know if you guys ever tried ChatGPT for trading, but I tried today and it's kind of funny, man. Take a look. Look at the video in the chat.
It's kind of funny. Was it saying like some wacky things, or is it kind of accurate, or?
No, it's a kind of good thing.
Oh,
You know,
nice.
I started doing this like an hour ago, and it says, keep sending me screenshots of the chart, and I let you know
Ah.
when it see potential reversal. And I will just
So it
keep sending it, and look at the last message now.
that's interesting. So it's got a hunger for more information. It's like, oh, can you give me an update? Is
But
that what
the
it's saying?
thing, right now, what I'm thinking, how nice would be to make an app that has the trading view and the ChatGPT integrated, and is automatically sending pictures to ChatGPT, and then it lets you know when it's reversal. You don't have to you don't have to watch it anymore. That's crazy.
There's some people that do that, and some apps out there that do that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's even like trading bots you can use that are connected to artificial intelligence, like Crypto Hopper, and it could run it. Even runs off Twitter algorithms too. Sometimes there's all types of crazy stuff.
I tried once. I tried once to chat GPT, but the bad thing is if you give him a picture of 15-minute charts, he's gonna say it's bearish, and when you post the 4-hour chart, bullish.
Yeah.
Well, they can still be right. Short-term bullish could be
Yeah.
long-term bearish or inverse. That happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Each time frame has a different context to it. It's like its own realm.
These retail candles look yum yum. Look at that. Clean green candles, 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how long
Mhm.
for? That's the
How long
question.
for? We got the 50. Let's see what it does on the 50.
Yeah. Do we get 6 weeks of this or
Oh
6
man,
minutes?
man! This weekend, I was awake with you guys. I fell asleep. I was just like seeing those tops. When I saw the second top, I passed out earlier today.
Mm.
I sold
I
a
think,
bunch of alts because I heard like Dbloc says like I'm gonna take some profit on my alts, and
yeah,
I was like, when I saw that second top,
yeah.
I was like, okay. I
Mm.
took like
I think
4% off my brought it back to Bitcoin.
nice. I think Qui-Gon was in a nice short before he went to
Oh,
sleep, like about 10 hours ago or something like that, or less
that's
than
really
that actually.
good. That's
He was trying to stay up all night and he had a coffee and then he's like, nah, I'm going to bed. He had to go to bed. But I think, yeah, he was in a short. I think he had a range of different take profits, and I heard like his first one hit, and he's like, "Oh, that was my first take profit." So
oh, that's
maybe
good.
his other ones, yeah, maybe his other ones got filled. I don't know, I'm not sure.
My
Yeah, he
short. I
was.
took early on my shorts. I thought we were forming a
Mm,
W. See that W on the 800. When I saw that W on the 800, I was like, okay, I'm gonna take my shorts.
And
yeah,
guys,
it's
in my
oh,
We just
opinion,
kept on going down.
on Bitcoin, a lot of these buys, like, I mean, they're institutional retail. It's not like, maybe it's not part of the algorithm of
Oh yeah, for
Wintermute
sure.
or who knows what, but I would bet a
I
lot of
don't
these,
think a
you can
retail
see
guy
even
would
on the
buy
timeline.
200 Bitcoin. Yeah.
like
You can
whale
even
reef.
see, if you look on the timeline, you can see there's companies like every day buying from 10 to $100 million worth of Bitcoin this last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah.
whale retail.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Whale retail.
Yeah, like people's businesses and things,
Yeah.
shit like that. But like investment firms, when they start coming in, it's like, oh, that's big. It's a lot of money. Like BlackRock and Fidelity and Grayscale and all that shit.
Yep. Yep. Well, this
PayPal.
trend was really urged on by that 200, like that 250 Bitcoin buy a while ago. I think a lot of people saw that.
I just realized how giant Franklin Templeton was or is. They got trillions, dude, under assets under management. They're a big boy. I think BlackRock still takes the lead though, as far as like investment firm size.
Someone just took a dump.
That sounds like cells.
Woo! There you go. Rejection from the 50 is the retest of 13. Let's see.
Cells. Oof, Cascade.
Yeah.
I hate that shit.
Here we
I'm
go.
a bull heart. I've got a bull heart.
Same. Yo, Rick, check it out. 3 p.m. 3:30.
Yeah,
Two candles red.
those mongrels, man. They're up to their tricks.
3:30. So that's 30 minutes of downward trend from 3 p.m.
Wasn't all this blood good enough for them? Like, why do they need another dump at
They need to
3:30?
think. Yeah. No, from 3 p.m. Perfectly placed. It's
Mm.
crazy, right?
Hmm. Yeah, it's insane.
Let's see. It seems like it wants to hold the 13. Let's see. Let's see.
Well, like I'm almost at that point where I can leave leverage behind and just start doing spot. But I don't know. Maybe I'll just do like a 95 5, so like 5% leverage trading, and then the rest can just be like big spot swings. A little bit safer, you know, less
You want
risky.
some good news, Rick? So like I'm kind of moving into just solely spot trades, right? Check
Mm.
the 4 hour. Check the 4 hour. Check the stochastic, and you'll find your good news.
Okay, hang on a sec. I'm gonna switch to my computer.
Check the 4 hour. Check the stochastic. Almost there. Almost there.
All right, there we
You
are.
see it?
Back on the mainframe. So you're saying check Bitcoin's 4 hour
Yeah, because I'm
on the
trading on the
stochastic.
4 hour from now on. Yeah, check the 4 hour.
Okay.
Check
I
the
do like,
stochastic hour.
yeah,
You see
it's
it?
definitely
Almost
heading,
there.
traveling. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
traveling toward oversold, but it's not like there could still be a few more candles that produce like
Yeah,
the
few more
turn
candles. But at least
down there.
we're getting there.
Yeah, we're definitely
Because if we want
looking
a
pretty
solid
cool.
trend, look, if we want to break all-time high, we need this 4 hour to refresh. Because if you look at this past trend,
Yeah.
look at the last time the 4 hour bottomed out. That trend was from
Over here, yeah.
115 all the way to 120K,
To the high,
right?
120, yeah.
Yes. So the next 4 hour trend will allow us to actually maybe take all-time high again. You get what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And look at the
So
daily, dude.
yeah.
Daily stochastic is like really deeply reset.
And
The
if you look
last
at
time the
Bitcoin,
daily
all
was
of the
this
major
low
moves
was when
are from the 4 hour stock RSI resetting. So once this resets, finds its groove, this thing's gonna fly.
mm,
I'm looking at maybe either Wednesday.
yeah. Dan, look at these pivot points on Bitcoin on the daily stochastic RSI. You've got a really nice like
Right.
okay, so
And the
the way
stochastic
that
on the 1 day is already in the bottom. So imagine the one
I'm gonna
day
go
and the
full
four
screen.
hour hitting the bottom. It's gonna be
The
epic.
signal that matters for me for like going long on if I was just using solely the stochastic, I want the stochastic line, the blue line, to be crossing up into the band. Like
Mhm.
this is great, the fact that it's gone oversold, but the real signal is where it's crossing back into the band. So like and that sort of gets you away from these moments like where it looks like it's coming up but it doesn't. Like it just caps down. So confirmation here, and then I think from a daily perspective, Bitcoin still needs to get into the
Head down.
band, like up here,
Yeah,
yeah, because it's
I agree.
outside the band right now. And then
I agree.
same for the cells, like if you get it crossing back into the band, that's like a lot better than it, just playing
Woo!
around on the top side like this, like that.
I feel bad for a lot of the people who took those longs. Yeah.
Mm. Well, that's the risk of it.
Yeah. That's why
Like
we gotta wait for
these
confirmation,
knives.
man. Especially on these
Yeah,
downtrends, they're brutal. If you just
they
like
are. Yeah.
try to like force your way into them. Let's see, 8-minute mark. It's still over the 13 though. Let's see. Oh wow, look at that. But yeah, you saw the 4-hour, right? That's what I'm waiting for right now. I'm waiting for that
Yeah.
to really, turn around. It has to turn around. That's the only confirmation you can get.
Yeah.
This trend.
Yeah,
I think now this trend is not respecting the micro. This trend is trying to look at the macro chart.
Mhm.
Because we're already kind of exhausted trying to beat this micro trend, right? Look at how crazy this chart is on the 15-minute on Bitcoin.
Look
Just
at the
how
1 hour.
volatile.
Look how
It's
bottomed
just
out it
crazy.
is.
Yeah.
It's
And
been bleeding for like 10 hours or more, kind of thing.
yep.
How many? Yeah, let's see how many hours it's been since the high point. 17 hours, sorry, not 10. It's been a long time. But then this rally that we had, the recent W, that went up for 2 days and 11 hours. So that was a really nice sustained like trend on Bitcoin there. Man, the weird thing is we had this falling wedge situation on Bitcoin, and it popped out and it started looking amazing. And then you got the pullback, and I was hoping that we would get a bounce off the top edge, but it's actually re-entered the wedge, which is, yeah, that's a bit annoying. But it is what it is.
White House confirms first Bitcoin and crypto report will be released on Wednesday. I think Wednesday it
Oh,
is.
okay.
Yeah, just in time for the 4. Like, okay, let's hope the 4-hour resets by then. Let's
Well,
go.
what's that, tomorrow? Oh, yeah,
No,
well,
not yet.
a couple of days
Still
for America.
Oh, yep.
That's our Thursday,
Another
I guess.
day in
Our Thursday
sidelines.
morning.
Should I
Yep.
open a short just for kicks? Nah. No more scalping.
Yeah,
I'm waiting
I
for that
was
big. I'm waiting for that big trend, Rick, because I got a bag and I want to get in heavy.
I was thinking July's been so good to me.
Oh yeah, it has.
I'm gonna try and
It has.
sit on my hands until I see
Right?
how the new month starts, in a way. But
Rick, can you
it's
sit on my hands too, please?
yeah, yeah, bro. I'll try. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to do, dude, because it's like there's so many inviting looking setups.
Yeah. Do you see where
Yeah.
the 200 is on the 4-hour also? I think it's perfect timing for Wednesday. Look at it. The only problem with that, we have to wait for this 200 to go up a little further. Because if we
Did you say
go to
that?
that area, that's a lower low though. That's the problem with that.
Did you say the 200 on the 4
Yeah,
hour?
the
Is that what you
200 on the
said?
4-hour.
Yeah.
Look where
Right, right. Yeah,
Bitcoin's.
we're still elevated.
Yeah.
Still very elevated above that. Whoops.
2 days to reach that price. Around
What
116.
about the daily 200? Oh, dude, we're still like up in space as far as the
Yep.
200 on the daily goes. Very deviated. And you know what the crazy thing is, that you can come and crash into it on the daily and still be in a bull market, like in a big way. You know what I mean? Like it's still very much in play.
The crazy part also is on the 1 day, the Bollinger is only started tightening on this candle. So the contraction is starting this week. That's the good news.
Oh,
The good
yeah.
news is
Okay. So
contraction
we're
on the
squeezing.
1 day. Yeah, the contraction started Monday, today. If you turn on the Bollingers, the contraction is starting
Oh,
today.
yes.
So that means
I see
a
that.
big move
Yeah.
is going to happen within the week. That's the good news.
The sausage is getting, or the hot dog. You know how you have a string of sausages and you pinch and then twist.
I'm excited.
It's
Like
like that.
when I saw it yesterday, I saw the Bollinger Bands kind of curve, and I was like, hmm. And then I saw how tight it was today. I was like, oh. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, man, this
this is gonna be this
that
is gonna be explosive. Like, I don't mind a wick down to 114 and we just go straight to 130, 125.
and that's
All I
thanks
heard
that's
was tight
thanks
and
to
curves.
You don't mind that, huh?
That's all I heard. Tight and curves.
What?
All I heard was tight and curves.
tight curves. So
Sorry,
yeah, man. I
sorry,
mean,
sorry.
it makes sense because like look how tight the range of the daily opens and closes are for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Like that's it's like in this narrow narrow band.
Yeah, it's getting really tight.
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Look at that. Look at that.
Would you just
Not
look
bad
at
at
it?
all.
I'm
Would you
gonna have
just
to
look at
visit the
that?
Philippines
Look at
sooner than I
this.
thought.
But you know how long it took for the bands to to tighten
Oh yeah, dude.
like this? It
Yeah, it
took
took them a
18
while.
Yeah,
Took a
dude,
lot
it
of
took
exercise.
18 days. Man. took 18 days to get here, man. 18 days before 18 days of accumulation on the one day. Get to this point. For those in chat that don't know the Bollinger Bands, it's one of my favorite indicators on a trend that is coming.
Did you
Oh
know
my
that
god.
there was an
Why did I
adaptation
say it
of
like
the
that?
Bollinger Band?
Uh,
There's an adapted
Yeah,
Bollinger
bro,
Band
stop, bro.
indicator.
Dude, I
It's
gotta
called the
stop talking
BBW.
about that.
It's called the BBW indicator, the Bollinger Band width indicator.
Yeah.
So if you add it to the chart, you get a BBW on the chart down here. See? So when it comes down here, you know you're in a squeeze. Like this blue line comes down to the low range. So those are good moments because it's like, okay, you can expect like a big
Yeah, there's a big move.
expansion of volatility kind of thing. Yeah, it's almost like a VIX volatility
Mhm.
index. Yeah.
I think this is what Drew was saying. Like, even though this is an extended bull flag, it's just a lot of contractions. Everything's tightening. So yeah, I want to say more.
We haven't had a massive expansion in a little while.
Keep walking into that.
Rick, the level of maturity of these guys is just sometimes,
Oh yeah.
just
Sure.
new all-time lows.
All-time low.
That is what
Well,
happens when you're
there's a lot of innuendos in trading and like technical analysis talk.
Thanks for that life today, Jesus.
Like if no one knows what you're talking about and you see that Bitcoin's got a beautiful rounded bottom, they'll be like, what are you talking? What the hell? You're like, well, look, it's a chart pattern. We're squeezing. Squeezing on the rounded bottom.
So for those on chat, I know you guys are looking at 15-minute candles. Sometimes it's really good to just zoom out and get some perspective and see that we're actually still in a very bullish chart. We're just accumulating, just redistributing profits, finding support, and we'll be on our way soon. But we got to do it soon. Like, we got very little time.
What a rewind candle on that Bitcoin. Like, damn. Now that's a knife.
Right?
That's not a knife. Now that's a knife.
Don't ask how I got trapped into
crocodile.
a long this morning. Just got out of it. My God, what a nightmare.
Is that why?
What's good, Joe? I mean, I just got family over,
Yo.
so my background is super loud.
Nah, it's all good. What up, D?
Chilling, chilling, just waiting for this move. Figure I get some side work done while this played out.
You should have seen the purchases that came through on that knife there. It was pretty, it just lit up like multi-million-dollar buys
Someone
after.
bought like
Crazy.
235 Bitcoin. Another guy bought like a couple hundred.
Yeah, all these all-at-once orders that come through, you know.
What did you call it? Whale retail?
Yeah, whale retail. Exactly. Retail that has multiple million. Oh, yeah, can hear now.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Check on the
Yep.
sound, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we hear you, we hear you.
All right. Yeah, so just those buy orders. Like, I'm looking to come down into this floor. See how deep we can go before it stops us. Show me a sign, market maker. Show me a sign.
Altcoin market. Feeling the pain. How long does the S&P have? Or the market session? Oh, 11 minutes. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, these shifts down when as soon as the SPY runs into a little bit of trouble makes me think that this whole theory on Bitcoin holding a spectacular high price in a bear market for me goes out the window. That theory is like, nah, that's cute, but it's I don't think so.
No, money
I
expands
think we're
and it
still gonna get our
contracts.
decent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Money
just like
expands
any
and it
market.
contracts until Bitcoin becomes a flight to safety. And then, even in the flight to safety, there'll be less money than there would during printing. You know.
Quick question, Dbloc. Like, aside from that SR flip at 61.5% on dominance, what else is above it? Like,
I'm
how high are
looking
you
to
feeling?
come all the way back up to 0.382 at least, but probably 0.5. We haven't even tried to get to all-time highs yet. This is Dom coming up while Bitcoin goes down, which leads me to think as Bitcoin goes up, it'll also go up. So if we're gonna get to ATH on Bitcoin, I think we at least between 382 and 0.5.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
But I mean, when you back up and look at it, that ain't shit, right? That's just a regular retracement that you would expect. So we can go back to the last my computer cooperates. So this is the last time we were in this position. Topped out. Big drop. Start of the alt season. Excuse me. But we had this bit of volatility right before it actually the floor actually fell out from underneath it. Right, 6% pump, 8% pump, 8.6% pump, 5.7% pump. Right, just on average. Right, so you can take an average of that.
Okay. Okay.
And if we look at what we've done now,
I see it.
3.5%. 0.5 would be 4.6. Golden pocket would be around the average.
Yeah, I see it. So it's sort of kind of like producing a bear flag before
Yeah,
before a
just
really
you gotta
good
yeah,
right down.
yeah.
All right, got it.
Some sort of volatility here of some sort. Or it finally rips. Good news is though, alts are still performing better at 62 than they were at 66, obviously, right? So just got to be careful on Bitcoin's retracements. None of that will matter if Bitcoin's going up and to the right. Right? That's why I want to get all of these dips out of the way so that when dominance is going up, at least Bitcoin's going up with it and the alts don't get smashed. If we take that trip up on dominance with Bitcoin coming down, well, we already know. We already saw what that felt like today for a little bit there. I'm looking for a higher low on ETH. And we're at our first level of retracement where I thought we'd come down to that 378. My next one is 366. Right, but I'm looking for a higher low. And then a continuation. What did Sui come down to? Sui's down at our first retracement. Let's see if it holds. At this point, today's all of today's work's been done. CME closed, vector gap underneath it closed. We have 2 days to get down to these levels, right? Because we're on our 3-day retracement. So we don't necessarily just want to pop down like now. We're going to come to 114. I'd rather do it a couple days, right? Or even if it's just 116. If we come down today to 116 and there's still 2 more days of retracement, even if we have a pop, there's a chance we go lower. So nice, slow and steady, right? The main order of business was taken care of today, CME gap. Now we just sort of map out the dead cat bounce if anybody feels like longing into it. Or if you're in shorts from the top, you're just chilling, waiting. Waiting for your invalidations. Yeah, Icicle, if they go up together, also pump with Bitcoin, just not as hard.
Oh, looks like one of my shorts finally worked out for once.
There you go.
Hey,
Hey,
how many hours did you get, dude?
like 5 maybe.
Oh, that's good.
But
For a crypto sleep, that's not bad.
yeah, for a power nap, it ain't bad. But I want everyone to know that my grid bot is safe again. The patient was in critical condition, but I think he's gonna pull through.
Nice. Yeah.
Critical condition.
The one that's on neutral, right? It's still on.
Yeah, the neutral grid. Yeah, it's still been running. It's trying to tell me, right? Hold on. It's trying to tell me that over the course of a year, it can make 158%. Sorry, 162%. I don't believe it. In the 2% range, yeah, I don't think so. I'm gonna close it soon though. I had planned on closing it when CME opened, but it was in the negative at that point. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'm just gonna have to wait for mom to come home and clean up the mess and then reassess. But I'm gonna try to let it sit for see if it hits the bottom side of the grid, comes back up to CME like tomorrow or the day after. Because tomorrow, if we have a 3-day down, we're supposed to, then we should go down for the most part today, but then get a recovery back up into like the CME gap area, right?
And just remember that doesn't have guaranteed percentage to the downside. Just has to close under, so you get into the same situation where you feel like you're going to get a bigger drop than you're really getting. I like one. I love one for the retracement. I'm not going to lie. The reason I say it is because of the support that market makers built here with our weekend traps. Right? Like they're literally all inside of each other. Like if we just take the weekend trap bottoms and tops, forget about the rest of the range, right? Just the weekend trap bottoms and tops.
Yeah, like I have a line
Then
on my
like
chart
that,
that says see it. Like
that
CME
might be
perp
enough.
close.
If we pop out, get one, and pop back in and hold, they might have done a good enough job of building support where we don't come down lower than that. But there's no way to tell until
Yeah, what if they're
it
building
plays out.
shorts?
Yeah, this looks like a distribution kind of like it looks like a Bart Simpson.
Let me show you what this looks like. Let me pull up a naked chart real quick.
Anyway, I have a line on my chart that says CME perp close, and like I move it every week, and I really haven't even had to move it for the past 3 weeks.
Let me move this out of the way real quick. I want you to see something here. So you see, where is it?
I might have to switch over to watch.
This whole fractal here.
Yeah, was it similar?
Oh my God, this thing is thing is gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna get it to where it's just good enough because it's tweaking right now. All right, whatever. So this is sort of what I'm looking at.
By pulling it on the right hand side.
Right, just another double dip down, sort of like we had here. Right, we came down, and we popped back up. We came down and we double dipped. We grabbed some of that liquidity, and then that was it. And so it's basically this, the down, and up, and down, and up, and down, and up. This thing right here. That's the structure I'm looking at. So to me, it just looks like they're going to go for that one last sweep, in my opinion. You had your first drop here, or here, and then the lower one. So your first drop, and then the lower, and then they go for that. Here. Another thing that has me worried, not worried, but thinking that we do come down for the further sweep is that when you take 50% of our vector range here, the top of that vector would bring you down to the 200 EMA. That sweep underneath the 14 that I'm talking about. To clear that out. Doesn't have to happen, obviously. Nothing has to happen, but we're at the point where if this is going to break out and be a breakout, it should hold and pull. And if it doesn't hold and pull, then I have to assume that they're coming down a double dip into this liquidity. Just sort of thesis I'm working off of. Step one of it was coming down for that CME gap.
That 114 area also Dbloc. I'm pretty sure that's that daily CME too.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't really think much about the daily one, but that's another confluence.
Yeah.
Just look at I just look at Nvidia. Like,
Let me know if my background
bad,
noise
yo.
starts bleeding through.
Yeah, whenever I switch device or or connect the headset to my phone, it does that. My bad. Like
So
I'll
far,
even when I sign in, I mute, and then when I connect the headset, it unmutes me.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Big deal. So far, just to rewind to the trap for the weekend. Right, trap long, trap short, weekend trap. Read the trap longs. Cleared CME. About 3/5 of the way through the weekend swing here already. All we need now is finish off our 3-day retracement, our pivot, and then we come right back into middle week reversal and weekend trap setup. I want to trap higher. I don't want to trap in this spot again, bro. I'm worried that the reason that we're doing this, one is to build a floor, obviously, like I was saying, but the reason that I feel like we're doing this is because look at fear and greed, bro. Like we're moving up into greed at this point. And if these drops aren't causing people to sell off, then market maker is going to go into time-based capitulation, right? Where he just makes it so boring that people's will to hold on sort of wears off. We don't want that. I don't want that.
The hypnosis phase.
I don't want that's very boring price action, and I definitely don't want that. And at this point in the market, any
Jacked
sort
you
of
in that
time-based
face.
at this point of the market, any point of time-based capitulation is robbing us of ROI because of time.
but yo, Dbloc. Also, speaking of time, we're coming up on August. Aren't August typically like super low volume? Like a lot of
Yeah,
like
you
Asia's
usually get
all
your summer tops somewhere around that time.
yeah, like a lot of the stock TradFi guys. A lot of people go on vacation. I know Asia, they take vacation.
Yeah.
A lot of people just August they just take off.
Yeah, I posted it on general chat. It's ghost month for us in Asia. So no major business decisions, no major financial decisions in August.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing with stock market. Stock market slows down like crazy on August. So maybe that time-based capitulation might be something a market maker knows that volume is just going to be super low everywhere.
Yeah. RH, the price action's really choppy right now, bro. Really choppy. You would have still caught a good short using the 5 and 13 at 119, but you did get faked out here. You would have had to leave position and re-enter position, right? But then that short from there would have been good all the way till now, right? You'd still be in that short. Unless you're trading something that's really ranging hardcore, then you're gonna keep coming out in and out of your, in and out of your 50, in and out of your 50. Yeah, on spot, you haven't got a signal to go long. This was your signal to go long here, and it immediately invalidated itself. But you haven't had a long signal on the 5 minute since this nasty choppiness up here. This is what I mean, right? You see how when price goes sideways in and out of the 50, it's just, it's choppiness. It's a range, right? If you can come and you can build your range and you can identify your range, then you have to swing trade the extremes of the range. You can't momentum trade inside of a range because you'll just get chopped. It's just about knowing the right time to use the tool.
That's what happened with my failed trade the other day, and also like the whole where you said the 3 day down measurement, like it doesn't have to move to that measurement, but that's what happened on the last one with the 3 day up. That's why that's why I held that position too long. Because I didn't hit the target that I thought it was gonna hit, but I wasn't planning on holding short until like, past tomorrow anyway, I guess. But by tomorrow, we could be higher than we are now, as long as we're lower than where we were last night, essentially, I guess. That's what makes it tricky. Ocean, is this the part where the chart just keeps glitching and glitching and glitching and glitching?
Glitching it quick while he glitches.
I want to get this right because this is bothering me that I can't line this up.
It's definitely that moment where I figure out if I'm full of crap or not.
Oh, those are fun.
That's a quote. That's a quote from Expectus from back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I was full of crap.
It sounds exhausting, constant test. Every decision could tip the scale.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dbloc. Dbloc, you have an open mic.
Yo, check out that candle on Fartcoin. Oh my god. That's 10% drop in 15 minutes.
Destruction!
Blood. Blood.
Look at the alt. Look at the altcoin. Look at the dominance. Oh yeah.
Yep.
You're getting the discounted price.
Yep. Dbloc's been warning us about that. Man, Fartcoin took a 10% drop like nothing.
It's listen, guys. It's good if somebody thinks he's been left behind. It's your chance. Just wait for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the heat map, it might not be a bad area to start easing back into Fartcoin. It looks like that basically cleared the last of what was left.
Yeah, if ever that's true, I'll wait for a retest. I ain't getting it. I ain't getting in on the first candle. Whatever it's maxed into, it still has to do a retest first.
We got over like 400 million in liquidation, so I just got a notification. 400
Yeah.
million in liquidation for the last 24 hours, so getting
Damn,
up to
look at
that
top. Look at top.
half a
That
billion.
candle on top.
Last 24 hours would have been brutal, I would imagine, for liquidation.
I had to keep zooming out to find another pocket. Once you get out to the 1 month chart, there is another pretty hot pocket down at 99 cents.
I don't mind 99. 99 is good. That's a good psychological level. I remember that
Hot
level.
pocket. Do you remember the commercial? Hot pocket.
I'm actually looking at 105. 104, 105.
I bet it's looking at you too, Ghost.
You buyers creeping in.
If they're liquidity chasing, I don't know why it would go there unless you get a bunch of people trying to buy right here and then they go lick those people. Because right now it's a dead zone. Unless it wants to go further than that. I don't know what they would be heading down there for.
It already broke support. There's nothing else underneath. The next support area is actually at 10, yeah, 104, 105. If you go back around July 9,
Yeah,
July
no,
10.
I see the chart. I was just referencing that heat map specifically.
Oh, okay.
I was saying
I
based on
wouldn't
if
rely
they're
on the heat
chasing
map on a.
liquidity.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to rely on a heat map on a meme coin. You know what I mean?
It's what I used to catch most of the last two major pivots on this specific coin. So just throwing that out
Yeah.
there.
Sounds good.
I feel like most
Usually
of
for
what makes meme coins move in general is like liquidations. I feel like liquidations is most of what makes meme coins move in general.
And not only
Like, yeah,
liquidations, it's psychological levels also. So meme coins, like especially Solana meme coins, they thrive on psychological price levels. Like you have the $1 mark, you have 110, you have 125, 150. So you kind of moves around that area. So I don't mind. I don't mind.
I thought it was more about like market cap, like
Yeah, market cap. So Solana meme coins, especially the ones that come out of pump. So $1 is a billion. 1.25 is 1.25 billion. You get what I mean? So yeah, market cap is
yeah,
so
I guess it's the same as long as it has those same tokenomics.
Yeah, so that's how they simplified the the tokenomics for pump coins. That a dollar means a billion, $1.50 means 1.5. 25 cents is 250 million. So
Oh yeah. What's that supply equal to?
a billion tokens.
A billion supply.
$1 billion for each coin.
Nice.
For each token. I shouldn't call them coins because they're tokens.
Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed. I want to wait this out for tomorrow. Well, guys, see you guys in a few hours.
Bro, have a good night.
See you, dude.
Good night.
Yeah, I'd see it.
Yep. Stay frothy. See you guys in a couple hours.
Be safe, bro.
Yeah, frothy.
Frothy the snowman?
Yo, we about to get a summer flush. Feels like that.
Oh yeah. I've been waiting for it.
Giant bear trap, 150k tomorrow. Could you imagine? That'd be crazy. Shake everyone out of their awesome longs, and then really rip it. No, that's like it's too wild. I think maybe. And it makes you wonder how many amazing positions were just either stopped out, spooked out or liquidated, you know, people that were positioned pretty
Nah,
well.
I had a
I guess it
position on
wasn't a
Park.
good position.
I was riding this parkour position for a while. Luckily, I took profit on most, but from 112. I just got stopped out.
Yeah. When things are looking too pretty in either direction, they have to bring it back to reality, you know? Too much imbalance, too much deviation.
Did you say you longed fart there and then you got stopped in profit?
No, I had it open like a while ago, like a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago.
Oh.
I was just riding it. Yeah, from no, it was about a month ago, July.
So
July
did you
8th.
fully round trip it or did you take partial somewhere?
No, I think I probably took like maybe like 60% off. I left 40% to run, but I just rode that 40% back down.
That's
Yeah,
the beauty of that
when it
50-50
broke
approach,
164, I really thought it was gonna just rock it, but then it just, I don't know what happened, just collapsed.
Mm.
But you know, it's crazy. I re-entered right there. I'm already up. I did re-enter right there, but it doesn't look
And
strong.
it was pretty crazy back in January, that initial drop. It was the initial drop from XRP's high. I like lost badly, and then I stupidly revenge traded, but it got me out of trouble. Like I was just very lucky to catch a violent bounce while I was being violent. You know what I mean? And it's not good to do that. Definitely don't do that. But I was just so pissed.
You think XRP is going under $3?
Oh, don't know. I think it depends on Bitcoin, to be honest. Bitcoin still sets the tone. Even for the big coins. Although there are like certain moments, like when Bitcoin loses dominance, for example, where the alts are doing their own thing, like Ethereum will cut away from Bitcoin. You know, we saw that this month in a big way, like the earlier part of July. We got that, you know, the crash on dominance, and Ethereum had a chance to come up. Did we? Dude, we almost made it to 4,000 Ethereum, I think, didn't we? Recently, pretty damn close.
Yeah, we got like 30, 39, 40 or something.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You know, a lot of these coins that ran over the weekend, like your AVAXs or Stewie, I think they knew this drop was coming. So it's almost like they gave them a buffer so they wouldn't make like, I guess, new lows. Like ENA. ENA had a heck of a run. I wonder if we do get a flush, how deep it goes. They were pumping ENA, maybe 50 cents.
Hey Rick, what's that red line on the XRP chart?
Whereabouts? Oh, it's just a range low. Lows and highs. It's kind of like I want to know when price crosses a broader boundary. That's all it is.
You got like an alarm set or something?
Yep. And then, like, let's say, just hypothetically, if XRP was to make it, let's say XRP crashes below $3 or something, I would adjust, and then it like sort of settles in a range. I'd adjust these alert lines to the high point and the low point of the range, just so I can know when price is starting to leave the range.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah. So the price is kind of arbitrary. It's the structure that I'm more interested in. At least for these alerts anyway. See how the aftermarket's going for the S&P 500. See the final hour had a bit of a pickup, or the final 15 minutes. Tried to like come up a little. Yeah, I think with the stock market that this pullback day we had, it's not too different from a lot of the other pullbacks in magnitude from the way up, like the whole journey up that we've been on, kind of thing. It kind of matches the size and scale. It's not like we've done like that, where it's
Right, it
making the
looks
others look
good.
small. Yeah, it looks on par with what we've been getting anyway, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I would say that the trend that we have been in is like the longer it goes in time, the more stale the trend gets. It's not fresh anymore. It's getting like longer in the tooth, so to speak.
Hey, what were those coins you had posted? Were those what kind of coins were those?
Oh, like the physical ones that are held in my hand?
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know what
Those,
that was.
yeah, that was just Australian dollar coins. We don't have dollar bills, we have dollar coins in Australia.
I was wondering. It didn't sound like gold. I was like, I don't know if it is or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they're made of. They're like they're a soft kind of metal.
Oh,
I'll look
okay,
it
I
up
was
in a
just
second.
wondering.
What metal are Australian dollar coins made of?
It's 92% copper, 6% aluminium, and 2% nickel.
Ah, hey, there you go. So it's mostly copper. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. 9 grams and 25 millimeters in diameter.
I wonder what y'all's conversion rate for the dollar is.
Not great. We're pretty weak against the US dollar. From memory, the last time I looked at it. Let me
You can look at AUD versus USD.
Yeah,
and see
65
what it's.
cents. We can only purchase 65 US cents with one of our dollars. So it's pretty weak. We had there was a moment of parity or parity back in 2013. It was like dollar for dollar. But we've just crashed ever since then. We've just lost value against the US dollar. It was a terrible time when it was like we could only buy 50 cents with one of our dollars back in 2001, around 9/11, basically. But yeah, that's good old Forex, eh? Forex
So they got
market.
gold. I've seen guys in Australia find gold. You ever go hunting for gold with like metal detector or anything?
Nah, I haven't, but yeah, people do. People do. They certainly still go out into the outback with gold metal detectors and stuff. I think the US probably has as much. You know, you guys have a fair bit too. Go out metal detecting. Just in like wilderness, like places that people rarely go or haven't really prospected, you know. Yeah, I don't know what the geological science is behind where gold is expected to be found or like more likely to be found. Whether it's to do with, you know, river systems or like ancient fault lines or volcanic areas, or it can't be because Australia doesn't have any volcanoes. So rule
I
that
think
out.
it's
We
near
don't have.
ancient volcanoes, if I'm not
Ah,
mistaken.
yeah, right. Yeah, I've got no idea, but there's a
Dude,
lot of
Rick, you
gold in
guys need a
Australia. Well,
stable
there
coin.
was.
But you guys need a stable coin for the Aussie dollar, so that way when I come over to Australia, I can buy the Aussie dollar with USD and then just cash it into the stable coin.
The strange
And
thing
I can
is
use that.
the Aussie dollar is like, you know, half the strength of the US dollar. So like when you come over, you almost double your money, right? But everything's
Everything's
twice as expensive. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you're kind of just breaking even anyway. So there's no real great win or loss. Oh, there is there's gonna be like arbitrage situations like where, you know, the
Yeah, like I mean,
forex
just
moves faster than price changes. So like, yeah, you get more bang for your
imagine how
buck.
sweet it would be to like if like say the Aussie dollar was dipping like hell against the US dollar, and you were planning on going to like from US to
Yeah.
Australia in like a month or two, and you
Yeah.
bought that dip, and then it ripped up like 20%, 30% or something within a month, and then you came
Yeah.
over and just spent all the Aussie dollars, like then you would be like sort of almost like
Yeah.
like
That's why
you'd
I
be
think
preserving the value at that point.
that's why I think
Aren't things
sometimes you'll hear they
aren't things more
sometimes they'll
expensive in Australia?
yeah, they're almost like double, I would say.
They're more
It
expensive,
depends.
but
It
also
depends
the
on the
dollar's
product.
weaker. So
Yeah.
like they have to pay more for imports and shit. So they generally pay more for stuff than like most other countries.
When I
You
when
know
I went
how
there,
like
everything was more expensive.
yeah, definitely. You know how Pacific Islands, like, just some random Pacific Islands in the middle of the ocean, if they get any kind of goods shipped to them, there's like a premium to it because of the cost it takes to get it there. That's kind of like Australia. Like anything that's imported from, like, say, the US or Asia,
In
there's definitely like a
in
bit of
20
import tax to it.
in 2014, the people I met, like one bedroom apartment, their rent was 1,000 Australian dollars a week.
Yeah, that sounds like Sydney.
Yeah, it was Sydney.
Yeah, could have guessed. Yeah.
Do you have to pay
Melbourne,
your rent by the week there?
um, it depends like who you're renting off. Like you could probably like a lot of places are, yeah, weekly rent. Some places might be monthly, but yeah, most rent is weekly. I pay weekly. I think yeah, it would just come down to what you negotiate when you take the lease, I suppose.
I remember like all the bills were weekly. I remember that was
Yeah.
different. Here in the US,
Yeah,
everything's monthly.
yeah. I pay my it's a big hit, but I pay my utilities quarterly, apart from my mobile and internet. So my
Oh,
electricity, my water is like quarterly.
that's
I pay
nice.
my car regos like I can choose between 6 or 12 months. I think if you go for 12 months, you only save like $20. So you may as well go for the 6, like just buy it. Especially when you drive a bomb like me, like an old car. It's like I don't want to pay for 12 months if I don't know if this thing's gonna live that long. So I just go 6 months at a time. Tell you what though, like I would like to pay myself after this bull market and get a car. Like I'd love to get some kind of. We call them utes, but you guys call them pickups in America. Just a car with a tray, truck with a tray in the back.
Is it like a full size or like a car?
It's like, so we call them a dual cab. So it's like it's got the seats of a sedan. So you got like 5 seats, 3 in the back, 2 in the front, and then you've got a like we call them the tray. Do you guys call it like the back of the pickup truck? What do you call that part where you
Man,
store all
call them a bed, a truck bed.
the bed? Yeah, the truck bed. Okay, yeah, the truck bed. But and do you call the thing that you attach a trailer to? Do you call that a tow ball? What do you call that? Or the hitch? I'm imagining you call it the hitch.
A
Yeah,
tongue
it's a
or
hitch.
Yeah. So I want to get a hitched on like something. 4-wheel drive would be great, so that I can go beach 4-wheel driving and like go outback bush bashing, we call it. And then I want to get a boat because I love fishing. I want to get some kind of not a crazy boat, like nothing too big, just like something to run about. in the bays and everything, in the creeks and
A John boat.
fishing boat. Yeah, we call them tinnies in Australia. Tinny. There's nothing beats getting out on the water, adventuring. You know, it's like another world out there. Good way to escape from all the hustle and bustle of the city.
That means XRP needs to pump.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, so I can get a car and a boat. But first thing that I want to do is do this US road trip before I do anything else. I'm not going to buy a house. I mean, I'm not going to buy a car or a boat until after I've sort of done that trip. Probably not the most amazing time because of the dollar. The Aussie dollar's not, it's still not very strong at all. Still down pretty bad. But
You know,
like we were saying,
the
my
dollar
money goes
bought
half as far, but your stuff is half as expensive. So kind of break even in a way.
I was saying the dollar had its best
Hmm.
day since like early May today.
Yeah, it's definitely yeah, let's see. Last week it had the highest point all year. So there has been like a rally that's been going on for 2025, but yeah, there was a nasty fall that went from September all the way to like the start of January last year. We fell from like 70 cents, 69 cents, all the way down to like 61 and a half, 61. And then there was a crazy crash. The tariff situation caused a huge crash down to 59 cents. But yeah, I guess I don't know if you heard of anyone ever say, "Oh, now's a good time to travel to Japan because the yen has gone down heaps, so you'll get more for your money traveling there or whatever for that moment." If you time your holidays with the foreign exchange, like Kwai was sort of saying. But yeah, right now a US trip would be kind of expensive for me. But it is what it is.
Have you looked at any flights and where they go to?
Yeah, so there's well, I'm in Brisbane. That's a good question. I think there is a Brisbane to LA. Brisbane to Los Angeles flights. Let's see if Qantas is our like biggest air carrier, like our biggest you call it air, plane company. So I can go return economy.
Airline, Rick. Airline.
Airline, that's the word. I had it in the tip of my tongue. I'm like, what? Why is it escaping me? I can get a return flight, to the US so this is 19th of January next year. Just under $1,400 Australian. That's not too bad. So that's leaving on the 19th of January and then returning on the 13th of February. So that's like almost a month. I'd prefer to go for like a solid 2 months or 3, to be honest. See more, do more.
Might be a little cold in January.
Yeah, I've never seen snow before, so that would actually be kind of cool to experience proper winter. I've never been in, temperatures that low ever. I think water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. And the lowest I've been at is like maybe 2 or 3 degrees. So not even freezing. I've never been in freezing weather. But you guys go below. It's crazy. You guys go below, way below freezing. I don't know how the hell you guys survive in that. I would imagine you guys stay in your homes when it's like that, mostly. Stay indoors, eating. You wouldn't last long outside unless you had full-on winter gear on, I would imagine.
My God, what is it?
Thermals.
Language.
Oh, my bad.
You're getting some road rage, Qui-Gon. I can hear your indicator going.
Yeah, I missed the turn that I was supposed to take.
Oh yeah. Bugger.
You know what always gets me about the winners here is not everybody has all-wheel drive cars, so you're gonna crash. But it doesn't come standard. So if you don't buy a Subaru or something, I mean, even a pickup truck, the wheels is powered in the back. If there's nothing in the back of your pickup truck, you can't go as soon as there's slate on the ground.
Yeah, it's not so much about like being safer to crash. Like, yeah, you do have more traction, like when you're actually like driving. Like, so when you get your foot on the throttle, like it gives you more control and stability. But when it comes to stopping, like you're gonna slide no matter what you're in. Like that's what anti-lock brakes are for. But I mean, still, you have to, like, most times you have to even pump your brakes, like if there's snow or ice on the ground. But I mean, all-wheel drive, it's not like if you're going too fast, like if you're driving too fast and you have to stop quick, like all-wheel drive is not going to save you from sliding further. It's more about your tires and brakes and your anti-lock braking system. That's what matters most.
Yeah, well, I say like this winter, like I was driving down some country roads and my pickup truck is all-wheel drive, and there were cars slid off the ravines on all sides. So I had somewhere to go. I had a business meeting, but I skipped that and took my winch and was pulling people off the sides of the road all day. And it was all these little Ford Escort kind of cars. You know, they have one wheel, one powered wheel. And so I had not only I dug out 3 of the wheels, and I'm like, let's go. And I realized that only one wheel spun. I was like, this is ridiculous.
That is insane. I've never heard of that.
Yeah. So like it
one-wheel
gives
powered
traction
car?
to the whichever wheel has the least resistance, it gives traction to. So like there's a drive wheel, and then it like basically clicks with the differential, and then that's what spins the other wheel. But there's really only one drive wheel in most cars. I'll tell you what though, the cars that are the worst in the winter is rear wheel drive cars, because at least in the front wheel drive cars, at least you have the weight of the engine like holding down the front of the car, so like it gives you a little bit of extra traction. In rear wheel drive cars, if the engine's in the front and there's no weight in the back, you get absolutely no traction, like in snow and ice. It is like it's the worst. Like even trying to get out of a driveway that has any sort of slant, it's like a nightmare if you have a rear wheel drive car. But I have I mean, what was supposed to be my winter car, but it hasn't been on the road for a while. Like, is I have an Impreza, but my other car is rear wheel drive, so I try not to. I try to completely avoid driving that in the winter if I don't have to. Like if it's snowing, I'll only drive it if I absolutely need to. But yeah, all wheel drive, like so there's like you can get away with like a four-wheel drive if you like have if you only want to switch it into four-wheel drive in emergencies. But like and then the all-wheel drive basically is like it has limited slip differential, so if one of the wheels starts to slip, it will send torque to the other wheel that has more traction. But it's not like all-wheel drive all the time. The only ones that so like then there's symmetrical all-wheel drive, which is what Subaru has, and that is all four wheels spin at the same with the same amount of torque at the same speed, like all the time. The only problem with that is if there's one wheel that is getting no resistance, it will send all the torque there. So you need to make sure that all of your wheels are like if you have an axle that's broken or something, the car's not gonna move. That's the only drawback of symmetrical all-wheel drive. Or like if you have one wheel that's like sort of up in the air or something. It's tougher. It's tougher for the other ones. You can usually get it out of most situations, though. I like symmetrical all-wheel drive the best. And all Subarus come with that, and they're all patent. It's patented. Like the transmission is patented, so nobody else can use it. It's exclusive to them.
The Acuras, like the RDX, those have some kind of four-wheel. They all have like separate power.
I think they have limited slip differential. The newer ones. So it's probably two-wheel drive most of the time, but if it needs extra traction on the other set of wheels, it will give traction to the other wheels. Like it's sort of like it diverts some of the traction, like 30%. 30% of the torque goes to the other wheels if you start slipping. That's what most cars have. Most cars that are all-wheel drive have limited slip differential. So it's only all-wheel drive like part of the time.
So where we at? Bitcoin's kind of got like a double bottom potential on the 15-minute chart. We've sort of hit 117.5 twice now. We're trying to make something of it, but there's still work to be done. Lots of work to be done to turn it around. It's like we're fighting to hold 118K. You know what it looks like? It looks like we're getting held down now by the huge wedge that formed from the all-time high, because we've dipped back into it and now we can't get back out. Like it's holding us underwater, right down to the small time frame, 5 minute. So we had a little bit of a party above it for that amount of time. How long was that? Let's check. Like a day and a half. Oh, sorry, a day and 30 minutes rather. So not long. Just a peek out of the trend. That is assuming that I've got the trend line right. It seems pretty reasonable. Two major pivot points here and here. arguably a third here, which confirms the first two. And then you've got two really major pivots below here and here. But it seems like price wants to visit the highs more often than the lows, which maybe gives it like more of a optimistic bias, like a bullish bias, I think, for this consolidation. But that could all change with enough red candles. That's the crazy thing, like whatever you think you're working on with price or with the structure, it can all be invalidated quite quickly, and you have to reassess when you get that new information, you know.
Hey Rick,
Mm-hmm.
can you check what your do you have the CME up of like where the CME close was on Friday?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can find it. BTC1 exclamation mark. So I'm pretty sure we filled the local gap. Yep. See that
So where
gaping hole that we left open?
Oh,
Like
so
right here.
close. Got it.
So there's the gap. Now the you said the open and the close of the daily.
No, just that Friday, close. I was just saying if I just wanted to make sure we
okay.
definitely filled it. So it's
The
completely
Friday
filled.
session. The Friday session closed at 117,860 on this chart anyway. So we haven't gone that low yet, but we did certainly approach it. I feel like the gap has been dealt with though, at least, you know, the CME gap. So I think yeah, maybe that was close enough, like close enough is good enough, or the fact that it potentially got front run where, you know, people are lining up to buy that level, and you know, when that happens, you have to get in front of the previous, like the next person, because you don't want to get skipped essentially. And it could, yeah, I don't know, could certainly bounce. It's tough, man. This is on Bitcoin. This is like just a big fat range, to be honest. Like the whole thing, this whole picture right here. Yeah, it's more like, I guess, more like this, but most of the activity has happened within those boundaries. And we're smack bang in the middle of that boundary, in that, you know, in that path. So it's kind of, I think it's too early to call whether, you know, I would wait for confirmation on the broader picture as to whether we leave to the top side or leave to the bottom side of it. So right now it's kind of like in the 50-50 land, limbo, going sideways.
What if the first wave up is a fake up, a fake out upwards, and then we need
Like a deviation?
Yeah, and then we need
Yeah.
another one down to the 112 or
Mm.
something to go up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like we've still got this gap here, CME from, what was this, back on the 10th of July, so earlier in the month. There was a bit of a gap left that hasn't been filled. So if that, yeah, we could go deal with that with a deviation outside the range, and then we could re-enter the range later without, you know, killing the trend, because the trend is still very much up and healthy for Bitcoin. I mean, we're only down 1% on Bitcoin's daily chart, like today's price action, today's candle. That's barely anything, but the alts freaked out. The alts, yeah, man, big freak out. The alts.
Yeah, it's brutal. Oh, altcoin trading is brutal.
Yeah, it's extremely violent. But if you have an appetite for that kind of volatility, it's great because it's like you've got a whole market of options to pick from with, how volatile you want to go, how risky. But if you want to go safe, Bitcoin's the safest play as far as like, its volatility is a lot tighter ranged.
And this is what I was thinking about earlier. Even then, like, if you take a look at like something like Nvidia, Bitcoin should be not outperforming it, but being that it's so I guess it's safe in the crypto world, but it's still not like really safe. But I guess since Trump, things have gotten a little bit more clear. But
That's
overall, it's always been sort of a risky asset to get into.
Yeah, that's
Like,
actually that's a good thing we should look at actually. Compare Nvidia to Bitcoin over the last phase that we've seen.
even the last like month or two,
I've
Nvidia
got
has just been like blowing Bitcoin out of the water, and it's like
I've got
for it being
just
as risky as an asset compared to Nvidia, you would think like the
Mm.
swings would be higher to the highs and lower to the lows, but it has been relatively stable, which is like
I'm gonna put Bitcoin on the left, Nvidia on the right with a split view. I'm gonna compare it. And I'll go on like say the weekly chart. Oh, actually that's probably too much. Actually, no, weekly's good. Weekly's good. Let's pick it
Rick,
out
just
since the COVID pivot. I mean, sorry, not the COVID, the tariff dump pivot, and then to where it's at now, and see which one has performed better. So Bitcoin from 7th of April to now, or to the high. Let's use the extremes. 60, just under 60. We'll call it 65%. It's like 64.6. So 65% on Bitcoin and 100% on Nvidia. So yeah, you could say from that same kind of dip on the macro, Nvidia has been on a rampage, man.
yeah, it just keeps putting a new
And
high
that's the
after
top stock. That
Yep.
is the top stock on the market. That's incredible. Like the fact that it's
And
the
it's
number
safe,
one, isn't it?
Yeah, like, and it's safe in a sense where you can put your money in there and like you don't have to like worry that
Incredible.
some crazy event's gonna happen. You still have to worry about things, but like I feel like with crypto and Bitcoin, there's way more variables that you have to like take into account because it's so sensitive to like any type of global events or anything like that. And it's just it seems
Yeah.
like it's not giving the returns like that it should. I mean, it should be higher, honestly.
Well,
But
I
isn't
think maybe there's some chance that you could get some rotation out of Nvidia, and then into the crypto market. Like once the big position holders of Nvidia that have been causing the majority of the move rotate into, you know, I'm guessing most of it would rotate back into cash, like money. But some of it,
Yeah.
like if we just get a little bit to come back into crypto, that would be cool.
Isn't Nvidia a bit related to the bull market? Because a lot of
Yeah, I
people
think so.
use it to mine and such.
Yeah. Yeah, I think crypto likes the Nasdaq the most, the tech heavy index.
Gloomy, for some reason my noise suppression had turned off. Is this any better? Let me know.
So the Nasdaq over the last, how many weeks has it been? So over the last 16 weeks, the Nasdaq has gone up 43.6%. That's pretty amazing for an index to do that kind of move. It's very quick. I think it's giving the COVID relief rally or the the COVID recovery a run for its money. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's been a lot steeper of a climb. It's been the velocity's like way higher. Check the what do you call it? Company's market cap. Yeah, Nvidia $4.3 trillion. And then second is Microsoft at 3.8 trillion. That's insane. Gold is $22.2 trillion market cap. The FXRP's dropped out of the top 100. Oh no, it's still there. 92nd. Ethereum's 25th. Not bad. But the Dow Jones tested its all-time high and pulled back off it today, I think. Oh no, that was, yeah, the Monday candle. It's like the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq are way above their all-time high, like their previous all-time highs. So they've gone into price discovery in a big way. But then the Russell is still like a fair bit to go before it gets to all-time highs again.
I think there's a bit of a de-risking happening also in crypto for, I guess, Powell on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, yeah. And we have GDP report the day before that. Yeah. GDP, then FOMC the next month. I think if you're in America, it's the same day. Like one's in the morning, one's in the afternoon, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Let
GDP
me
is
just
at like
double check
8:30 in the
actually.
morning, and then
Yeah.
FOMC is at 2 p.m. at the afternoon. And then also there's some big earnings this week too. It's like Meta, Microsoft, I think Apple. I think Apple is a big one.
Yeah.
I think all three of those earnings, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple, all report this week also. So this week's actually pretty big in terms of data, or a lot of swings can happen.
You got a monthly close as well. That can be fresh
sure.
month. Yeah, that can provide activity as well. Yeah, the JOLTS job openings. That's like 10 a.m. Tuesday. Have you guys hit Tuesday yet? Not quite. Another 6.5 hours.
30 minutes for me.
Of course not. Oh, 30 minutes for you. Yeah. The forecast for the GDP is really good. It's basically, that means if we come anywhere close to 2.4%, we've avoided a recession essentially, because the last quarter was negative result, negative GDP. It wasn't that bad though. Like it was, what was it, negative 0.3%? So only slightly under. Is all that noise coming through my mic? Like the kids upstairs, like banging around, yelling?
No, I don't hear anything.
Okay, good. My nephews and niece getting ready for school, yelling at each other. Yeah, so out of the top 16, the next 8, so from Hyperliquid to Litecoin, they've all pulled back really, really deep. Not really, I shouldn't say really, but like there's been a good correction on those. So I think if Bitcoin's able to stabilize, if not recover off this dip, these could be really nice buys. Not financial advice. But yeah. The bright side is if you are buying this dip, at least you're not FOMOing into a green market right now. You'd be buying the blood, which is what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to buy the dip. Buy the dip and sell the brip. Or sell the tip. I think the market would definitely get people caught off guard if they're, bearish too late into the dip and they start opening shorts around this area. Then they get trapped. The classic bear trap situation. And you're kind of like out of sync with the market that way. Longing the tops and shorting the lows.
This dip seems more like a trap because we just had this dip like on Thursday or Friday, and then on the weekend, like quietly, everything sort of just started ramping up, and then by the end of Sunday, it just sort of sold off, and here we are on Monday. So it seems like
Yeah.
everyone that just bought that dip on Friday is basically back at their entry or lower. Once it.
So with Bitcoin at least, it's good that if this is a big if, right? If this is the pivot of this pullback, it's a lot higher than the previous dip that we had. So, that's what would be considered the start of what could be a further uptrend. Because
Yeah, that's
technically,
very true.
Bitcoin
Very
has
true.
Bitcoin's been in a downtrend since 123,000, right? Since the all-time high from, dude, it was only like 2 weeks ago, or not even, that we made that all-time high. So, yeah, 14 days, 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago. So we've kind of, but even then, like the pullback off the all-time high hasn't even been that deep. Like it's, I think the price to beat though to get confidence back in Bitcoin, for it to go up, I think we need to just get above 120,000. That's kind of like my line in the sand. So not only get through it, but also back test it and make support at it would be really good. That's how you're escaping this like current range that we're in. But the pullbacks have been coming a lot deeper than 120. They've been pulling back to like 116, 117. And we had that deviation down to 115 recently.
The question is, if Bitcoin does pop here and make somewhat of a recovery and rally, do you ride Bitcoin or do you dabble back into alts that are most likely, if Bitcoin does get rejected, going to make
I think
potentially
if
lower
you're,
lows?
it depends on your appetite for risk and performance. If you do pick an alt, then yeah, it could certainly outperform Bitcoin, but it can also, if we're all wrong, it continues down. It's like shit. You better make sure your stops are in place on the alts, because they could continue to bleed pretty bad if Bitcoin weakens off.
Well, I mean, just looking
but you are
last week's
right.
dip, just looking at last week's
Yep.
dip, if you bought the Bitcoin dip at we got down to 114 and we're sitting at 118, you're good. But basically anything else you bought, it's either gone lower or it's about the same again of where you bought it at.
Yeah. Oh,
So you
I
lost those
think
gains.
if you were confident in this W on Bitcoin from 3 days ago and you jumped into an altcoin, that would have given you better returns than Bitcoin for sure. There's no doubt about that. Like even something safe, like considered safe, as an altcoin play, like maybe Ethereum out of that dip. Let's compare them.
Yeah, I think
So how did we go?
ETH has been the best one, I think. ETH and that was about it.
And
Everything else is
XRP
sort
did
of.
all right.
Oh, XRP didn't
I'm
either.
just going to
I
compare.
feel like
Look at that.
XRP
ETH
came
did a
down to
12%. from like low to high, swing low to swing high. That was a 12% move on Ethereum, only a 4.3% move on Bitcoin. And then XRP did a, let's see, where's that low?
But no, but
So
it
this low
ETH gave
here.
away. You're doing low to high.
Yeah, just the extremes. Yeah, it's similar to Ethereum.
But then it gave money back.
Oh yeah, yeah. So that's one of the other top 16 coins. Yeah. Yeah, it ran 23% from the low point.
Yo, what is the purpose
Yeah,
of it?
just 2
Wasn't
days ago.
Bitcoin Cash just like
It was a fork of
it was a
Bitcoin.
fork, right? But then I thought
Mm-hmm.
it didn't have like a use case anymore, so it kind of went away. But it still just keeps running.
Oh no.
Vaguely, no, I wasn't around back then. I came in like 2021, 2020.
Is it a fork looking for a fork?
I'm just asking, what?
No, matches. You're thinking of Ethereum Classic. That's what happened with Ethereum Classic. The reason the reason they forked Bitcoin into Bitcoin Cash is because there was like a difference of opinion in terms of like what the block size should be for like when you
It's a good
mine in
upgrade.
each halving cycle.
Yeah.
So they wanted like higher block sizes with each halving. Like half the people wanted higher block size for each halving, and the other people said no, we don't want to change the original code that Satoshi set. So they basically there was a group of developers that they like forked off and they said, hey, like, all right, look, well, we're gonna fork it into this other chain and we're gonna do like the block size that we want with like with each halving and change the mining rate of each coin. That's what happened with Bitcoin Cash. The thing you're talking about,
good.
that's Ethereum Classic. There was like a hack and people's coins got stolen and they wanted to roll back the chain
Now
and
the
that
hack,
and
I
instead
got
of
to clear
rolling
this
back the
up.
chain,
The hack wasn't to the blockchain. It was to an exchange. Yeah, I don't know about hack.
Yeah, so
Bitcoin.
that like Craig Wright, so Craig Wright and a couple other people, they were trying to go into like a different direction. That's what actually caused that big, I think it was in 2013 or something. It caused a big crash in Bitcoin because there were so many people that were disagreeing, people that were like being developers, had been developers on the chain for a long time. They all split to a different direction. So everyone sold Bitcoin because they thought, oh, Bitcoin Cash, that's going to be the new thing. It was before Bitcoin had really gained too much reputability
Yeah,
or whatever. And then
just
but if they were trying to DDoS them, they were probably trying to destroy the original network by DDoSing them, and they failed. But they ended up with
forget.
their own coin anyway.
You have to be clear on what hack means because hacking Bitcoin itself hasn't happened. Exchanges have been hacked though, like people's wallets have been accessed because they hacked the exchange, but they haven't hacked the blockchain. Something, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think maybe I got them mixed up because it was 2017. I thought like Mount Gox was 2017. Mount Gox might have been 2013, and then the fork
2013, yeah.
that caused the crash was, yeah. So Mount Gox was 2013, and then the fork that caused the crash, it was in 2017. It was because of the fork. Yeah, yeah. It's a
That
whole thing.
short term,
It was called the
that,
block size wars. Look into the
that
block
short
size wars.
term bullish change of character from earlier just got its structure break on Bitcoin.
Thank you, Ocean. Yeah, it was called. It's
What was that date that you said in August that it forked? Yeah. Was there a specific day? Where? So it didn't give it like an actual date.
Wait, what part of that did you say Bilderberg was involved with? Takeover of.
I actually
Basically by the Bilderberg group?
that
Is that
wrong
what,
with
am I
that
thinking of
connection. Can you
correctly?
guys hear me?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, am I roboting?
Yeah. No, you're there.
Yeah, so I don't know. I might have misspoke because Craig Wright, I don't know if he was he might have, I'm pretty sure he had a part in like the block size wars. And he was like claiming to be Satoshi at one point. But you know how they had that other fork that was called Bitcoin SV, Satoshi's Vision? And he was trying to
Yeah.
claim that he was Satoshi. And he's like, oh, this is the way that that the protocol is actually supposed to operate. So that's why they called it SV because it was supposed to be Satoshi Vision, but it's really not. It's like Satoshi Vision was the original blockchain network. It was the original Bitcoin network. So I mean, there was two things. There was a lot of stuff that happened, and I wasn't into crypto back then. Like I have heard about it, read up on it and stuff, but like
Yeah, that
the
was
details are kind of foggy. But the
November
SV thing,
2018 that he did that SV thing.
yeah, the
That
SV
was
thing was a
yeah.
whole other issue. So like the original Bitcoin was having a really hard time at that point. And that's why I'm pretty sure it dropped from like 6K. Everyone thought that the bottom was going to be 6K, and then it dropped to 3K. So it like dropped another 50% where everyone thought the bottom was, but because of all that crap that happened. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there because I don't want to be I don't want to be I don't want to be spitting like things that are like I don't want to be like
They're
touting
inaccurate.
misinformation or anything like that. Yeah.
Sounds pretty accurate.
Yep.
And
But going,
Now you're roboting.
either don't really know.
There has been a lot of like adaptations to Bitcoin, like not only forks but then also the kind of transaction formats that it's had. There's something called Taproot. There's Segwit. There's what are the other ones? There's all these things because there is a Bitcoin core team, like a developer team.
So those were upgrades, though.
Yeah,
Those were
yeah, they
just
weren't
upgrades to
forks. They were
the
just upgrades
network.
to the network. Yeah, yeah. And there's the Lightning network as well. So Segwit, Lightning network. What was the other one I said? Taproot. Taproot is an agreed soft fork in the transaction format. The fork adds support for Schnorr signatures and improves functionality of smart contracts and Lightning Network and the Lightning Network. Fork was installed in November 2021. The upgrade adds privacy features. Taproot includes Bitcoin improvement proposal numbers, and there's a bunch of codes.
Yeah, I was just like they're upgrading like they did upgrades like so that the original protocol was compatible with those like systems.
Yeah.
Like so you could still so it could operate on
Yeah.
those newer type of what's it called? Avenues, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, like formats, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, format. Well, you could like send it like if like with Lightning, I think it was like easier to send. I forget whether it was Taproot or Lightning, but it was like easier. It was like it made it slightly faster and cheaper to send or something.
it feels like we're about to get a flush on everything.
Maybe.
Just
Yeah,
that
we're in.
pre FOMC flush. I feel like we get it all the time. Every time before FOMC, people just de-risk, take their profits, and just wait.
Yeah, talk about indecision of this area. Trying to get something started and then it sort of second guesses it or rewinds.
Well, probably
Yeah, we don't hear anything.
Mention, I think the YouTube stream is only hearing some people talk, so it's like they're like, who are you talking to? Half the time. Oh yeah.
He sounds like troll.
Yeah. That's definitely what happened to me with XRP, like trying to get the bounce position in. Sometimes it takes a few attempts before one actually sticks, before one actually catches. Yeah. And then, this may not be the bounce. This might just be a brief consolidation before further correction. Yeah. It just depends if this was a local correction or something that's supposed to be more broad. That's gonna go for days, The monthly candle has 3 days and 3 hours left. Actually, sorry, closer to 3 days and 2 hours now. The July candle to close.
Hey guys, how are you? I'm listening to
Hey,
what
man.
the conversation. The retracement is just we just touched the 38 percent retracement, so that's bullish SF. If we pump from here, we're gonna be targeting 125. So far so good. Remember, we're coming up from 114, so if we can hold 118, it's great.
And that we left that wick behind. Usually we'd go back and fill that wick at 114.
That's interesting.
No, I think we fill the wick down below, maybe.
Yeah, just checking 4-hour chart. The most important is not to go to the previous candle, which we hold perfectly there. So that's That's gonna be the main price action, not to go and form out. Yep. We if we stay there, that's very bullish. Yep. So let's see. And if you go to the left on your screen in 4 hour, uh, we're just bouncing in the same range that we pump on Sunday. So it's all good so far. It's not doesn't look bad. Yeah, that engulfing. Yeah, on the daily chart, that engulfing candle that is creating right now, I'm not paying attention to that because you have a pin on the daily. Do they have correlation? Yeah. Yeah, just check in 4 hour chart. You'll see. Remember the all the weeks that we had that day? It is the same range. So we're doing the same thing here, the same pattern. But if you retrace from this point, that is bullish, bullish, bullish.
Yeah, it's a much higher low than the 3 day ago low on Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Higher pivot, higher lows are a good start.
Like if we hold this support here, we're gonna be looking 125 like a whole green candle, at least for the week.
It would be nice.
It would be pretty cool if it did that.
So when is the 24 hours up for the false move to finish?
I think
sure.
the false move what you already did to the upside. I mean, now to the downside, and then we're gonna keep pumping. The false move for me, in my opinion, is this dump that we did.
Right on, 1 down, 3 up. Is that how it works? 1 down, 2 up,
That's the way it should be. Yeah.
or 1 up, 2 down, whichever way. But that's kind of the ratio.
1 down, 2 up.
Basically putting you around 122.
Around, yeah.
Come on,
But I would say I think we're gonna this week we should see a new all-time high.
Why? Okay.
Guessing the liquidity is kind of high stacked, like stacked high side with people shorting, you know, or trying to short it.
We'll see what the short-term heat map says about that.
Yeah, no, just looking at the 1-day heat map, it's definitely pretty bright on the high side. So there's a big cluster at around 120,000 and also at 119.5. A couple of big clusters there, but if I zoom out further,
Ocean, can you hear me?
Plenty underneath as well. Yeah, well, you're clear now, Quack.
yeah, you're good now.
All right, I was just gonna say, Ocean, if you add the liquidation levels by Leviathan onto your chart, it's almost like liquidation heat map. Like it's pretty close. It's not exactly the same. It's pretty close, but it's like right on the chart for you on trading.
Yeah,
I
I don't
found
like
it works
that.
pretty
I
well.
don't like my chart getting that messy.
Yeah, I know. You like to keep it clean. Only trend line. Only trend Fibonacci's.
Yep. And horizontal levels to show the changes of character.
I just like it because it gives a pretty good idea of what's being chased, like at the moment. Like it gives you a little bit of a quicker reaction. With the heat map, you can kind of only look at like the 12-hour time frame, which gives you a good idea of where a big pocket of liquidity is. But then you can also look at the levels like on something as low as like the 5 or 1 minute, and it kind of gives you a more direct sort of like immediate idea of where there's some short liquidity or long liquidity. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
The candles on the 12-hour are 5-minute candles.
Yeah, I just don't know how often it updates. Like, you know what I mean? Like you have
Every
to
5
sit there and like
minutes.
constantly. Yeah, but you have to sit there and kind of constantly update it to see what liquidity has been taken and what hasn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know, maybe just my computer, my browser sucks, but it's like in order for me to get a clear, like up-to-date idea of what kind of liquidity's been taken, is like I have to update it every couple minutes. Like, or if I haven't looked at it in a while, like if I haven't looked at it in a couple hours, I'm looking at like the old data and I have to click the little
Oh, it
refresh
doesn't
button.
auto refresh?
Not for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't even like keep mine open to try to sit and stare at it. I check it to see where the pockets are, and then it just gets closed, so I wouldn't have even noticed that. Hot pockets.
Hot pocket.
Hey, what about that golden pocket? What's up, guys?
What up, Train? Dude,
It's like the hottest one.
We played your song last night and you weren't even here.
What song? Are you talking about Ozzy Osbourne?
Yeah, they were having an Aussie fest. We were jamming out and I played Crazy Train and I was like, yo, where's Train? This is his song.
Dang, dude. I never like listened to that music. Whenever I made the name, it had nothing to do with that song. And then like I would type the name in and I learned about the song. So I don't know if that's disappointing. If it is, I'm sorry. But
That's a little bit like poserish if you ask me, but it's okay. I forgive you.
yeah,
What
I mean, at least I was honest about it.
What rock
Yeah.
your man?
Don't worry, Qui-Gon doesn't know a thing about Star Wars.
Yeah. I've never even
Train-
seen any of the movies.
Like train like can be called a locomotive, and crazy is like loco. So it was crazy train. Like that was where that came from, just for the record.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So and also I put the apostrophe in the wrong spot, so it says Olay instead of Ol. But you know what, Olay.
What's funny is we have a different friend, like a friend in a different server from Canada, and his name is Lord Olay, and people would always call him Lord Ol, but it's Lord Olay.
Really? That's funny.
Yeah,
Actually,
and he actually is a lord because he owns like a 1 foot plot of land in like Scotland or something,
oh hell yeah.
and he's like the lord of that one spot, so like he actually is a lord.
I didn't know if it said Ol or Olay until actually I was on this channel, and I'm pretty sure somebody from like South America was speaking, and they kind of like were questioning how to say my name, and they were like, Olay Crazy Train? And I was like, ah, shit. Okay, it definitely says Olay if that guy's saying Olay.
Ole, 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 ole. Speaking of which, has anyone heard from Lord? Like, has he been on voice at all? Because I feel like I haven't talked to him in months. He posted like a meme in my server or somebody's server. He posted a meme in somebody's server like a few days or a week ago or something. That's all I've heard from him in the past couple months. Maybe he already went to Japan. I hope he didn't go without. Stock up on that Japanese yen during the next carry trade.
I haven't been able to look at anything for like the past 3 days, which is the longest span of time I've gone without having to been able to look at anything in at least 8 months. So I'm just trying to catch up at the moment. Gains pains. Heard that. Okay, so we did close CME today. Nice. Oh, I see a W.
At this point, it's starting to seem like it really is like every other month. Like Ocean said that like a while ago, like a few months ago. He's like typically if I just wait like 4 weeks, the market looks a lot different than where it was the previous 4 weeks.
Yeah, dude. Plus the full moons, man. I hate to even say that, but I don't believe in coincidences. And I keep noticing the full moons.
Yeah. That's real shit. It's not like every cycle. It's not like every 2 weeks, but it's like definitely like they fall on like certain like periodic times where they're
The
getting
the
really
moon
good.
the moon shines. Go ahead. Yeah, well, the
Well, I mean,
moon.
also
Go ahead.
like I was just gonna say, also think about all the people that have like reoccurring buys set that are like for every, like some of them are for every day, some of them are for once a week on the same day, some of them are once every 2 weeks, some of them are once a month. So that would line up with the moon phase cycle. Like if it's once every 2 weeks or once every month, and there's a ton of people that have the same day set for like a DCA, like recurring buy, then like it stands to reason that that would have at least some sort of like effect, even like whether it be minuscule or like if it's, but it should have some sort of effect, you know what I mean? Like just because of the time schedule, like some people only trade every 2 weeks, some people only trade every month, some people only trade every 2 months, so it's like, yeah, sometimes there's people on a DCA schedule. If they all end up lining up on the same day, and that happens to be a full moon or whatever, that might be coincidence, but it might just be human psychology directing people to act in a certain way at a certain time, and that's why they like their psychology was affected by the moon, and that's why they decided to put their DCA buys on that date or whatever. And everyone is just has a similar thought process, but who the hell really knows?
Yeah, maybe the full moon is it shines so bright people can't sleep and they're like, all right, well, if I'm not gonna sleep, then what's the other thing that don't sleep? Crypto don't sleep, and then gains, gains, gains.
Well, there's actually some scientific research that supports the idea that the full moon can affect human psychology, because firstly, the moon does affect tides in the ocean, so it has like it clearly has an effect on water, and the human body is mostly water. It's like 90% water or something. So that would make sense. Plus, the other thing is that
20.
the
Okay,
full
that's
moon,
actually pretty good. That's pretty good right there, Qua. I like that
yeah.
a lot. I like that one.
The
Keep going.
the other thing that they say is the full moon has like even if you're not staring at it or looking directly at it, because of the amount of light that's bouncing off of it, it causes some sort of an optical illusion with your eyes, which sort of changes your perception slightly. And it's something that supposedly affects every human, like during the time of the full moon. And that's why they say, like, that's why they say, like, oh, it's a full moon, all the lunatics are out tonight, like lunatic, like Luna is moon. And
I was just gonna say that.
yeah,
That's
well,
really true.
I mean, think about all the times where it's like you were actually out doing something during a full moon, and people were driving crazy in traffic, or like there was people doing stupid stuff that were like, or people getting arrested, like, or causing a scene or whatever. And like just like be like like next time there's a full moon, try to be conscious of the way that people act, because people act like sort of like different or more irrational or like weird during a full moon, like for some reason. And I think it's because of like pretty much the reasons, like some of the reasons I mentioned. There's all kinds of other reasons too. Like I would like have to dive deeper into it to like actually be able to explain it better. But like I mean, there's a few things that really suggest that it does have an effect on human psychology, and like that's another thing. Like the full moon with all these like myths and legends, like werewolves coming out during the full moon, or like people like they'll be human but they turn into a werewolf like during the full moon, because it's like people get crazy during those times, so it's sort of like a metaphor, kind of, I guess. I don't know. That's my 2 cents on it. I think it is a real thing.
Hey, speculate, speculate.
Well, no, it's like people becoming irrational. That's like sort of the man turning into a werewolf or like a beast on the night of the full moon, sort of like a metaphor for like they're acting irrational because their psychology has changed, because the optical illusion that the light casts on, like, in their eyes. Like it's something about the way that the light from the sun bounces off the moon and the brightness it has, and then that being picked up by your retina causes some sort of optical illusion that like temporarily changes your psychology. It makes you make like more impulsive decisions and stuff.
No, that was he was taking a potion or some shit. He took like a potion and he turned into Mr. It's the same guy. He's just like split personalities, alter egos. But it's like I mean like the idea of people acting impulsively. It's like a man turns into a beast, like during the full moon, like because he's acting impulsively. Like that's sort of like the idea behind the metaphor. If you catch my drift. Yeah, I guess it really just kind of comes down to whether or not you believe in that crap or not. I mean, I do to some degree. I think like, every sort of myth or superstition has some sort of truth behind it, even if it's not, you know, exactly true or it's exaggerated or whatever. There's something to it. Like that myth or legend or story, whatever, exists for a reason. It's like symbolism or hey, what? Yeah, but where do stories come from? I mean, like urban legends and stuff. Those are like all those stories. They're like exaggerated versions of something that actually happened. You know what I mean?
Speaking of the moon, are we there yet? Oh yeah.
Did you long BCH before it, like while it was up in that? Definitely into an area of resistance on the daily, but it broke trend. I guess I zoomed out to the weekly now. Closed a candle above that trend on the weekly, pulling back. Zoom into the 4 hour. If it keeps chugging down at the same pace, it's going to meet that trend around the same time as it hits the previous breakout area. around 561.5. That might be a decent area to try for something, and use that last consolidation on the 4-hour as your potential support. 4-hour close underneath 551.4 as your invalidation. I think I might take a shot at that if it comes down there. I like it. I see where that'd be at fib wise as far as pulling from that low at 489 or 490. Wouldn't be quite 0.5, be more like 0.4, 0.38. Could be good. Yeah. I mean, it's been pushing up quite a bit on the daily and the weekly. I don't like buying things that near the top of the range, but that'd be a pretty clear invalidation for the shorter term anyway. And I think you would also want to base it off of what's the rest of the market doing at the time. It also broke, I mean, that swing down to 252 broke character to the downside, bearish change of character. And the fact that you didn't go and break that last high at 636, that would tell you that it's attempting to continue that downtrend to go make a lower low underneath 251. That's zoomed way the fuck out.
Watch that bump.
Yeah. Language, sir,
So
language.
yeah, my bad. I'm in construction. It's so hard to remember we're on YouTube, but I'm trying.
Well, I mean, on the other channels, like we never really cared or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? We got in the habit.
No
Well,
class at
we got
all. No
we got
class
in the
at all on
habit
the
of
other
having no
channels.
filter.
that was also when YouTube was flagging us for like, we were having to say cornbread instead of COVID.
Oh yeah. Like 2019, 2020. Well, it was that was even like 2022, like that they were doing that. Remember?
Yeah. No, I've just gotten used to turbos because we're not on YouTube, so. But
Yeah.
I'm working on it, gentlemen. I'll try.
Yeah, it's tough. The old habits.
Please keep providing the reminders if I slip.
Yeah, I mean, I slip
Yeah, that's
most
what
of the
we're here
time when I
for.
slip. It's like I have an open mic and I don't even realize it. But then also I slip up sometimes just forgetting, like about YouTube completely, or like, even though we're in a different server. I try to do my best though, and like whenever somebody else like says it, it's like I try to give them a reminder. I slip up too, but it's like I try to give other people reminders too. So it's like if we all remind each other, I think it gets a little better. But I mean, nobody's trying to be a dick about it. We're all just trying to keep each other reminded, I guess.
And keep
Oh,
Dbloc's
I was
YouTube
totally.
from getting flagged.
Yeah. Also, I mean, it's just like it's kind of staying like professional to some degree too. Like sometimes we'll even start having conversations in here that aren't really like we're not using swear words, but just the content of the conversation is like sort of enough to be like, oh hey, like can like T-Bone would be like, can you guys take this to another room? Because like this is a little bit too um casual, you know?
I heard that.
No, just stuff that's like mildly explicit or like inappropriate, or like subject matter that's like really sensitive, controversial.
Like Austrian painters.
Yeah, exactly like that. No, but it's like, I mean, I guess politics, it can be like sensitive or controversial, but I think it depends on the context. Like if you're talking about politics and it's something that's market impacting, and then you're not really like taking a heavy stance or having like a heated debate over it, then I think it's okay to mention politics. It's like, there's some sort of a line like is supposed to be drawn, I guess.
Yeah, like how does whatever the political action was, how does it impact this? Not really anything outside of that.
Yeah, like personal opinions aside, how is it going to affect the market? Like I think any of that is pretty much fair game, but like your personal opinions, like debating with somebody else about their personal opinions, and you guys have a difference in opinion and you both get like sensitive and defensive over it, that's when it becomes an issue. Or if you are speaking like a very strongly about your political stance and somebody that's listening disagrees, like even if it's not someone in here but someone like on YouTube, like that might like sort of be like repulsive, I guess, in a way. Anyway, we don't have to beat it into the ground, but I'm just saying, yeah, like we kind of all do our best. That's all we can really do.
All right, brother, go make them dollar bills.
Check you later, man.
Are we just trying to build short side or long side liquidity here? I mean, is that why we're moving sideways?
I mean, probably both if I had to guess. And there's just like so much indecision at the moment that it's probably easy to do both. Scare people out of one side, get people into the other, and then do the same thing in reverse.
Yeah.
And it's also like sort of a bit of a struggle between the bulls and the bears. Like it's sort of a bit of a power struggle, I guess you could say, for people that actually have the amount of money that can move the market.
How do you feel right now, Qua? Are you more bullish or more bearish?
I'm pretty neutral. Like, I mean, I think that there's like plenty of reason to go down and retest the previous all-time high, fill in all the gaps, like, or at least some of the gaps that we left behind.
Yeah.
And then, but and then retesting that previous all-time high and solidifying that as structure. Like, if we say like, okay, that's definitely support, then like if everyone's expecting it to be support, or if it gets front run, it's like, all right, that's definitely support. So that's sort of a safe level. So that would give people more confidence to be bullish. But on the other hand, I also see like a case to be made that we could go up, like since there's so much consolidation that's happened here, and the aggressive attempts at breaking support have more or less failed so far. There's definitely a case to be made that we go back up to the all-time high and then swing fail it, and if it does a swing fail, and then we do end up doing a Bart Simpson and come back down to the previous also like 110 112 area as like a final shakeout, or like at least just to test that level to see how strong it actually is and what kind of demand is really there. But I mean, like I think there's just as good of a probability that could happen. Well, maybe not just as good, but like it's almost like like I could definitely see a case for both. But like I kind of have more of a bearish bias because it's like I feel like we need to go retest, find out where the demand really is, shake out weekends or whatever, short-term holders, you know, yada yada, figure out where the demand is and all that. That would be healthy, like in my mind. But I think it's also like it would be healthy enough to do a fake out to the upside, swing fail at the top, and then you know come down, get like sort of like a rescue ship to get people out, but also to liquidate anyone that's shorting to get them out of the move. You know what I mean? So that they're not included
Yeah.
in the move down. So I don't know. I think that that has a pretty decent probability as well, given the fact that we've been consolidating and holding ground for the most part for the past couple weeks. The other the other scenario would be that we go up to the previous all-time high and a bunch of people start to or we go up to like, you know, the 123K, people start to FOMO, they feel like they're getting left behind, and a ton of people FOMO and it just pushes it through. More people start to short because they think it's going to be a swing and fail and it doesn't, and then a bunch of people start shorting heavy again, and it ends up being another short squeeze scenario where we do break into a new all-time high and we go to like 130 or 140 maybe or whatever if it's a cascading of like liquidation event. But I think that's the least probable, and then the second least probable but also the second most likely would be a swing fail of the previous high. But I personally think the most likely is going to be that we sort of maybe just continue to put in a series of lower highs until we eventually slowly grind our way down to the previous all-time high between 110 and 112 and see what's there.
Yeah, I could
But
see that for sure.
so I guess if I had to pick, I'd have a slightly more bearish bias, but I could definitely see a scenario for each one of the like I could definitely see a case to be made for each one of the three scenarios that I mentioned.
Right. Yeah, I think that
So
that's what they want us to think.
yeah, it's tricky with
They
these
want every
sideways consolidation ranges. They're trying to, you know, sort of it's sort of like a pullback in time, but it also could be like a time-based capitulation and they're testing people's resolve or whatever, you know, like it's a psychological thing, like for
They
definitely
want it
more
to
so for
be
short-term traders.
they want it to be clear as mud, essentially.
They have you
They
at
don't
the
want
Yeah.
anyone.
state.
Yeah. What's
Mm,
up, Rick?
they want to keep everyone confused
Yeah,
as
it's
best
meant
as
to
they
be
can.
confusing. And then
Yeah.
in the meantime, while they keep everyone confused as to
Under
what
hypnos.
directional bias we're supposed to have. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like the washing machine, right? Like they're trying to keep everyone confused, and in the process, they're building up long liquidity for people that are bullish, short liquidity for people that are bearish, and whichever side gets stacked up more, that's probably the side they're going to go after first.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's kind of like it kind of seemed like when you're in the middle of the consolidation, so it's kind of like you're in no man's land, and like if it drops below the center, oh crap, panic sell. If it goes above the center, it's like, oh, FOMO win, you know. So it's like it gets pretty dirty. It's been frustrating me because I feel like there's just so much leverage right now. Like whether there's people
Yeah.
longing or people shorting, there's so much leverage
I
that it's
think
almost like preventing it from choosing a direction.
for me, best practice, although I don't follow this, like like I would like to, like logically, but emotionally I get caught up, right? Like everyone, well, a lot of people do. But when there's so much confusion and indecision, sit on your hands, dude. Don't trade that. You don't have to trade that. You don't have to make decisions when there is no clarity or low clarity. You want the high confidence
Preach.
trades only, you know?
No,
High
for
confidence,
sure.
high
Yeah.
conviction. Like why make it harder than it has to be, you know?
Yeah, that's why they say sometimes the best trade is no trade at all, or just sit in stable
Mhm.
coins, or like, you know, because it's like
Yeah.
you're if it's affecting you emotionally, then it's going to affect your decision making, like your rationality and your decision making skills. So,
Yeah.
and if that happens and you're like sort of under the influence in a sense of your emotions, then you're
Yeah.
probably likely to make impulsive or bad decisions. And if those bad decisions like harm your portfolio value then it's gonna harm you more harm your
Yeah.
psychology more, and then it's gonna cause you
Mm.
to start trading on tilt. Like it's gonna affect your
Yeah.
decision making even further, and
I,
you could revenge
so
trade, and then you're trading on tilt, and then you get wrecked even worse. So sometimes the best thing to do is just do nothing.
yeah, the fact that we are human after all, right? That you can't not feel the emotions of the market. The different, like what makes the difference is acting on the emotion. You know, like you can train yourself to notice and recognize how you're feeling about the price action, and then go, okay, would this be a logical decision to do this because I know that my emotions are heightened right now. So it's like it's like counter intuition, you know, counterintuitive to like ignore, to block them, like to not decision make in an emotional phase, you know. I suck at it. I'm still trying to practice and get better at that, but
bro, for sure.
you'll never stop feeling the emotions of the market. It's the training to not make decisions based off that, you know. It's pretty tricky. It's damn hard. It's probably the hardest thing is the psychology. The strategies and the TA, that's easy.
Dominance is climbing right now. It's on that SR flip. Sorry, Rick.
Oh, that's all good. Yeah, like I think the TA part of it and understanding how to trade and all that, that's you can learn that. That's easy. It's mastering your emotions. It's the hard part. Mastering like how you behave as a participant in the market, which is tricky. It's easy to blame
Yeah,
the
100%
outside.
psychology is the toughest.
Yeah. And
Like
we always
mastering
point the
trading
finger
psychology.
about yeah,
Yeah, we want to blame something. We want to blame something other than ourselves.
other than ourselves, yes.
But yeah,
Usually a
like the
bad
whole
trade wasn't because there was a liquidity event. Like that happens all the time. Like don't blame that. It's you positioned into it. Like you're the fool.
yeah, I mean, it might have been, it might not, like, so it's your fault because you didn't see it coming. Like, you might not have seen it coming, but it's still your fault because you didn't see it coming, you know?
Yeah,
Or
or you didn't have
you
risk
did and you
mitigate.
ignored it.
Yeah, you didn't have risk management in place. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of times where it's like you have to hand over the decisions to the process or the strategy. Like let the stop loss do its thing if it needs to, you know. Because your judgment can get caught up in the mix and give you like work against you. You just gotta let the process take effect.
Trust the process.
Yep. Man, I gotta mow the lawns and trim the edges and all that stuff today. That's gonna keep me out of the market. Keep me away from making stupid mistakes. I kinda wanna wait and see how the dust settles after FOMC and GDP release, you know, all that stuff before trying to do any big actions, Wait for the August candle to start, find what the trend might be saying. If there is a trend, if it starts a trend, it may not, it may go sideways. It's kind of like that time where you think you've found a good entry or a good idea, and it lasts all of 10 minutes. And then it becomes invalidated just because everyone else is unsure and playing all sorts of different, positions at the time. And open interest would fall in these kind of moments of indecision, which means the market maker has a whole lot more room to push things around without being challenged by the market. They sort of dominate when there's no lower volume.
I'd love for that last candle on dominance to be in stopping volume. That'd be dope.
Yeah. Dude, I am kind of looking forward to just the whole large spot trade style of just you don't have to stress so hard, about potential doom. It's like, oh, okay, it went down. No problem. I'll buy the dip. I'm not going to sell the dip. I'm not going to capitulate like they want me to. It just means I have to hang in there longer, while I buy. The beautiful thing about Bitcoin, there's those moments of blue sky where everyone who's ever bought it is in profit. You know what I mean? It's like they
You know
do
what you mean.
happen. Mm-hmm. Can't say the same for altcoins. It depends on the altcoin, of course.
I also know what you mean there.
Yep. And this is why alts, they're a flash in the pan half the time.
Yeah,
So it's like you
having
gotta,
fun.
yeah,
Get wrecked.
yeah. You can't be too convicted. Just, I guess it depends on the coin. I mean, Ethereum's kind of cool, but even that has its pain and frustration.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. Especially this year. Damn.
I told my boss at work, Rick, about your pantries. He goes, "Oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I ain't never seen that before." I was like, "Yeah, dude, that's why I brought it up."
It's great.
No, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, I was
That's so funny.
because he's 60 or something. So I need somebody with a little bit more age on him.
Yeah, a little bit more bark on the tree, eh?
Heyo.
You guys say that in the US?
No, but we will soon. I'm gonna start saying it. I don't know what made me think of this one. One of them that we'll say is yeah, it's been hit by everything but lightning.
That's great. Still alive, still breathing. Or like when you fall off a bike and you say, do you guys say, oh, you lost a bit of bark? Like if you graze your knee, you know?
Oh, okay. I think there is. Yeah, I think there is one.
Something like that? Yeah, yeah.
I'll have to think about it. I think there is one though. I'll have to get back to it. It'll hit me one day.
Yeah.
Bro, we definitely don't say that. We might have sayings that are similar to that, but I've never heard anyone say you've lost a bit of bark.
Yeah.
You'll be like, oh man, you got thrashed, man. You got thrashed, dude.
Oh, mate. Oh, mate. Yeah.
Mate, you lost a bit of bark there, mate. Your bark was worse than your bite. Now your bite's worse.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Still going down, I think. I
Yeah.
would guess to the bottom of the range, but without like making a lower low. I don't know. That's my best guess at the moment.
We're going down, down in an earlier round.
Nice.
The merry-go-round.
You remember that? Remember that shit?
I remember the merry-go-round. I also remember
Going
Fallout
down,
Boy.
down in the merry-go-round. Sugar world going down
Merry-go-round.
swinging. I wish I didn't remember.
It's not a. Is it merry-go-round or earlier round? I don't know.
I'm pretty
Honest to
sure
God,
around,
I
but
never
I have
knew what
no
the
idea.
words
They could
were.
be saying freaking anything in that song.
Could be saying anything. Like a lot of songs from that era. It's like, what the hell are they saying there?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of songs are guilty of that.
Yeah. Misheard song lyrics.
Oh wow.
Hiding
Yeah.
their
The
truth.
lyrics say down, down in an earlier round. Holy crap.
There you go. Because, yeah, they're talking about boxing. Down,
Yeah.
down in an
Well,
earlier
whenever
round.
you
Sugar,
said
we're
it, I
going
was
down
thinking,
swinging.
oh my God, dude. Holy crap.
If you're
I
going,
can't believe I never put that
you're going,
together.
yeah, if you're going down swinging,
Is
like
it? I'll be
boxing, I guess.
a number one with a bullet, a loaded gun complex, cock it and pull it.
Yeah, he changed his subject there, doesn't
It's
he?
a gun to a
Talking about
boxing
guns.
match. He's like, I can't beat him in boxing. I'm just gonna shoot him.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a street fight.
Maybe. Look what you've done to us,
Oh
Bitcoin.
man.
We're talking absolute garbage.
Garbage.
I blame Bitcoin for this mess.
Garbage, mate. It's garbage.
Yeah. Absolute garbage. You guys say trash. We say garbage or rubbish.
Yeah, rubbish. That's it.
Rubbish. Throw it. Throw it in the bin.
The
In
rubbish
the
bin.
bin.
You guys say trash can.
Oh, I had a soccer coach. He was from England. He
Mhm.
used to say, flop like a salmon, flop like a salmon. So, because like whenever you go up and give a header, you're supposed to like move your body like a salmon out of water or whatever. He say,
Oh
flop like a
yeah.
salmon. Wow.
That's great.
Yeah, he used to always say rubbish, and he would be super pissed, and then we all thought it was funny.
That's great. Were you having the really long conversation with Joe, Seth, about soccer? About like, FIFA? Like a couple of weeks ago?
No way.
Was it you?
Yeah, not me.
Someone was. Someone was. It was like a really detailed conversation.
I think they're just out right now. Honestly, I think they're out to get stops. I think they're hunting down. I just think that they're hunting down, and then once they get happy, they'll turn around. I mean, that's what
Yeah.
it feels like to me.
3 days left of July, according to TradingView.
Like if you
I
actually
say
look at
according to TradingView because
yeah,
it's
if
like
you
the UTC. Yeah.
if you look at your XRP chart right there, how like each lower low is just barely a lower low. It's just right where people are putting their stops. They're just stop hunting. It looks like a lot of charts are looking at right now. Now, I mean, dominance obviously is an important factor too. But yeah, I think to me it feels like they're just stop hunting because yeah. This is the part I hate.
Yeah, the indecision, the games.
The games, right?
Yeah.
Games.
I'd rather the games happen late at night so I can go to bed, not like 7 p.m. So then whenever they stop playing games, I'm forced to stay awake.
It's like, okay, there's a chance that they could full send it, and there's a chance that they could just dump it. And
Yeah,
so
like
if you're trying to decide before the fact, like before the confirmation, you're gambling. You're 50-50ing.
Yeah, you're right.
Like you're losing at the chance kind of thing. In a
If
way.
you look at Ethereum right now on the
Mhm.
5-minute, you'll see over the past hour and a half, it was higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. And then we're gonna go back and actually wick right below. Yeah, dude, because people got their stops right there. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. See, that's what I hate about this crap is because it's like it's not just people doing that. You know? I just want to play a game against like not everyone, just like I want to play a game against like me. That would actually be an interesting dynamic if we had if there was some platform where it was
Yeah.
like you were not allowed to have more than this amount of money on the exchange, just so that way it was like more competitive between everyone, even though then it would
Yeah,
be
but there's
traded on
still
another
gonna be
exchange.
more.
Yeah, you know what I'm
There's
saying,
still gonna
just
be
big
more
picture. You're right.
exchanges. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
If you
But
you could do a peer-to-peer thing. I mean, that's kind of like what pump.phone is. Like when it's just that's the coin is only on that exchange. So it's like whatever people have money on that exchange, like you're pretty much like peer-to-peer.
oh
But
snap.
it but at the same time, people with a shit ton of money can just put money on to pump.phone and like pump and dump it. You know what I mean?
Yo,
So
bro. Okay, so Quad,
it's
what
never
about
really
this?
fair.
Think about this, bro. think about it like this. What if there was a website you could go to, okay? And it was like you could either everyone could enter the pool or it could be invite only, all that stuff. I mean, we ain't got to get into details. Let's just pretend that this is possible. And then, so let's just pretend that you and I go to this website. It's only you and me. And then we both have like $100. We trade it over the course of 4 hours. And then whoever is more profitable over the course of the 4 hours gets the other person's money.
Yeah, we could literally do that, but if we're the only two people with liquidity in there, then we're just going to be pumping and dumping on each other. So like whenever one of us buys,
No. But
the other
it'd
one's
be
going to
like
be
a
selling.
Bitcoin though. We would like be buying and selling Bitcoin over the course of 4 hours, and then whoever wins takes the pot.
Oh, it takes like all the profit? You mean like a trading competition of sorts, or?
Yeah, like you start with 100, I start with 100. If you win after 4 hours, you get my 100. If I win after 4 hours, I get your 100. So that way it's like you're actually only trading it based off the chart, but the money isn't put into the coin. It's just a competition between the two people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess something like that could be organized
Does that
theoretically.
sound fun to you though?
I mean, I've done stuff like that before, like, and I don't know,
Oh.
it's not. It can be fun, but most of the time it's not really that fun. Like most of the time it's like, oh, I should be more serious about this and just like focus on like my serious trading and like improving my technique. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
But at the end of the day,
You're
I don't really
right.
do this. I didn't start doing this for recreation. I started doing it to make money. You know?
Hell yeah. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, dude. I'm getting my degeneracy's coming out. My bad.
It's all good. I'm not offended. So many people have brought up the idea of like having a trading competition, like just for fun, like friendly for sport. And it's like, well, what's the point? I could probably just focus on my own trades. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I just figured if I'm going to get liquidated, I might as well give the money to somebody I like. Gains pains.
But if you get liquidated, how are you going to give the money to them? Even if you lose and they win, if you get liquidated, then how do you? Like,
No, I know.
money?
I got you. Ignore me. I'm going to
You
put
can't
myself
really give
down.
it to your opponent.
You would have to escrow the $100 each, and then whoever wins the competition gets access to the escrow and gets to
Right.
drain it. You know what I mean?
So, well, never mind.
We actually did this thing in another server called the Baton Challenge, where basically like a
Oh
trader
god.
would have a like one Solana. They'd start with one Solana that was given to them by someone in the group, and basically they would just try to grow the amount of it, like so that it either turned into more like Tether or more Solana, like, and you just trade it back and forth. And if you and we were doing like live trades and sort of like teaching our strategies and like techniques and stuff along the way, like while we were live trading. And the idea was to just grow the amount of Solana or Tether that you had, and then you send it to the next person. So you like basically pass the baton. You send what like everything you made plus the profits to like another person in the group, and then they would trade with it. And there was a rule that like you can't send it if you drop below this amount, or like if you're at like a 20% loss or something, then you have to forfeit the baton and give it to the next person. You know what I mean? So there was like a rule that like we had rules in place where it's like we wouldn't let it go below a certain value. But it ended up not going or like lasting as long as we thought it was going to.
The good
It was
things
fun
there,
though.
dude.
Well, it happened. It was pretty fun while it happened, I guess.
I heard that. I had a dream about dominance the other night, and anyway, I hope it comes true.
I'm gonna say, as long as it wasn't a dream about dominance and submission, then that's an alright dream.
No, it was like I had a dream that dominance was getting close to 25%, and I can't remember what the logic behind it was. There probably wasn't any logic behind it. I was probably just dreaming. But I don't
Starting
know.
to sound like Benjamin Cohen. Man, I had a dream about dominance, like Bitcoin dominance. So yeah, he talks a lot about Bitcoin
Oh
dominance in his
well.
videos.
Yeah.
Covers it.
I don't
It
really
is important.
follow him.
It's definitely important. Yeah, I'm only having fun.
Oh,
I'm
I hear
over
you.
here just having fun.
Hell yeah, that was pretty good, Rick. I remember like the first time I heard you on this channel, like doing voices or whatever. I remember just dying laughing, dude.
Really?
Yeah,
Holy
oh heck
shit.
yeah, dude. Dude, I think that stuff's hilarious. Like a lot of people get bent out of shape about stuff, but life goes on.
That's right. Are they living?
Right? Oh gosh, all my charts are so messy. My sister got married this weekend, so that's where I was in Utah. And I don't think I've ever been to a wedding where they actually played that's the song in like Wedding Crashers or School of Rock or whatever it is, where it's like or whatever the movie is where it's like turn around every now and then. Anyway, and I always think that about like dominance. It's like turn around, please. And
It's
then
um, it's
same with the
total
charts.
eclipse of the heart by Bonnie Tyler.
And dude, I went crazy whenever that song started playing. And like nobody was dancing, they were cutting the cake. But I was like,
Damn,
nah, bump your cake, dog.
they wasted it.
I don't even know what they were doing, to be honest with you. I just know that they were
I'd be out there jamming if I heard a song in the wedding.
and then I started actually like dropping the F bomb where it's supposed to have the F bomb in the song. Because the song didn't. They didn't actually play they didn't play the good version. They played the original version. But I'll take what I can get. Whenever someone dies, the best time to sell memorabilia in terms of dollars is whenever that person dies. I'm just wondering, has anybody made meme coins for like Ozzy the day that he died or Hulk Hogan? Because if the standard stays true, it'd be a good thing to watch out for. Like I
Like,
bought some
because if not, then I'm gonna make it.
like I bought some Jimmy Carter autographs in preparation. I mean, that might sound bad, but I don't mean it bad in a bad way or anything, obviously. But because he was in, he wasn't doing well, and it was a. So I just started buying all these autographs for like $1 or $2. Are they real? Were they real? I don't know, but I like 25x the each one of those things the day that he died.
Damn, ball. That was a good trade, man.
I gains. You know, I'm just saying.
Gains,
Hey,
gains.
it's not. I didn't do it. I just was ready for it. And
I
who
mean,
knows?
that's the thing, though. Like
He could have lived
you
another
did,
20 years, and I could have been screwed or whatever.
you did technical analysis on his lifespan. You really did.
Dude, you're like a
Like,
funeral parlor.
he's
You're
yeah.
making money off people's death.
Yeah.
Business.
I'm probably
Yeah,
never
we're
going
gonna
to tell
change
that
his
story
name to
again.
Parlor.
Hertz driver.
But yeah,
Nah,
I mean,
it's
dude,
fine.
honestly, bro, like you kind of made the right move because like he was on his way out. He was like the oldest living president ever.
Yeah, and
So it's like
nobody wanted his
obviously
autograph
there's
when he was
a
alive.
significance. Yeah.
And so they were super
Yeah,
cheap. It was like the one where I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do this because it's like it doesn't really require any capital.
yeah. His autograph was like in a bear market the whole time he was alive. And as soon as he dies, that thing ripped. The autograph starts ripping, bro. Supply and demand.
Honestly, I'm kind of like it kind of made me disappointed I didn't buy the like higher value items because they were I could have really done some work on those.
Yeah, but that might have been a little bit too degen.
You
You
know,
don't want
risk
to be
management.
overexposed.
Exactly, dude. Risk management.
Yeah.
I should get good at Donald Trump's signature because it's not that hard. Just get a Sharpie. That'd probably be pretty easy. I think. Oh man, these games. Games.
Games.
Yeah, the pro games.
But yeah, like what you're saying about like player versus player, it's like it's not even just people. Like some people that have a little bit of money, some people have a lot of money, they're all playing against each other. But there's also like NPCs. Like there's a bunch of non-player characters, which is like all the bots and stuff that are running off of certain algorithms and programmed a certain way based off of a certain trader's experience. And then also it's like difficulty of this bot goes up with how much money is behind the bot. You know what I mean? So
You're a
you're basically
robot,
not only
bot.
are you
You're a
playing with a
robot.
bunch of other players, and it's like, damn it, I was making a really good analogy. And you friggin' carrier, dude. I don't understand how the cell service is that bad in this area. Preposterous. See if I can get a better connection over here. I'll try again.
Got a little upside down W. Some people call them an M on dominance on Dbloc chart there. If we can make that measured move, that'd be nice. Okay, there we go. Seeing a little bit. Not really, though. Come on, man. Do the thing. I do think that even if we turn up, I don't think that we see all-time highs. I mean, obviously it's wait and see. You never know who's going to FOMO, but I'm more bullish, but I still don't see all-time highs right now. All these wicks. Bitcoin's 13, might go through the 50. Oh, me. Games. I mean, Bitcoin did get that stop in volume with that vector up under us. Yeah. I think this is one of those, I don't really care what you do, just do something. All right, are we gonna do it, or are we not gonna do it? Well, I got some hiccups right now, so maybe we tick ups right now. You know what I mean? Or not.
Gains. Well, we're still waiting for the daily close. So this daily candle was full of tantrums and retracements.
I will say though, like this descending channel that we're in, I used to get so wrecked, so so wrecked, and so like now I just don't get as wrecked, you know, because I'm still degen, but at least now I know, now I understand.
How to keep your chips or why it goes wrong.
Basically, like right now, I mean, it's like we got a descending channel and we're right at the top of it. We pushed up and we're just bouncing off of it. I mean, it's just like the downtrend lines, right? Not really any difference. Except for it gives you a better idea of how far you can fall. That's the thing that like keeps me out is seeing, okay, if we bounce off the top and go to the bottom, it's a big move. So it keeps me from degenning in. Well, I'm not going to say it keeps me from degenning in, but it definitely keeps me having tight stop losses. like I remember the day, or I say I remember the day. I remember when I would draw trend lines and it was like there was no support and there was no resistance. And I mean, I know you can draw trend lines kind of wherever and you'll see things, but just keeping trend lines simple is probably the biggest game changer for me. It's like I was trying to make I don't know. I was just trying to make it too hard. It's more simple. It's like it's actually kind of so simple that it seems like there's no way that it's that simple. So I think that I overthought it, but yeah.
There's a saying for that.
Oh Lord. Okay. Do I need to write it down or should I just go ahead and start doing push-ups?
But I'm not saying it to you. It's general. It's
No,
keep
I
it,
got you. I was just
keep it simple, stupid.
Oh yeah,
That's
I've heard that a lot over my life.
and me too. Let's keep it simple. Yep.
Never been good at it.
No, I like
I'm
to
getting
complicate most things. I think I learned that one in AA actually.
Hell yeah. Hey, life's about getting better. That's what I like to hear.
That's right.
That's right.
That's the garden. You would dig it.
Yeah, that's where I learned the saying that I said earlier, like trust the
Oh,
process.
yeah.
Like when Rick was talking about with the process of the risk management, take profit, stop loss. I was like, yeah, just trust the process. And I heard that when people start, and I was going through such a hard time when I was getting sober, and there was all of these obstacles and like just stupid, unfortunate things that were happening to me, and I had like such bad luck, and like people were trying to screw me over and stuff. And the lady that ran the rehab that I was in, she kept saying, trust the, like, whenever something bad happened to me, she was like, trust the process. And I was like, yo, I'm like, you pissed me off when you say that. I'm like, because I don't want, why would I trust the process? The process sucks. Like, and then I mean, eventually I ended up like getting through it and I sort of like understood that there was something to be gained because I grew from all of the struggle, you know? So
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I learned a lot of stuff that I carried with me, like, now that I've been like over 2.5 years sober, like kind of almost going on 3.
Congrats,
It's
brother.
like, thanks. It's just like now I finally understand all of the stuff that they were trying to teach me when I was only like 2.5, 3 months sober, or like, like 2.5 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks sober, like was stuff would piss me off really easy. But then like now that I've had a couple of years, it's like, okay, I guess I kind of like finally understand what they were trying to say, and it didn't make sense at the time. It makes sense now, but like, I guess I shouldn't have expected it to make sense at the time. I should have expected to understand later on. And I guess that's what ended up happening.
My favorite one was pull the cotton out of your ears and stick it in your mouth. Otherwise, shut up and listen. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I never really heard that one
That's
specifically, but I heard people say like talk less, listen more. And
pull
I'm
the
like, well, if
cotton out of
everybody
your
is all,
mouth or put it in your mouth and your ears. That's a good one.
yeah. I was like, but then I thought about it, I was like, so a lot of this shit people say is like sort of contradictory. But because like I was rebelling against everything. You know what I mean? Like I was rebelling against the whole experience. So I was just trying to find fault with anything that had any sort of flaw in logic that they were trying to explain. Like
For
I'm
sure.
like, no, I'm like this contradicts this and this contradicts that. I'm like, so how do these two things together make sense? I'm like, if something bad if something bad happens or I do something bad, then like it's all my fault and I need to be more aware and conscious of my actions or whatever. But if something good happens, it's because it was God's plan. or whatever. And it's like, dude, like how can you be like they talk about taking accountability for everything. Like you have to take accountability for everything, but then you're supposed to completely surrender yourself to God and God's plan. And it's like, okay, so how do you reconcile those two ideals? Because they're completely the opposite of each other. Like you sort of like you can't just say everything was it was God's plan, but then like you have to hold yourself accountable for every decision that's made and then surrender to a higher power that is like makes all the decisions for you. So it's like if there's a higher power making all the decisions for you, then how do you hold yourself accountable for anything that goes wrong? You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? I'm like, it just those two
I
things just
actually do
didn't make sense.
understand that. I never thought about
Yeah.
it like that. That's not like it's a pretty good point, really.
And yeah, and nobody had a good answer for me. I'm like, how do I reconcile these two ideals? Like, and nobody had a good answer for me. Like,
Did
even
anybody
people
tell
that
you it
like,
was a good point?
no, not really. Like, they were just,
Well,
they
I
just kind
did.
of looked at, they were
It's
like,
like
oh yeah, well you just did, but you're the first. But it's like they were all dumbfounded when I asked the question, or they tried to like brush it off or change the subject. It's like, dude, I'm like, no, I'm like, actually, I'm like, if you're like this expert or whatever, and you're like, you've been in the program for years, and you have all this experience and like wisdom or whatever, and knowledge, wisdom, knowledge, and experience, then tell me, like, how the hell did you get past that sort of part of it, or did you not? Did you just completely ignore the fact that those two things completely contradict each other? So I was wicked rebellious in the sense that like the whole process I was rebelling. So like I always brought up something like whenever something didn't make logical sense to me, I would bring it up and like argue it and debate it. And like I never really lost a debate, but none of the debates ever really ended. They were always just like agree to disagree.
So, hey, man, congrats on your time sober. I'm over 7 years now, and I gave up the
Oh,
AA thing after a year just because of exactly what you're saying, and that led me on the path of self-discovery. And understanding yourself is key to unlocking everything in you, including getting out of addiction and all of that, because you can start to see and understand yourself. Why do I feel the way I feel? Why do I see the things the way I see them? How did I get here? There's always some sort of a cause for the action. Although,
Yeah.
you can go all the way in deep into religion, and that's where it took me. But I don't. It led me completely right out of it too. I don't believe in any of that. So, but I don't go to AA, but I still practice just being a good freaking human being. That's that, and just
Yeah.
understanding myself, and just being good and staying clean and sober.
Yeah, exactly. I think once you get clean and you have a clear mind and like your thought process is not clouded by like a substance or outside influence, then or like even emotional stuff, you can process stuff emotionally. You do all that and then you say like, okay, I need to process all of this stuff emotionally. Once I've got that out of the way and I either am done blaming myself for everything and beating myself up or blaming God for everything, like once I'm done with all that, then it's like just a path of like self-awareness. Like not like just because you have that clarity at that point to be like, okay, now like I can be like self-aware and self like conscious of things, you know what I mean? Like being aware of yourself and your actions, like that's a skill that like I ended up developing and being like, okay, like if I do this, there's going to be an equal and opposite reaction. If this person, if I interact with this person
Mm.
this way, they're probably going to react a certain way, yada yada. So like it kind of improved my people skills and like
Sounds
I don't
like
know about my social skills, but like sort of I don't know, it just made me look at the world differently. I'll just say that.
sounds like accountability is like what you're like, oh, hang on a minute, it's not everyone else's fault. I have to do my own thing, you know? Only
Yeah,
I
But
can
I mean,
improve
becoming
my experience.
self-aware can definitely be
your
Yeah.
friends,
becoming
your
self-aware
friends,
can definitely be
I
very
bet you, I
powerful.
bet you the friends you used to drink with or use with or whatever are no longer around because you have to give that up. Those people
Yeah,
will end up going away, or you'll get sucked back into that life. It's just the way it is. It's just how it works.
yeah.
Very, very
To be
hard to
honest, man,
neutralize.
what I realized was that I never really had any true friends. That's what I realized,
Yep, exactly.
and that was liberating.
Damn, I realized that about myself a long time ago. I wasn't making a joke either. That's actually true.
Well,
Well, hey,
I guess it's better
like
to discover it earlier than late.
if I'm an asshole, then It is me. It's on me. It's on me.
Yeah, I was at the airport yesterday trying to leave, but I couldn't find where I parked. And anyway, I was there for a couple hours walking parking decks. I was exhausted, but I kept a good attitude. You know why? Because the only person I had to blame for not knowing where I parked was me. I'm just saying. Because the
Yeah,
woman
I
after
mean,
2 hours, she was like, "You've got a good attitude. You've got a really good attitude." And I'm like, I don't have anyone to blame but me.
yeah, and sometimes you have to be, instead of beating yourself up, you have to just be like, well, this sucks. You know, just accept it. That was the other thing. Is like another phrase that they used to say all the time is acceptance is the answer to all my problems today. And I'm like, so I'm just supposed to accept everything that sucks? Like that? Well, they're like, well, you're supposed to change, have the courage to change the things you can't accept, or have no. What is it? It's a grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. That was something that stuck with me too. But like I didn't understand that in the beginning either. But they kept making me say it over and over again to the point where I finally did.
It's the biggest truth out there, though. It's. I mean, I don't need a God to grant me
Really
the
is.
serenity, but it's. I need to accept what I can't control. It's not that it's not my business, but I don't need to make it mine. Like I'm not protesting. I'm not out with signs and everything because I've got a president that I don't like or whatever it might be. I can't change that big thing, and nobody gives a crap if I'm mad. So I just let that go. Don't let that occupy a spot in your brain because there's lots of other things. You've got bills to pay, you've got kids, you've got parents, you've got whatever. And there's so much more to life than worrying about all of that. Because in the larger scheme, you can't change anything. Just just change what you can change and accept what you can accept and move forward in life. Be happy.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the whole thing, like if you get mad about something that you can't change, like if it's something that you don't have the power to change and you get mad about it and upset about it, the only person you're really hurting is yourself. You know, and you're not solving the issue, you're just harming yourself.
Yeah, I'm pissed off because I'm a shitty trader, but I'm working through it and nobody to blame but me. But I'm working on it. So I just keep a good attitude. It's like, I'm paying for the education.
That's it, bro. And like, yeah, also congratulations on airtime as well.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Honestly, dude, you want to find yourself, bro? Start charting and start trading crypto, cuz you will find yourself real quick, cuz you will learn everything about one that can learn about themselves. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Get the trading for the self learning impulse control.
Yeah, man. I mean, charting, I'd say like charting and trading, you definitely learn a lot about yourself. And like you end up developing like a sort of a different opinion of yourself almost.
No
Like,
doubt. No doubt.
because like Crazy Fool was saying that, like, you know, I know he can be offensive and stuff and abrasive sometimes, but like a lot of stuff he says actually makes a lot of sense and like has some wisdom in it. And like he said something the other day, and he was like, trading will not only um like the more you do it, like the more it will expose like your weaknesses, but like not only like your weaknesses in terms of your technique and trading, but like it will like trading for long enough will expose damn near every weakness that you actually have as a person in real life.
No, yeah, dude. I was being I was being. I mean, I think you know that I was being genuine whenever I said that. Like I'm laughing, like when I say it or whatever, out of my own like deprecation kind of thing. I mean,
Oh, I was
you
talking
wanna
about
find yourself,
Crazy
bro?
Fool. I was talking about Crazy Fool, not you, but
No, I
but
know. No, I know.
I get
But I was saying the thing about I was the one that said the charting and trading, you'll find yourself.
yeah. I mean, you could definitely find like a didn't know existed.
Your mic went out, if I'm being honest with you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all I was saying was you find a different part of yourself that you didn't know existed. Like you learn more about yourself because you find a different part of yourself that you didn't really know was there before.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it really is like a game against yourself too, you know? Like golf kind of thing, because there's the risk management aspect and discipline and all that. It is what it is.
It's also a source of happiness. You know, Joe Rogan has this minute and a half spiel on happiness. You'd have to look it up on YouTube, but it's actually
Real quick, it does look like dominance is sitting okay. Well, the candle's coming back down, but dominance is right there. That SR flip, just FY. That was all.
you look up Joe Rogan on happiness and find it. It's like a minute and a half. It is probably the most profound thing that guy could ever say to anybody, and it's 100% true. And I listen to it at least once every 6 months, just because. And it's not because Joe Rogan said it. It could have been anybody that said it, but he said it, and I heard it, and it means everything to me because it's the way to be as a person. And you know, you got to find happiness in a purpose in life. You know, if you don't have that, you have nothing. So I find, like, I'm working in my wood shop right now while I'm talking with you guys and watching my charts and staining some wood. But I'm happy, and that's just the way you have to find what makes you truly happy. Because when I'm done with this thing that I'm making, I'm going to give it away to somebody, and I'm going to see this great big smile on their face. That makes me happy.
Amen to that, brother.
Gains. Psychological gains.
Gains
Hell
make
yeah,
me happy.
sight gains, bro. Sight gains. All the charts are messing with my psyche right now. Of course, it's actually kind of funny. We're sitting right in the middle of the psychological
It's
high and the psychological low.
dude,
Holy freaking
isn't
crap!
it funny, or not funny, but it's interesting how the market conditions can orchestrate topics of conversation. Like we wouldn't be talking about psyche and psyching yourself up at the top, you know what I mean? Like, or when things are pushing real hard, you know?
That's a good point.
It's
It's like we're trying to
just
keep our
self,
own psyche in check.
yeah, like the self-reflection stuff is like, oh, the market's giving us a chance to like reassess, you
Hey,
know?
that's not me. That's not me with the
Yeah,
screwdriver.
who's making margaritas in the background?
Sorry, that's me.
He's
I'm like
drilling.
I'm blower vac. I just mowed my lawns
Oh, is
and
that an
edge trimmed.
electric mower?
No. This is the like the blower. You know, the air
No,
blower.
oh, blower. That's not gas,
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it?
yeah. No, it's electric.
Oh,
They have
okay.
they
All
have
right.
grass in Australia. That was a joke. Grass in Australia.
Sorry, man. I'll show you. I was just trying to share my screen so I could show you my blower. Yeah, dude, we have grass, unfortunately.
Did you get one of them TikTok blowers?
No, I got a Makita.
Oh, really?
Hang on.
Makita.
You,
Wow,
you,
nice.
you, you, you won't hear me talk, and I can't answer you, but you can watch me.
Did you say show her my blower? Is that an Australian thing?
I think that's what it is, man. It's got to be.
Did they say that in Australia? Must have cut out.
Did that work? I don't know if you saw that or not.
On your channel, no.
No. You might have tuned into the wrong Rick.
Could be.
It worked. You saw the blower, but it was without sound.
Yeah.
The Makita.
It sounds like an electric drill. That's why I said a drill.
Well, that's why I said it wasn't
Kinda
me because
does,
I'm in
yeah.
my shop.
Oh, wow. Okay, I understand why you said that now. Thank you for clarifying because I totally missed that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I said my happiness is in my shop. I'm in my happy place right
Yeah,
now.
no, I understand. I understand.
But I'm on push to talk, so you're not going to hear me.
Well, that's the front yard done.
Wait, it's winter there. You said it was cold this morning,
It is.
and you're
Mm-hmm.
mowing the lawn?
Yeah, dude. That's Australia.
Son don't sleep over there. Games.
I almost just hit a deer, but it wasn't like an adult deer. It's like a little one. And what do they call it? Not a doe. But is it called a
A
fawn?
fawn. Yeah, fawn.
Yeah, a baby deer is a fawn. Yeah. I almost just hit one of those. It was so scary. Came out of nowhere. Just prancing across the road. Luckily, I wasn't going that fast. I was able to avoid him. Jeez Louise. A bag limit. I need to get that headset again that I can just look. I used to have a headset where I could mute my mic just by pressing a button on the headset. And that was definitely like super helpful. I need to get one of those again. It's hard to switch back over to the Discord to mute my mic.
Sorry, I was gonna say there was a blue vector candle there. It just turned green. Games.
What's the daily, what?
I don't know if somebody
Yeah,
just said something. It sounded like daily
daily.
though.
Yeah, the daily close should be right there.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm really dropped down right there.
You talking about dominance?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, alt's getting a little push.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Yo, Drew, what it do though, boo?
What it do? Games.
Gangs.
You know, you take the gains, take the pains, and there you have the facts of life. You take the pains, you take the gains, you take the pains, you take the gains, and there you have the facts of life. All right, no
I
more
like that.
karaoke, my bad.
Now it's today it's been games.
Games, mad games.
Mad games. Shut up, Kaga.
But yeah, man, I'm just was watching, you know, what's going on Twitter and some liquidation boards and things like that, and it's getting predatory out there, man. People are getting rinsed. I'm underwater in my position, but I haven't sold yet, so I've just been accumulating coin. Top 500. What?
Gangs.
Hopefully.
Don't touch the stove.
Either this project, you know, it's gonna, if it makes it, I make it. If it doesn't make it, I don't make it. It's simple as that.
And we all gonna make it, cuz.
I mean, you know, I'm saying we're all gonna make it, but you know, I'm talking about this trade.
He's saying his girlfriend gonna get him. She gonna get him if it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm underwater. It's actually, I've luckily been able to blame her because she said I'm not allowed to do anything with that position except for add to it until August 1st.
Nice.
So that's why you agreed to it. That's why you agreed, so you can throw the blame on her. Smart man. Smart
Yeah.
man.
So now, you know, it's like if I do come out in the hole, I'm like, babe, at least I listen to you, you know, come on.
I give it to you, bro. You made a plan, you stuck to it. That's
also a smart man.
definitely not easy to
But
do.
anything-
So I give you credit.
Thank you. But yeah, Bitcoin is getting a little bit of action here. Little people stepping up to the plate right now. These dudes with flip flops on the beach decided to step back into the hotel and do a little bit of buys.
Just got a green candle on the 4 hour.
You guys call them market makers, like to call them flip flops.
Yeah, Dom's dropping. I don't know, man. It's finicky, you know? Like, why is it dropping now? And what's gonna stop it from going back up?
I mean, dominance is a two-way street because dominance could drop because stablecoin levels are rising, or so sometimes, you know, it's mix and match because you could have Bitcoin, you know, dominance keep going up while Bitcoin price is going down, plus Ethereum dominance could still be going up at the same time. You know, I think it's really important for Ethereum dominance to get past 14%, 13%. That's what a lot of people are failing to look at. I mean, Bitcoin dominance, of course, is probably most important, but it's pretty important to keep that Ethereum dominance in check too. I think Ethereum and Sol, they're going to start picking up a little bit more right now, and Bitcoin's just going to slowly grind. And, you know, target's still 147, 150 for Bitcoin, in my opinion.
Oh, bro, look at all that liquidity sitting above on Bitcoin. I just noticed that. That's a fat, chunky 100x stack right there. Oof.
Atkins, that dude, the chair, SEC chair, he still got framework to put out. So even though some companies are jumping the gun, making $10 million buys, $100 million buys, you know, there's still a lot of money on the sideline right now. And I think USDT just printed another 2 billion or minted another 2 billion USDT. So that's going to come into the market somehow. It's not going to stay in stables forever, you know. Some people are spooked that UK might sell their stash. I forget how much, maybe 80,000 Bitcoin, something. I forget the number, but it's a pretty big amount of Bitcoin.
I was almost convinced that he got rid of some of it over this past week and then last week.
Let me see if they got rid of it. I don't think they did.
Yeah, I didn't read anything or see anything. It just based off how the market was playing out.
Yeah, so it's almost $7 billion in Bitcoin. That's funny. Peter Schiff's like, I hope the US doesn't buy it.
When I use push to talk, do you guys hear me pushing the push to talk button? Like, does it make a little beeping sound? Or am I only the one hearing
No,
that?
you're good. You're
No,
good.
it
Yeah.
doesn't make
Only
any noise.
can you hear it when I do it?
I hear when you do it. That's the funny thing. But
Oh shit.
I
Hold
don't
on.
hear it
Damn,
from
I gotta
anybody else. No, you're
damn,
good.
let
It's
me
not
take
even
that off.
noticeable. And honestly, I think it's a good thing, bro. It's kind of like somebody clearing their throat before they speak. You know, like, all right, I'm about to take the mic real quick. Stops people from talking over each other.
I don't even know how to take that off. Let me check these settings.
Check these nuts.
Damn. So my alt right now is sitting right above the top of that range for the previous weekend trap we just had. And I am torn. Can't decide if I should play a little bit more of the patience game or dig in a little bit deeper.
Check, check, check.
Yeah, you good, bro. I didn't hear it that time.
Dig deeper into your soul, and you will find the answer.
Nah, quite bar. I'm soulless, bro. I'm just here to make the bag.
Well, it's kind of how you gotta treat it. We want to be successful, or at least do your best to treat it that way.
I'm also soulless, but that's just because I don't own any soul.
Yeah, I swapped all my soul for Jupe, so I'm soulless as well.
I got some soul for sale.
I'm just kidding. Not all of it.
The whole bag?
Not the entire bag.
The entire bag.
The entire bag. Dude, me and Rick were talking the other day, and we're like, dude, Pisket was like, he used to be like, at the beginning, he used to be a really good guy, and then like something shifted with him. He just sort of started to change, and we were wondering what it was that kind of like
The villain arc,
made him
man.
snap. And
When he started freestyling, it was the villain arc. He created that stick figure.
yeah,
That stick figure character. As soon as he created that, that kind of like I think possessed his soul.
Scam.
yeah, maybe, dude, maybe. You really, I don't know. The whole like making like the stick figure and then making the NFT. It's like he kind of like I don't know. He went over the edge at some point there. I don't know if it was gradual or if it was like just like all of a sudden immediate shift. But
I want to come to America. Let me give you my Dogecoin wallet, please.
Yeah, he took all
yeah,
that Doge and threw it on leverage and lost it, and then he blamed the community, kind of thing. I feel that's what I feel.
well, dude, I think honestly, like when I first like started talking to him, right, like in DMs, and I was like, yeah, give me your Doge address. I'll send you some Doge. And like to sort of tip him because like he was giving TA like on the air all the time. And I was like, in the place financially where I felt like I could just throw money. So I was like, Yeah, dude. I'm like, I'll send you some Doge. Like, no sweat. He's like, oh no, no, don't worry about it. Like, I'm just fishing for whales. Like, I'm just hoping that, like, there's some whales out there that feel like blessing me. He's like, it's not really like supposed to be for normal people. But so I was like, well, screw it, man. I'm like, I'll send you some anyway. So I sent him like a pretty decent amount of Doge. He was like, oh no way. That's so generous of you. Blah blah blah. Like you're real as shit. And then I don't know, other people started doing it too. And then I don't know. I feel like something about that like sort of got to his head, and then he was like, "Oh, hey, like I can get people to send me money," and then I don't know. Like I really honestly don't know what to say about it. All I can say is that he used to be different.
Exploiting people's generosity and kindness.
Yeah, which I mean, I don't really get how you do that, but it seemed like he used to be genuine and like kind and thoughtful, and then he just sort of like got like slowly became corrupted somehow. I don't know.
Here's a Truth Social is going to have an ETF. Yep, I even sprinkled a little bit more.
Dude, do they have a ticker yet, Drew? When's the IPO?
Well, the
Whatever.
SEC was
Or-
supposed to give a decision, and they pushed it to September. So that news just came out
okay.
today. Yeah. But I
Dude, they're
mean,
gonna release it at the very tippity top of the market.
I was gonna say I'm glad they pushed it back. That's a good sign to me. And yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, remember the futures back in 2021? There was that big push to release the futures ETF. They finally were like, okay, you can have your futures short ETF for Bitcoin. And they released that at the bottom of the freaking drop that was like down to 28K after hitting 65K, and we dropped down to 28. That's when they released the future short ETF. And then it ripped back up to 69. And there were people asking for all futures long ETF. And so they were like, okay, you can have your futures long ETF. And they did that. It was finally did that, but it wasn't until we hit 69K. Like I swear, it was like the day that we hit 69. That's when they finally it actually went live. So I feel like I don't know. These things are not just a coincidence. That's for sure.
What's interesting is that $80,000 sell or 80,000 Bitcoin, my bad, 80,000 Bitcoin sell is getting recycled in the media over and over again as if it was yesterday. And I think that's good because they don't have too much FUD right now and they're looking for anything. Bitcoin drops 10% as whale sells 80,000 Bitcoin. Regulatory uncertainty looms. And that was like for today. I typed
Yeah, dude, it's like
frenzy. That stuff happened like when was that sale? That was like 2 weeks ago already.
I couldn't tell you, but like
Yeah, it was
they
like 2 weeks
recycle the
ago.
same
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
It's like they're still talking about coins that are being sold on the road by this point. It's like, what are they doing? What's the holdup? They're just like trying to squeeze as much as they can out of it in terms of FUD, I think. Is honestly what it is.
So I guess SEC also delayed the Solana Grayscale ETF too. Yep, they pushed that back.
Well, at least we'll have them in the bear market.
Man, I think that's bullish.
We just gotta wait for them to crash first.
But just all the, buy the rumor. The longer you can extend by the rumor, the better it is, in my opinion, right?
Oh yeah, I mean you could still buy altcoins and stuff right now, and you'd still be buying into the rumor. I'm just saying once the ETF actually gets launched, it's probably gonna be at the top of the market. You know what I mean? And then you gotta wait like 12 to 18 months before it really becomes a viable investment again. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever there's an IPO or something like that, like it comes out, it rips for a couple of weeks, and then it's like, all right, now we're gonna just crash this thing into the ground and find out what it's really worth, or what people are really willing to pay for it. And then eventually, like a year later, it finds a bottom, and then it either crashes and burns, never comes back and like it fails, or it becomes successful after that point, you know? It didn't really happen with the IBIT, like the BlackRock Bitcoin spot ETF, but it was like so much different than like just your like a regular company doing an IPO. Like it was different from like any other ETF launch really anyway. So I don't know, the same can't really be said about that one specifically, but most of the time that ends up being the case. Especially when they release, like I mean Coinbase IPO'd at the top of I think like the 2017 bull market or so. Is that right or am I mistaken? And then the last, it was either 2017 or the one before it, but that was like the top of the crypto market at that point. And then the CME futures, when they first started trading Bitcoin on CME futures, that was the top of the market too. So it's like if they already have a spot ETF, but they didn't release it at the very tippity top, then I can only assume that all of the altcoin ETFs, that's what's gonna be, those are gonna be the ones that get like released at the top, and then they're gonna end up, that's the peak euphoria, and then they end up crashing.
Yeah, there was a big Pengu transfer, and it seems like it was from the team, 1.586 billion Pengu. Or and let's see, that was a few transfers from July 11th to 17th, $50 million. It's been some interesting, a lot of interesting like meme coin movements. Somebody sold some fart coin. It was like 6 million fart coin to buy pump. And one of these wallets was dishing off Pengu too. And I'm just wondering, Pengu, I think, was a pump contract originally, wasn't it? A pump fund? I think,
No,
or
I
maybe
think they had
no,
their
no. You
own
know what?
development
Yeah,
team.
they might. Yeah, but the artist, the art they used, I guess, the penguin, the person that the girl that drew that penguin, she's from the pump or I guess the pump team has her doing stuff. She did some Retardio stuff too and Milady stuff, but right now for some reason I guess she's with the pump team, and I guess that's the connection. But it's weird that the sell-off, I guess this movement is coming from the team and it's going all into centralized exchanges. They might be putting some liquidity in exchanges, but that's interesting. So just keep your guard up and whoever's holding Pengu. But Pengu's been up, man, what, like 240% already in the last few weeks? Or last, like, I'd say month or so. Oh, so $66 million, basically, the transfer total. That's pretty hefty for Pengu.
Oh, wasn't it just ripping like crazy the other night? I mean,
Yeah, it's been
I'm sure.
ripping for weeks, man. Like Pengu's just been pumping. I'm just trying to figure out, like, okay, so why would the team transfer 50, $60 million off the blockchain into, into exchanges? I mean, it still stays on the blockchain, but it's under exchanges control. At least the liquidity.
What
A lot of
exchange?
exchanges.
Does
Let
it
me
say
see
which
right now.
exchange?
Let me see. Because if they just put in their personal hot wallets and exchanges, yeah, it just might be. But if it's, well, let me see. It depends what exchange too, because some exchanges. Let me see.
Well, it could be two things. If it's an exchange wallet that is going to list Pengu, that hasn't listed it yet, but they're going to list it, then they're going to need that liquidity for their exchange. The other thing that it could be is if it's an exchange that already has it listed, then they might just be transferring it to the market maker for that exchange. You know what I mean? So that the
Yeah.
market maker has liquidity.
So they'll send it to that guy. That guy sends them money or whatever, you know.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
Oh, dominance shooting up. Yeah, they recovered those vectors. What does the blue vector mean again? Is that stronger than the green one?
No, it just means so the green one is 200% the tick volume of it's 200% higher than the average tick volume of the previous 10 candles, is the green one. And then the blue one is 150% higher tick volume, higher than average tick volume from the previous 10 candles.
Okay, so it's less than the green one. Thank you.
So it's more tick volume on average, but less than the green ones. Yeah, this thing's looking nasty. I mean, it really looks like they're trying to make an effort to swing for the lows again, the low of the range.
What was that site to check the fear and greed? I'm curious what it's at right now. Let me look it up real quick.
I mean, there's alternative.me, and that's like the Bitcoin fear and greed index. But you can also see like a one that's like sort of more spread out amongst the other cryptos. That's on CoinMarketCap. There's a few of them. There's one on I think there's one on Coinic as well, either CoinGlass or Coinic. There's a crypto
Alter-
fear and greed index.
yeah, I found alternative.me. We're at 73 on this chart. Today we're at 73. Yesterday we were at 75. And last week we were at 72 average.
What the fuck?
Open mic, Qui-Gon.
Oh my god. Thank you.
It's crazy. We're right at the CME close. What are we thinking, guys? It's looking pretty. Oh my god. Yeah, dominance is full sending here. And these odds just give it, but
It's just a little zig with the zag.
I'm back to where I bought those. About to buy some more. Now we got purple vectors. I'm assuming that's also less than the red vector.
Man, I don't got any more papers. I got to decide what's going to be apple, potato, or a carrot. Because I'm not going to the store. Apple it is. Thank you, Scott. I was trying to decide. Orange. How am I going to look out of an orange?
Just don't use no foil. That's all.
Mango. I'll be right back.
Bitcoin still trying to put the brakes on. Seems like it.
I think it's bound for 117 too. Has it hit 117.2 yet?
Nah. It's had like a volatile half an hour. The last half an hour has been kind of whipsaw. Time for another coffee, I think.
Dominance can't figure out what to do, can't?
What's the word, family?
Thunderbird.
The word of the day is sideways.
What's the price? A nickel twice?
We did a lot of work today, man. Did a whole lot of correction.
Retracement?
Yeah. I wasn't expecting too much for the rest of the night. Took my ass to the gym and make up for the other day. Looks like we fractaled this small bear flag into a bigger bear flag. Don't worry about.
And I just use my phone at the cafe because my phone has my loyalty card on it,
Mm-hmm.
and the barista goes, "Oh, it's going down today, is it?" Because I had my
Oh no.
trading view little panel, and he saw that. And I was like, "Oh yeah, a bit of a dip," and he's like, "Just hodl," and I was like, "Okay."
Oh shit! Did you just sell immediately? I don't know if we should take that as adoption or a damn top
No,
signal.
no. Yeah, no idea. It depends if he's involved or not. I don't know. Just hodl.
It's always the Uber drivers for me, man. The Uber drivers are more hardcore crypto traders than we are.
A side hustle while you hustle.
You know? What's going on, Paul? What's good, Sean? We did get a second pump, but it was lackluster. Right, this was the high that freed the trap shorts, and then this was our second pump. But yeah, we didn't get a late Monday pump like I was thinking was possible. It's good though, because I don't want to clean up all that mess. Nice, congrats, Paul. One of my favorite trades. Give me close.
I just wanted to point out that many of the uptrends on some of the alts have now broken their uptrend, so it's getting kind of scary.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a broader pullback. Not just a local one, maybe.
I mean, that's the higher low that people who weren't in position were waiting for. Let's just hope they don't let it scare them and not act. We still haven't given back this fallen wedge, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of just hovering above the breakout.
So, Dbloc, when you say things like "I don't like the way Dom is going," do you classify that as emotion, or do you? Because you were so right, man. You're like, man, like look at the way it's behaving. I don't like the way it's going. Like it sounds like it's just experience. Does that make sense?
It's yeah, it's a little bit of intuition, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you've seen the movie a couple times already. It's like,
Yes. And so like that's the category where people are like, well, don't trade on emotion. I go, that's not emotion. That's an end result in
no,
feeling right
there's a
of
big difference.
experience.
There's a difference. I mean, you have to earn that. I don't really know how else to say it, right? Like, there's no developing that without the 10,000 hours. That voice that you hear in your
Yeah.
head that's telling you, hey, do this, do this, do that. If it's screaming at you, it's usually not intuition, it's adrenaline. Like intuition, like somebody told me once, intuition whispers. It's not in a hurry, it's calm. That voice in your head that says, hey, buddy, you've seen this before. But it's not like, act now, you're going to get left behind. If you don't do it now, it's
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
be
yeah.
over. You know what I mean? There's a big difference between adrenaline and intuition.
Yeah, I love that. I love that contrast. I ain't gonna lie though, these have been great swings.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it will, Sicilian. It's coming to an end. Dom's dominance is coming to an end. This is just the last couple kicks. But those last couple kicks will kick you right in the ass if you're in the wrong position, though. These little 6%, 10% swings on Dom could be nasty if Bitcoin does the wrong thing. Yeah, MC. The average swing on Dom from coming off of its tops is about 6%. I think we only got like a 3.5% retracement as of right now. Bitcoin dominance, Dennis. It just lets you know how many dollars are sitting in Bitcoin instead of the other alts. Right, 61.4%. Right, so $6.14 out of every $10 is sitting in Bitcoin. The rest of the alts are sharing the $4.90 that are like the $3.90 that are left over.
What's the lowest you've ever seen that number?
Dom? 30s?
Yeah.
Yeah, 30s, 30, 32, 34. Can't promise that we ever get back to that again. A lot of money came in that was Bitcoin specific. So we should, because of diminishing returns, we really should have rejected off of like 59. But these inflows from ETFs and all this institutional sort of attention that only comes into Bitcoin, right? They're not taking risks. They're buying Bitcoin. Slowly we'll convince them to buy ETH and Sol and all this other shit, but right now they're just buying Bitcoin. And you can see it, right? Like as the dollars come in, you can see where they land. Yeah, I can give you a quick recap. Take us back to the weekend. We trapped longs, trapped shorts, went into the weekend trap. CME closed at about 17.6. Got trapped in the weekend trap until late or early Sunday. Made our false move up. Freed the trap longs to let us know it was a false move up. Excuse me. Retraced. Put in our high for the week. And now we're on the first day of our 3-day retracement. I'm targeting 116, my most bullish. 114 would be my base case. 12 would be if the market decides that it needs to push fear and greed down into fear. What I hope is if we get down to target 2, that we've already taken a big chunk out of fear and greed. Because unfortunately, that shit is sitting at almost extreme greed right now, which is ridiculous.
And target number 4 is end of market run.
I'm not even gonna think about target 4 right now.
I know, that's why it's totally not like you to put it there.
Black
I
swan
checked a
event.
few sites. It dropped a few points, but still high up there.
Yeah, it's crazy. I checked a couple different ones to see if maybe my indicator was just lagging or something, but basically still sitting in greed.
Is that like a hidden bearish divergence?
With fear and greed. It really just
Yeah.
shows me that the retail that came in haven't been completely wiped yet. Usually what it means, right? Fear, things move. When you start moving into greed, retail comes in. When it moves back into fear, retail gets wiped. It also adds,
CVBI.
it's at 81. It also adds
Yeah.
it also adds sell pressure, right? Because there's people that will only sell greed and will only buy fear, right? So as long as things are in greed, there's a whole portion of investors that are in sell mode, for the most part. Let's start a poll. Polls up, guys. Sentiment check. What do you feel? Fear, greed, or feel? Question mark. What blockchain is that on? That would be extreme greed, by the way. The last one. All right. Not too greedy, man. Not too greedy.
Dude, you know the community too well because you know people will only get half your conversation. What coin? What coin was that?
People's appetite for low caps really big right now, bro.
It's kind of like a clever way of covering your butt and being humorous at the same time. I saw a meme the other day. You know that meme where Bernie Sanders is like, "I'm asking one more time for your vote" or whatever, and he's like, "I'm saying one last time. Every vocabulary or every word that comes out of my mouth is not a coin."
Yeah, right. That's what you want us to think. You just don't want us to get that contract address. Exactly how the people in the trenches are, bro. They're like, yeah, I hear you. Go search that on Deck Screener real fast. Somebody asked how fear and greed is calculated. They use volatility. I believe like a quarter of it comes from volatility. Right? It's Bitcoin's price fluctuations, 30-day, 90-day. Sharp volatility, right? It means fear or whatever. Momentum and volume, I think, is another 25%. Compares trading volume, price trends, shit like that. Social media sentiment is like 15 or 20%. So Google Trends, searches, things like that. And then dominance, I believe, is another percentage there. That's about it. Just a 5 minute. The game is going to be on lower time frames right now. Only thing that's important is how we react to this flag. If we're going to break out and invalidate it, or if we're going to break down. You can erase everything else on the Bitcoin chart out of your mind and just focus on this one little square. What I like to call boiling down the playing field. If you're from getting overwhelmed with too much information. White House crypto report just sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me, bro. I'll read it when it comes out, but I'm not expecting anything amazing out of it. How many times have they fed us that bullshit? Great news, huge news coming tomorrow, da-da-da, and it's just never anything. We'll see if people start to buy into it, but I got you, Doug. Give me a second. I think dominance has just slowly crept up, whether we were going up or down today, huh?
Yo, Dbloc, can you look at Uniswap and the cup and handle that's formed there?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. What the hell is my Uniswap chart? What time frame? Excuse me. What time frame were you looking at for that cup and handle?
The 4 hour. It's right there at the top.
Second, I'm just catching up on the chart because I don't know what the hell happened to my Uniswap chart.
This was one of my first catches in crypto. From $1 up to 12.
Give me a second, just gotta get a feel in for how this thing can breathe in. You would need to hold at the 50 EMA here and pop up, put in that handle. Anything lower is going to be too big of a handle. Right, you would want, you're looking for this. Right, you'd want that to play out, something like that.
I thought the handle was a descending channel. Does it have to be a curve?
No, doesn't have to be a curve. Most of the time, it's just a bull flag. Right, price will come up. Price will come up and do this. And then it'll break out and give you that handle. What you're looking for is just not to break that bullish channel, right? But you've got to start putting in the bottom of your bullish channel soon, or else it's going to be overextended. But the structure of the candles within the handle don't matter as much as it not coming down past a certain point.
So if it fails that 50, it's gone.
If it fails that 50, you probably come back down and retest these lows. Yeah. Those liquidations will bring you at least to like 996. And then there isn't a whole lot there. Right? You got vectors underneath. You put on your VPVR. You see these high volume nodes right here? This is where you want to hold. That high volume node that's sticking out right there. That's what you want to catch your handle. or there really isn't a lot here to stop price until you come down into this vector. Nah, there's enough liquidity to really get back up to that handle, but you also have liquidity to the downside. It's going to depend on when that support comes in there. The candles look all screwed up. That's just because I'm on OKX. Let me go to a different. Basically going to be the same difference. Got your cup. You're trying to put in your handle now. You are starting to hold here, which is good. But you have to push, right? Because structure-wise, what you've done is put in a higher high, right? And then you put in a lower high. So if this doesn't hold, you're going to end up putting a lower low into these vectors, which isn't horrible because at the end of the day, you're still in a bullish channel. Right? This is a bullish channel that we're in right now. But it does have space for you to come all the way down to the 800 if this doesn't hold. Make sense? Kelly, I think everything is going lower until Bitcoin flushes this liquidity here. So I was like, I'm not spending too much time looking at alts because honestly, if your alt is on support, it more than likely is going to break it. And if it's nearing support, then this move will be what takes it down to that range. For me personally, it is not time to start reallocating into alts just yet. Yeah, dominance is showing off right now. That's why I'm gun shy. Right? Because dominance is just popping. Yeah, it's a little liquidity harvesting right now. Let's see, where are we at? So this is what I mean, right? Like we're at support with ETH. It's cool. Bitcoin just decides to pump from here and doesn't do any more retraces. GG's. We held our support. Good money. Jump into the alts. Go with it. If Bitcoin comes down another leg, even a small leg with dominance as high as it is, we could see that second target for ETH. Right? 367. Not a huge deal. 37, 367, but if we're going to be sitting in front of the computer screen anyways, then we're going to try to get the lowest prices possible, right?
Gang, gang.
I made some money with ETH when it hit 3.6 last time.
Well, we're almost coming to the end of our month here on our global M2. Right. So far we've had, just ignore the price and look at M2. Right. So far we've had the pump into the consolidation. We're waiting for that move up to catch up. Right. But basically there. Had the pump up early, went into consolidation right about the time when it says we should have, and have been in consolidation for, remember, this isn't a day-to-day thing. I'm just doing this to keep track of timing. Been in consolidation for 5 days longer than M2 was. That being said, there's no more sort of serious dips after this. I'm really watching what's happening with M2 here in real time though. Right? Because if I'm right about the 105-day offset, then that means that October 14th, we put in a high. November 5th, we put in a lower high. And November 11th, we've broken support. Right? There's not many
really
times
bad
here. There's not many times here on the way up that we've come down and broken support. We did it here. Slightly. But this could be our top, right? If this breaks down and comes down and starts downtrending in a big way, then we have to take that information with us into our sell zone, right? Or my sell zone, I should say. But like I've been telling you, end of October, excuse me, end of October, beginning of November has been my exit plan for over 2 years now. So I can't lie to you and say that seeing that doesn't feel good. Right? I would love for global M2 to just keep, you know, the world just keeps printing money and we just keep going forever, but there's expansion and then there's contraction, right? The money supply expands and then it contracts. But we have from this date we have, hold on one second. From this date we have 77 days until the first peak that we're seeing on global M2. Right? So a little bit over 2 months. Just before anybody starts freaking out about that, let me show you something. Total 3 divided by BTC, right? So we're here at the bottoms. Like I said, in M2, there only seems to be about 77 days left. From where this starts to go parabolic to the, well, it wouldn't be, would be where it starts going parabolic. Which, from where it starts to go parabolic to the top, right? We had another top, but that big parabolic run to the top is only 42 days. And if we run it to the next top, then we're talking about like 154 days. So what I'm saying is you can still have that explosive move in that period of time. Like I've been telling you guys from the beginning, not everything is going to go. Not everything is going to go. We're already well into these ranges, right? Where we took off here early, we are staggered. But even this move, if you look at how many, don't look at when it happened, right? Look at how many of these portions it took to pump, right? We've got 2 of them left. So we get to the date where, you know, we should be. The majority of this whole move was in one section. Right? The majority of this whole move all happened in one section. So timing here is going to be really important. Total slash BTC. Right? Same sort of deal.
RSRTA when you get a minute.
I think the difference
Thanks,
is we
Block.
came into this running, right? And here we're still bleeding out against Bitcoin. Super chat. Yeah, I got you, Heike. Give me a second. RSR. This W pattern sort of fell out when everything else did, but we are putting in a bigger one. Excuse me. Gotta break this accumulation though, man. Right, for the most part, you're down here in accumulation at this range. It's in the basket. It's with the basket of currencies that are, I would say, a bit weaker right now, right? They haven't popped out of their accumulation yet. Hasn't popped out of its W yet. There's definitely other alts that are way further ahead than this right now.
So it's kind of in the buy zone there.
I mean, if you have conviction in RSR, and you're comfortable holding, then yeah, I mean, you're mid-range of accumulation, so And it looks like, well, this would have to hold, right? On the daily, you would have to hold your 50 and your 200, or shit is going to get nasty. And like you just saw on the chart, we don't have a lot of time for things to correct back to all-time lows and start forming patterns again, right? Like that type of shit will affect sentiment. Right now, you're sitting in a pretty big volume gap, which is good because all you need is a little push. All you need is basically Bitcoin to chill. You need a little push. Once you get through here, that should be a pretty quick move. Be your first level of resistance. And then 16.5 would be your target for this current pattern.
Yeah, target one.
Yeah.
Nice. I appreciate that, man.
No problem, brother. I mean, honestly, I would probably do like a target 1, target 2 on here. Just because chances are when we come up to this high volume node, which is the top, it basically like your dead cat bounce right here, you're gonna get some resistance. So that for me would be my target 1. This would be my target. Assuming we hold here and push, obviously.
That's a daily chart you're on there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the daily. Go to the 4 hour. Let's see if this. Put in your highs, lower high, same area that needs to hold. 800, 200 EMA on the 4 hour. It's all basically in the same area. 50 EMA on a daily is sitting right there.
You need to stay above the 50.
Yeah. They start coming after these liquidations down here, you're going to get better entries. But let's see, measured move to target 1 be about 67%. Target 2 would be a 2x. In 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm still waiting for a move down out of this.
What you have for dinner, Dbloc?
I had some grilled chicken with some rice, black beans, plantains, and the star of the show is always a little Hawaiian rolls. Shit makes any dinner better, bro. Little King Hawaiian rolls. Them shits are good.
Oh yeah. I got a little New York strip with some jalapeno poppers.
Nice.
And sourdough bread and oh yeah, some okra.
Gabriel, I got you, bro. Give me 1 second. I'm handling something on the side. But I got you. Brett and Toshi.
Going down.
Probably, dude. Bitcoin looks like it's gonna go down. And if dominance is ripping, so Bitcoin down, dominance up, all coins are gonna get trashed.
Rubbish.
Yeah, I mean, your problem. I mean, the calculated play would be to try to look for shorts on altcoins, if you ask me, unless it's one that's been exceptionally strong. Oh yeah.
Need to get Dbloc to do some WWF style TA.
I mean, he kind of almost does the voice sometimes when somebody does the super chat. If we can get enough people to super chat and request that, then he might do it.
Macho Man style.
Or if we can get 10,000 subscribers or 10,000 likes or something, I'm sure he'll seriously consider it at that point. So yeah, it's better get those likes up, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and if you're interested in that, and we will bring it up with Dbloc. We will try to persuade him. Are you saying he should give WWE style TA because the price of Bitcoin is getting smacked down?
200 likes. That's good. Let's keep them running.
Yeah, don't forget, you guys owe me 1,000 likes from before. We only got 200 last time, so you guys, well, you technically owe me 800. And I feel like singing Yellow Brick Road when we were on Munchkins, that deserves a couple as well, just saying. It wasn't just that one either. I sang the Lollipop Guild. I sang The Wicked Witch is Dead. That was a primo night. Where else are
That
you gonna
song.
get TA from Munchkins and Chipmunks? All that.
What's going on?
And I said, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on with the price of Bitcoin?
Jamie Martin knows what's up.
That would probably mean something to me if I knew who that was. Is it somebody in the new YouTube chat? If it is someone in the YouTube chat, then yes, I agree. He knows what's up. And that guy's the freaking man. especially if he already hit the like and subscribe button.
I say, hey, just like and subscribe.
I say, hey, like and subscribe.
We got 3 crown holders in the chat.
Let's go.
Number 1 crown RH4958. Number 2 MCB0. And number 3 H911-0.
Yeah, shout out to those guys. Now, everyone else, you know what your job is. Your job now is to try to take those crowns. Good luck. It may the odds be ever in your favor.
Ghost of Soul, number 6. I'm in number 5, and Chronos 88 is number 4.
What, there's that many? I thought there was only 3.
I'm talking about the ones who are in competition.
Okay. The runners up. The runner-ups. I don't know. Let's see.
Yep, the runner-ups.
Oh, yeah, one of those two. Looks like Bitcoin's breaking down out of this bear flag here. Watch out. I'm going to get some liquidation. 117.2 has been like a hard target for me for a day or two now. So see how it reacts to that level. And if it just slides right through it, then hey, that's life. That's crypto. I'm not really, I would just expect it to have some sort of reaction there. I don't even remember why I was looking at that, but I was. And I was looking at it before it was cool.
I'm back. I just had to break support. I mean, get something to drink.
Ah, so we have someone to blame for this.
Careful on your alts, man.
is a
Dom is pumping in real time with Bitcoin here. Flashing, I don't like it. Dom starts to flash like that, it starts to do stupid shit.
You know what's funny, Dbloc, is that is a vector candle. Awfully suspicious.
That was bound to happen.
They got to get that money, man.
We're looking at this as a bear flag because we're expecting down, and it is a bear flag, but it's really just a range right now.
That made me feel a little better.
That is the range in question. Or better, get you guys used to using your visible range. retest that value area low bearishly, then we'll continue this trend. We're almost back up at the 236 on Dom.
Whoa. What you got working there, coach?
Periodic volume profile. Just seeing where the action is. Starting to get some bids up against that lower value area low now. Yeah, Icicle, 2 days left. I'm hoping we could sneak a good up day in the middle of one of those two, though.
We got some news events for tomorrow.
This whole week, bro. This whole damn week is bugged out. Jolt job openings in the morning, which isn't that big a deal. It'll set the stage, though. Then FOMC. Most importantly, though, GDP. Advanced GDP quarter after quarter. We had a decline last time, and they start to get excited when you have back-to-back quarter after quarter declines. They start using the big R word. Start freaking everybody out about a recession. Tomorrow, honestly, the bigger news I know we assume it's like FOMC and press conference, but the bigger news tomorrow is Bank of Japan policy rate. In my opinion, this will have the biggest effect on the market. Because of the whole yen carry trade. And then the next day we've got unemployment and core PCE. And then we have Japan's press conference, which is like their FOMC. And then Friday, unemployment rate, ISM manufacturing, non-farm employment change, average earnings. There's plenty of opportunities for both good and bad news coming up. Okay, expectations are going to have a lot to do with it. If people get their expectations too high, even decent news will feel like bad news. And then at the end of the week, Friday is when the time limit is up for tariffs, right? So we should get the big Trump talk victory lap or another pause or extension. I don't know. I don't know what his decision is going to be. I know we've already come to a couple deals, but we'll see if it's enough. Yeah, I feel the same way, Neve. Just kick it forward into 2026, man. Give us another pump for another pause. Keep the news going so that we don't have to sell the news.
Dang, dude, check out the wick on the 15-minute on Bitcoin. That thing, jeez, slicing dice.
Yeah, we had a we had a wick out of the bottom of the range on the 5-minute. And then we just wicked out of the range on the 15.
That's so nasty, bro.
Mm-hmm. While we wait for confirmation.
This dude, I mean, I know everybody's always telling you thank you and stuff, but it's like it's moments like these right here, like today since 2 o'clock or whatever. Dog, this used to chop me up. And now it's like I'm sitting back, I'm calm, I'm cool. I got my buy set, I got my stop loss, I'm ready. I got my targets, I got my measured moves.
Nice.
Anyway, yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. You're the man, bro. I mean, gosh, that is like what I have gotten the most out of this is just not getting chopped up, dude. Whenever there was no reason to even be in a move in the first place.
So imagine where you're gonna be in a year from now, 2 years from now.
That's right, coach. And we're gonna be in a yacht in 10 years, and it's on me, coach. It's on me.
Somebody clip that.
Well, it might be 10 dog years or whatever. So 70. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying. Like it's moments like these where like I'm actually making a lot better spot moves, and I'm not just saying that today in this range. I'm saying that over the course of like a couple months now. I hadn't gotten like I have too much bias in like just going down or like kind of just going up, but whenever it's ranging, that's whenever I'm able to more or less get my gains
Yeah.
in spot especially.
Gains.
Gains. Plus, I don't really have that much more hair to lose, so now it's just like crypto don't sleep.
I got plenty of ear hair.
Listen, give it a couple years, man. Y'all will be in Turkey in no time.
Mine's turning gray.
They can fix that too, bro. You're good.
Yo, so forex pairs are securities, right? Do
Forex is a
forex pairs
commodities
count as
market.
so it's commodities, not a security.
And currency.
So like fiat currency. And they only close for like 1 hour a day, right? Or is it the whole weekend they close too?
Give me a second. Hold on. My bad. I was making some coffee. I smelled something burning. Probably ruined that whole pot. I'm sorry. What were you saying before I thought I was burning the house down?
I was saying they close for 1 hour a day, and then they also close the whole weekend as well. Like after 6, they don't close or they don't open again until 6 p.m. on Sunday.
Yeah, they're closed on the weekend, but it is 24 hours a day during the week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The reason they're closed for the weekend is the same reason Legacy is closed for the weekend, because market makers are on algos on the weekend. They're off duty. We're the only ones that are crazy enough to run our shit on market maker algos. We're like, screw it. Let the computer do it. We'll be fine.
Hell yeah.
What's the worst that can happen? Yeah, you got to go to Turkey for the hair transplants, man.
Hey,
That's
coach, I ain't
that's the
scared.
move. Nah, just drink lots of water, man. Cover your head while you sleep.
Coach, I don't sleep, and neither do crypto.
And for God's sakes, gentlemen, like wash your hair with more than bar soap every once in a while. Get some of those pores unclogged.
Bro, I
You like
remember
we
when I
can't avoid baldness, but you don't gotta be bald at 30.
remember when I used to get to wash my head of hair with like shampoo and conditioner. Like I took so much pride in it, bro.
Yeah.
Now it's like a bar of soap.
Yeah, RH, covering your head when you sleep is important. Your hair goes through shedding and growth phases, right? So when your hair is shedding, you can lose a lot of hair on your pillow, cotton pillows, shit like that. I mean, I'm not saying go out and grab a silk pillow or nothing, but you remember all the old school, like our grandparents, and you see videos, and like the guys always had a nightcap on, and there's reasons for that shit. We just kind of stopped doing it. But I always go to
100.
sleep. I go to sleep in a do-rag. I have such a luscious head of hair still.
Gains.
I mean, isn't it all hereditary, like genes?
Yeah, but you can accelerate it. So if you've got genes that lead to balding, then you want to lose as little hair as possible during that shedding phase, which is why it's a good idea to wrap your head up. Right? Because some of those hairs, once they're gone, they don't come back because of your genetics. But if you can keep them from losing, right? You can keep them on there. And then the regular shit, your minoxidil and your, whatever, if it's really a problem.
It's kind of like covering up plants during the winter to keep them from dying. Like in a sense.
Yeah, it's just prolonging the thing. It's not like eventually you'll anyways become bald.
Yeah, listen, if you're supposed to be bald, you're gonna be bald eventually. Which is fine,
Yeah, you just get a wig.
But just no, you take it all off and you grow a beard, bro. That's what we're men. That's what we do. You go bald and beard, and then you're good money. The bigger the beard, the better. Just distract from the top of the head, you know?
You mean red wigs aren't cool anymore?
I mean, if you could pull off a wig, go for it. They got
It's gotta have a nice collection
hair
of
pieces
hats.
now. That too, man. That's what I'm telling you. Some dope hats and a beard.
Yeah, man, that's all you need.
Bald
Some nice
head.
hats.
Come on.
I got a thick hair, but I'll still rock hats, and I'm gonna rock them forever.
Problem
I
is,
love
if
rocking hats.
you're gonna be bald with a beard, you gotta have muscles too. So like, you're gonna have to go to the gym.
Yeah, coach, man. I gotta get in the gym, coach.
You don't want to
You gotta
be
have.
skinny bald with a big beard. Like that's a whole different vibe.
I mean, you're good if you got a fat portfolio.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, at that point,
It don't matter.
don't even shave it. Just grow your shit out in patches and dare them to reject you.
Exactly. Just be like, girl, I'm an early adapter. What you talking about? Or adopter. I said adapter. I have to pull out some brandy tonight. It's one of those nights.
Yeah, Gabriel, 382 is my initial target, but depending on if Bitcoin's moved up towards all-time highs yet. If we get to 382 and Bitcoin hasn't moved up to all-time highs, we're gonna go to 0.5. Nah, if you can't grow a beard, don't shave your head. Just comb that shit to the front. Just do like a wild comb over to the front. Or get like a Edgar, where they comb all your shit to the front and just cut out a hairline. Just don't go in the wind. All right.
You mean like Trump, Donald Trump?
Yeah. Now you can't do the comb over to the side like Trump, right? Because then when it blows, it's like it's sticking. So you got to do the comb over to the front, and then you got to keep your head angled, pointed at the wind, so that the wind helps keep your quaff down.
I had 18 staples put in my head at one point, and so like the top part where hair actually grows, like right there is it doesn't grow because I had staples in my head, and so I can't even like grow it out and like fake that I'm not bald because of the staples that I had put in my head. It's unfortunate, but I mean, you know what?
Yeah, I
Game's
mean,
game.
I guess I should say that. Make sure that you got the head to be bald. Not everybody has a good bald head.
No, my head looked
Nah,
like
but
the
Staples is gonna
Bitcoin
look
5 minute.
gangster though, bro. You're gonna look like you've been through war. That shit just adds
Oh,
aura.
oh, it was cool whenever I had them.
I was gonna say, God of War vibes right there. Got a little beard, you chilling.
They used to call me Staples.
Well, that's not good.
Well, I mean, it was funny though, honestly. I never had a nickname before then.
Staples Center.
Ironhead.
Damn, I'm getting roasted. Go ahead, please.
Dude, Joe has staples too. He had that whole line when he got his surgery. It looked sick.
Have you seen my stapler?
Joe asked. What?
Oh, you seen it?
Has anybody seen my stapler? Remember from what you call it? From
Office
yeah,
Space.
that dude is the best, bro. I can still see his eyes bugging out, losing his shit,
I
looking
believe you
for
still
his
have that
stapler.
stapler. Yeah, Rick. He posted pictures one night. It was a long time ago.
Block.
I'm
How do we
sure if
read
you ask him,
liquidity
he'll again.
threshold? 1
Super
or less?
chat. What's going on, SMS? I have it on. What do I have mine on? You're talking the sensitivity, or you're talking your thresholds down here?
Is that candle on Bitcoin like a stopping candle? I mean that
Yeah,
15-minute thing?
yeah, definitely. It's like a stopping minus symbol. It's not even a candle. It's like a stopping stick. The slide button.
I'm all in. Let's go.
The slide button. What do you mean? Oh. You're talking about over here. So it depends on how many Bitcoin you want to. Right. So that's the amount of Bitcoin in each order. So if you want to see every order with over 100 Bitcoin, right, you'd put it on 100. Put it down too low. I mean, the whole thing is just full of orders, right? Your bigger orders are going to be like over 400 Bitcoin. If you want to just look at like the big ones, big ones. Usually how I look at it. See, we've got 340 at 116. And then not a whole hell of a lot above us. Yeah, so it just depends like what you're trying to see exactly. You want to see how many whales are playing? Just cut it all the way. And then take a look if anything pops out. We've got nothing. What's interesting is look at what happens to the orders once you get above like 132. See how spaced out they get? Like people's main sell orders are here and they're runners. See how high the highest order is. All right, this guy here. Guy wants to sell 4 Bitcoin at 175. This guy's got 2 Bitcoin for sale. See what I mean? Like, they're just runners, right? Like, these aren't complete positions, right? These guys have taken the majority of their Bitcoin around here, right? Look, when you come down lower, right? All of these up here, very small sell orders. 49 Bitcoin at 130. Let's see what's at 50. Let's see who I'm selling into here. 12 Bitcoin at 150. It's gonna be me and that guy. Yeah, there's a sell order at 250. Hold on, let me light this up more. So that's it. 250 is the highest. And the lowest buy order is at 7,000 bucks. 7,000 bucks, but he pulled his order. I think he. Oh no, I'm lying. 1,500. Somebody's got an order to buy 95 Bitcoin at 1,500 bucks.
I wonder what he knows.
He knows he's not filling that order, is what he knows. He knows.
I wish I had that much money.
Blog, it's like, yo, he knows something.
You're tempting me to put an order for 10 Bitcoin at $10.
Hey, like, what does it
Something
hurt?
silly like
What does
that.
it hurt, really? You know, like,
I know, you never know.
You
huh?
can just move it if you just move it. Just you never know. You wake up in the morning, yo, I got filled.
Or like 10 Bitcoin for $1.
Oh man,
That costs you $10 to get 10 Bitcoin.
you just wake up the next morning, Rick. You're like, yeah, I got filled. What?
Yeah.
no, he's gonna wake up in the morning
see
and
the
he's
biggest
gonna be
body
the.
shape ever.
He's gonna wake up in the morning to a room full of tears, blood, and slaughter. He'd be the only one that got any Bitcoin. Everybody else got completely wiped. What do you do? What do you do with 10 Bitcoin
like,
you
it's
bought
possible,
at $10?
man.
Like, you just gotta go away for a while at that point. Like, don't do anything.
Dude,
just go away.
If you go onto an illiquid exchange, like an exchange that doesn't have much liquidity on the books, and you put an order like way down, there's a chance, man. There's a chance that it could fill on a wick like a flash.
I bought
Like, obviously
a 43 or 44, I can't even remember the exact price, $1,000 Bitcoin on Binance US when price was at 67, 68K. Because of the liquidity
just 'cause of
problems
a
that
flash
they were
wick?
having. Nah, they were having. This is when they told everybody to get off exchange. They weren't accepting any more dollars. They were cutting off fiat for that. Well, they were supposed to be cutting off everything, right? We thought they were going to be done. And I still had some money left over there. I had taken out some. I still had some money left over there. And one day, I wish I can remember who it was that came in here and told me, bro. But somebody came in here and said, "Hey, anybody see the price on Binance US for Bitcoin?" I looked and I just hit the button, bro. I was like, I just slapped the button, and it went through. And I was like,
43.
"Oh shit!" I moved that shit out so quick.
Yep, just move it. Yep.
Gains, coach.
It pissed
Don't
me
even
off
think,
though
just react
because
on that one.
no, I would have gone
It's like, yeah,
absolutely.
you didn't see it.
Listen, this is one of the times where my rules screwed me in a way, because the second I heard of any issue at all with Binance US, I moved my funds. Only funds that were left in there were ones that were already in a position I was still sort of moving around. But my dry powder was gone. I moved all my dry powder out that I had on there because we were already starting to get ready to buy at the time. So I moved all my dry powder out. And then a month later is when that happened, and you couldn't bring your dry powder back. So whatever you had on the exchange, you could take advantage of. You could have taken advantage of that Bitcoin. But there was you couldn't, at the time, you couldn't even move crypto onto exchange. Now you can just play over there. You can't use fiat, but you can use crypto, right? You can move stables over there and do whatever you want. Oh, they're accepting fiat again now too?
Yeah, it's
Oh
a green
shit.
light now. Yeah, it's been like that for like about a month and a half, 2 months.
Interesting.
Yeah, maybe a month, something like that.
I
Well,
mean,
that's so lucky, man.
I was going to say that when it comes to risk management, I mean, I know we talk about charts and stuff all day, but exchanges and stuff like that, I mean, dog, that's way too much risk.
Yeah, you got to be careful. The smart thing to do was to move your shit. Right? Yeah, it would have been a great play had I left it, but that would have meant that I left my shit in there for over a month, 2 months after they were warning everybody to get their shit out.
Hey,
After
told you.
CZ was going through the issues and everything that he was going through in Binance, this is when he got charged for that shit, and they were